Viewfort South.
No podium.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to join other colleagues in this honorable House to welcome back the member for Castries Southeast. Following the major scare he's had in his life, and of course hospitalization both here in St. Lucia and in Martinique. I think when these things happen, we all do have to take a step back and ponder, for the simple reason that I suspect every parliamentarian in this honorable House probably postpones health issues because of the demands of their responsibilities as representatives of people. And we keep on seeing this time and time again. And contrary to what people really think, most of us do not even make simple preparations by way of insurance protection for when the moment comes and the hour comes. These are matters that I think we certainly need to reflect on and to think about as we do the business of the people. And if I can offer any advice to him, it is to say that he needs to make sure that he accepts the healing that is so very vital for his own future and for his own survival in the weeks and months ahead, and allow his family to take care of him as he goes through this very delicate period. But it is commendable that he was able to join us in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I want to start this debate this afternoon and my contribution on an unusual note. And I know that you have been very kind and generous in these debates, so that you'll allow me moments when I will go on a frolic of my own, but always returning to the central business of the day, which is, of course, the estimates of revenue and of expenditure. And I want to start, Mr. Speaker, by reflecting a little bit on the process of these debates, and not to enter necessarily in the issue raised by the Leader of the Opposition, which I coaxed the member for Sozelle-Saulderbus not to pursue, because in all my years when I served as Minister of Finance and I introduced the estimates of revenue and expenditure, it was never from a prepared text that was circulated to members. In fact, I did so and spoke, as I always do, from notes. And I don't know, when I go back and look at Hansard, what the notes look like. But one of these days, I must find out, look at the notes to see whether the notes were very coherent. What I said then was acceptable. So that has been the pattern, and I don't want to deal with that, but I want to deal with the rhythm, the process. Mr. Speaker, I have reflected a lot on the approach of parliamentary representatives to the debate on the estimates of revenue and expenditure. And I would say at the very outset that, by and large, that these debates are very predictable. Although variations do exist, as we have seen during this debate. Parliamentarians usually start, Mr. Speaker, by commenting on the underlying philosophy of the estimates. So they speak about the vision contained in the estimates. What's the plan for the ensuing year, particularly as dictated by the expenditure that the government is proposing to undertake. Then inevitably, after they have commenced on that basis, they then proceed to assess the economic prospects offered by the estimates. So they may choose to focus on a number of indices. They may, of course, want to talk about the growth rates that they see, either the previous year or the forecasts for the ensuing year. They may look at GDP prospects, then inevitably look at the revenue projections, the expenditure details, which occupies most of our time. Obviously, they'll pay attention to the deficits, which is, of course, becoming increasingly important, and a whole range of things, including individual allocations to ministries. The third element of the debate comes when individual power ministers explain the allocations to their ministries, and of course, we heard the Minister of Finance explicitly leaving that responsibility to the individual ministers. And this again is time-worn because frankly in my tenure the same thing happened. We asked the ministers to fill in the gaps by providing details of how they're going to be managing their allocations. Once this is done, Mr. Speaker, then the focus shifts to constituencies, to assess what's in the budget for individual constituencies. In that regard, all parliamentarians are of one mind. We become one. All of a sudden, we occupy the same positions. Because all of us become parliamentarians, and those who wear the cloak or the ministerial clothing, take those off, and you now become an ordinary parliamentarian to look at what is happening in your individual constituency. Of course, those senators who are ministers don't have that responsibility. They can roam far and wide, Mr. Speaker. But as we saw today and in previous debates, it is not unusual for parliamentary representatives to identify initiatives which are funded, explain to their constituents, well, you know, this particular initiative is funded and this would be the result for the particular constituency. And then inevitably they turn to say what's not funded and to begin to itemize the various issues in their constituencies that require a second look or attention at some point in time. And the good thing about this parliament is that, and previous parliaments I might add, Mr. Speaker, we have always understood this phenomenon, that parliamentary representatives are given some latitude, as it were, to raise issues pertaining to commitments in their constituencies that have not been met. And we heard eloquent statements this morning, Mr. Speaker, about matters that could be funded and matters that could not be funded, for one reason or another, including, of course, unavailability of funds and the very difficult challenges that the government faces in generating revenue for the kinds of expenditure that are required. So we are accustomed to this. As hinted earlier, and I know you're wondering where I'm going with this, Mr. Speaker, as hinted earlier, the order of presentation may in fact change. A parliamentary representative may well decide to give priority to the treatment of his constituency in his opening remarks. And this happened, as we saw earlier on, with the presentation by the member for Beaufort North. He decided that he wanted to pay attention to his constituency, so he started off his presentation by focusing on his constituency and giving it priority of treatment, and then coming back to his ministry and, of course, to the government and the estimates. Now, I thought he did a rather clever job when I listened to him, because he used the concept of deficits. He says he enjoys and he looks forward to the reduction of deficits because he is engaged in a similar endeavor in his constituency to reduce the deficit of development in his constituency. And of course, it was his rationale for justifying the attention paid to his constituency in the past year, and of course to identify to future challenges in his constituency. I think this is all very healthy for democracy, that we do these things, and there should be no, I would say, particularly angst, or I would say discomfort, when therefore parliamentarians speak eloquently about their needs for their constituencies and, of course, the requirements of their constituents and their concerns of their constituents. I have learned over time that a parliamentarian, Mr. Speaker, has 3 bites of the cherry to determine how the estimates impact his or her constituency. 3 bites. And you can, of course, confirm this, Mr. Speaker. First, the estimates are perused to determine whether provision is made for constituency-specific projects. Perhaps I can conceptualize in my case. I will pick up the estimates and go through the estimates to see if Beaufort South is mentioned. And I will then pay particular attention to the capital estimates to see whether there are any projects in the capital estimates for Beaufort South in the ensuing budgetary cycle. That's the first thing that I would do. And I'm betting you, Mr. Speaker, every parliamentarian does the same thing. I mean, even though all of these parliamentarians are members of the cabinet of ministers and know and should have a fair idea of what is in there, but they don't know what the civil servants will decide at the end of the day if the power is conceded to them to decide. And so they anxiously open the estimates to see if there are specific projects of the constituency that is mentioned. The second bite comes when individual ministers speak to explain how they intend to use the block allocations made to their ministries. Now here you wait patiently, very patiently, to see if your constituency is identified and if your constituency is mentioned. You listen. And may I add, Mr. Speaker, that is one of the reasons I speak late in the debate, in this particular debate, because I prefer to wait to hear what the particular ministers are going to say about my constituency and how they plan to spend the allocations they have and what they have in mind for my constituency.
I told you what
but I'll come to you. So, Mr. Speaker, the statements of ministers become very important to decipher the estimates. Because as I said, you want to find out what are the plans of individual ministries. Now, so I want to disabuse the honorable members of the belief that I'm in the business of seeking to trap the member from Migu South by speaking just when he might want to speak or whatever the case is. The fact of the matter is that's not my concern at all. I mean, that's a matter of him. I wait to see what ministers have to say about their plans to my constituency. That's my objective. That's the purpose. And he might want to feel that he has comfort. From that statement, only to say I would tell him that he's flying in the face of tradition, because you see, a leader of the opposition has to demonstrate that he is worthy of his spurs and that he can jump on his feet and debate on his feet at all times. And if you have had estimates for a whole week at your disposal, then very, very, very clearly, Mr. Speaker, very, very clearly, Mr. Speaker, that no, you're a little misguided, but I'm not going to take you on. I will not take you on just yet. Although I want to tell you that if you provoke me and open the door, you'll regret it. Don't go there. So, but you see, it's true you can't change history, but the most serious offense you can commit is to lie about history. It's very serious. Okay, now having said that, Mr. Speaker, having said that, the third bite of the cherry, or if you prefer, comes when the budgetary statement or the policy statement is delivered. It's an important bite, Mr. Speaker, because the policy statement contains the surprises of the budget, and the Minister of Finance may announce projects which may not have been covered in the estimates and which may, of course, be financed by extra budgetary means, for example, through parastatals and state agencies. So if you have no hope or little hope under the first 2 bites, then you now look forward to the 3rd bite to see if the hope you are denied finds expression in the 3rd bite. So that is why this process is so important. Now, in my case, Mr. Speaker, I do not have any of those responsibilities. And Mr. Speaker, as a backbencher, I may want to reflect on the philosophy and trajectory of the estimates of revenue and expenditure, the economic prospects offered by the data presented in the estimates. However, Mr. Speaker, on this occasion, I will say little about the philosophy and data underpinning the estimates, but rather I will focus solely and exclusively on my constituency, therefore South. And I am also responding to my constituents who always say to me that you take on this larger responsibility of reflecting on the budget, but not often do you speak in the detail that you need to speak about your constituency. Today, I accede to their demand and to their request, and therefore will focus exclusively on my constituency, therefore South. I have ample opportunity to reflect on these issues on the 3rd bite of the cherry, the policy debate. Then I will speak to wider issues, the policies, the direction of the country, and how justifiable are the approaches that we are taking to the development of the country. You see, Mr. Speaker, sometimes we have strange motives for what we do, but I would say I sense an urgency, Mr. Speaker. I sense an urgency. At my age, you suddenly realize that 3 years is not a long time in the scheme of things. I mean, in July, 2 years will be gone and 3 years are left. For a child waiting for another birthday or Christmas, or a young man or woman in love, it's eternity. You know, it's eternity. If you're in love, to have to wait for 3 years. Why are you laughing, young man? It's an eternity to wait. And you know, if you remember when you were a child, I mean, to wait for another birthday, it took so long, and the toys at Christmas, it took so long. But at 72, Mr. Speaker, at 72, it's absolutely no time at all. As the late Owen Arthur used to say to us repeatedly, at that age you are in the departure lounge. And so we constantly have to be cognizant of that reality while we take our seats in the departure lounge. So, Mr. Speaker, you understand, I hope, the broader context and broader background that I am going to raise some of these issues. Now, do not get me wrong, Mr. Speaker. I want you to hear loud and clear, Mr. Speaker, that I am content and at peace with my political life as it is right now. I am. But I do believe that in this parliamentary cycle, it is a perfect opportunity to reflect and to contribute to shaping the political responsibilities of backbenchers in Parliament. And without being presumptuous at all, and I ask for forgiveness of anybody who thinks that I am presumptuous, I just ask, who better politician, or what better politician than myself to discuss or raise this issue? And I see the member for Castries North nodding his head in approval, and I suspect the point of common that we have is decision making regarding who goes into a cabinet, who does not go into a cabinet. I've had the experience of leaving elected members out of my cabinet in part to answer our constitutional requirements, for example, to appoint a deputy speaker, and in doing so, face the disappointment, anger, and even trenchant comments from those individuals and their supporters. I've had that experience, and some of it has been very, 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 very unkind. Very unkind. And no matter what explanation is offered to those affected individuals, they see no reason or wisdom to the decisions. But, the passage of time, maturity may help in these matters. But as I have repeatedly said, it is impossible, Mr. Speaker, for all elected parliamentarians to be ministers. And that is why my own comments have been so harsh when I have said that the practice of promising individual ministerial positions before elections is an affront to the Constitution of the country and should not be practiced, tolerated, allowed, or encouraged. Cabinet positions should not be the subject of bargaining before a general election. Should never, ever, ever be. Because it attacks the fundamental discretion assigned to the Prime Minister by the Constitution of the country. And I keep on asking, what will happen when this Parliament increases the number of parliamentarians? We are 17, and it is an affront to our Constitution that in this day and age, Mr. Speaker, we cannot move from a number 17 bequeathed to us since independence. 40 years, is it 44 years later, we are still at 17 despite the fact that there are incongruities and unlawfulness in the demarcation of our constituency boundaries. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I've warned before. The time will come when some citizen in this country who insists that the Constitution be protected and be observed will find his or her way to the court and ask declarations from the courts in that matter. Because whether we like to hear it or not, these constituency boundaries are unlawful because they fly in the face of the requirements of the constitutional submission. And it is time that this matter be resolved, whether we go to 21 or 23 or whatever number of seats that we need to go to. So, to capture what I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker, I'm really trying to say this in these estimates. I have come to realize that there is need to reflect and redesign the relationship between a government in office and its backbenchers. And I say this because of my previous experience. I say this because of my current experience. Truth is, Mr. Speaker, we have had little experience in shaping such relationships because there have been so few backbenchers, so to speak. And as you know, nearly all members are absorbed in cabinet for one reason or another. So we don't have the experience to inform our political behavior and political practice, but we have to correct it. Some years ago, Mr. Speaker, I finalized the drafting of a code of ministerial conduct for the government of Grenada. At the time, I had done a code of cabinet procedures for them and also a code of ministerial behavior. And somewhere at the back of my mind, I know that we had approved a code of cabinet procedures for the government of St. Lucia. Whether it's observed, I don't know. But also, mention was made of this ministerial code. The code established rules of ministerial behavior, identified situations which breed conflicts of interest, and crucially, how ministers should handle parliamentarians who are not members of the cabinet. For example, the code made provision for cabinet members to alert a sitting parliamentarian of all official engagements and appearances in the constituencies of parliamentarians, the awarding of contracts, and the duties of senior management to inform parliamentarians of actions in their constituencies. Now, Mr. Speaker, don't get me wrong, I'm not suggesting that a ministerial code should say that when ministers or parliamentarians are on, shall we say, a social frolic or engage in extracurricular activities, that they should report to the sitting parliamentarian that these things are happening. But the truth is, Mr. Speaker, in my experience, I become aware of these extracurricular activities from time to time in my constituency. And I have in the past privately raised these unusual visits to my constituency for one reason or the other. And while I am on this, Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious debate. And while on this, I want to make a collateral point, Mr. Speaker. I seriously want to suggest to the Prime Minister and member for Fisheries that he directs his Cabinet Secretary to remind all permanent secretaries that when parliamentarians write to them, they have a duty to acknowledge and respond to these letters. There seems to be a culture in the public service of ignoring correspondence from parliamentarians, and that applies whether the parliamentarian is a member of the governing party or whether the parliamentarian is in opposition, no matter as unpalatable as those letters could be. And Mr. Speaker, I speak from experience that letters I have written to permanent secretaries go unanswered. But let me say this. Of course, Mr. Speaker, where a letter comes from a parliamentarian in his legal capacity, that is a different matter altogether, as there is recourse in a different forum. So when you see a lawyer sends a letter to a permanent secretary, you understand, Mr. Speaker, then sometimes the lawyer is very happy the permanent secretary never replies. Because then you deal with that in another forum. And sometimes it will be very helpful, I assure you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, against that background, I will now come to some of my comments regarding this budget. And I want to be clear at the outset, Mr. Speaker. On my mind are the events in Beaufort South in the last few weeks. New legislation, which I shall come to in a few minutes. And of course, Mr. Speaker, the presence of the RSS. And I am now, Mr. Speaker, attempting to brace myself for the inevitable funerals which will ensue in the next few days. And I have had in my time to experience very emotional funerals. And, I mean, I can never forget the funeral of victims of Monsignor in Miku. That one was extraordinary, was painful, was intense. It tore at all our hearts and our beings. And so, in the next few weeks in Beaufort, devotions will be paying homage to those victims, those who died by the gun. So, Mr. Speaker, the fact is that these estimates of revenue expenditure were prepared well before these events. And the question then becomes that apart from what may be in the estimates of revenue and expenditure for Beaufort South, how will the programs in these estimates bring comfort to the people of Beaufort South after those events? That's for me a question of preoccupation. Because all of us in this house know that we are dealing with an unprecedented event. And we know that Beaufort South is at a critical and delicate point of its existence. These days we're on the lips of everyone. Everything you hear, Beaufort South, Beaufort this, Beaufort that. Never mind that the issue of crime is a phenomenon experienced by all St. Lucians throughout all communities in this country. We have had mass killings in other communities before, a point repeatedly made by the member for Fisheries East. Yet, Beaufort South is always singled out, not in the manner that you're hearing from the member from Fisheries North, Mr. Speaker, but of course in a totally different manner. So we are the focus of interest. And as I said 2 weeks ago, as a result of the events in Beaufort South, an act described the Suppression of Escalated Crime Act was enacted by this Parliament. And earlier this sitting, the Minister for National Security laid before this Parliament an order described as suppression of escalated crime police designation of Vieux-Fort South as an escalated crime area order, statutory instrument number 31 of 2023. So, Vieux-Fort South is never far away. And we have the unique distinction of encouraging the passage of this legislation and, of course, being declared the first area in St. Lucia to attract a statutory order to contain so-called escalated crime. And I know that Vieux-Fortians are wounded. I know their pain. And I know that there is a shame that they have to confront and they are seeking to deal with. In my pronouncements following the events in Vieux-Fort South, Mr. Speaker, I said that the events in Vieux-Fort South may well be a watershed. A moment in our history, a moment in our affairs when perhaps we need to take a pause and to reflect. Of course, it's a watershed for the people of Vieux-Fort South who must face our collective pain and repudiate the past and the events of the past. Secondly, it is a watershed for the police to change their approach to policing in Vieux-Fort South and to work to win the trust and confidence of the people of Vieux-Fort South. I did not say it then, but unquestionably, Mr. Speaker, it is also a watershed for the government, how it deals with the challenges and issues facing Vieux-Fort South now and in the next few weeks and months. Already, Mr. Speaker, the police have understood that they have to build bridges. I commend Deputy Commissioner of Police Shari for taking the lead by engaging users of the Fisheries complex to clean up the complex, the site of 3 or 4 killings in the past few years. For the past 2 Sundays, DCP Shari has joined users of the facility to debush the area. I commend that. And it is exceedingly pleasing to see him and other police officers working side by side with the users of the facility in a joint endeavor to debush and to clean up and restore some degree of security to the place. I will have to say more about the Fisheries complex in a moment or two, but I want to emphasize this because on the one hand, while their actions are exposing the vulnerability of people who use the complex, exposing the fact that the bush in the area provided a haven for the assailants, at the same time, the cleaning up has indicated that urgent works are necessary and immediate to be able to restore some degree of security to that site. But in my meandering of the estimates, Mr. Speaker, apart from the mention of funding for St. Jude's Hospital, in the allocation to the Ministry of Economic Development and in the allocation to the Ministry of Wellness, etc. And apart from these, Mr. Speaker, and of course the remnants of the water project that has a long history on the public utilities and so on, there are no specific projects identified in the estimates of Vieux-Fort South. None. None. But don't get me wrong, Mr. Speaker. Don't get me wrong. This is not to say that Vieux-Fort South is not the beneficiary of several commendable initiatives by the government. And I'm going to applaud the government. The government has agreed to establish an Office of Civil Status to handle civil status documents, the registration of births and deaths, the issuance of birth certificates, rectification of records, and the like. Although I heard the minister speaking of a mobile unit for passports, etc., this is an interesting development, and I wait for further details on that particular unit, because my impression was that an office would have been established in Beaufort for people in the south to access for applications for passports. But I want to pause momentarily, Mr. Speaker, to say that I am deeply concerned that there is mounting frustration among all citizens over the issuance and resolution of civil status records. The people of the South suffer greatly by irrational requests and constant visits to the office in Castries to resolve these matters. We may need to revisit legislation to protect citizens, especially the poor of the people of this country, against the seemingly enduring passion of public officers to make life impossible for these poor people. Mr. Speaker, you might be tempted to say I am exaggerating. Am I? A day does not go by if you do not see long lines outside the civil status registry in Castries. Why is this happening in this country 8 years after we set up that office, and 8 years after amendments was made to the legislation? Can I tell you, Mr. Speaker, the number of times an unsuspecting citizen have to be asked to travel up to Castries for some information, and some of the information that is being asked is simply bizarre. And I believe that the government has to ask the Attorney General to look into the legislation to widen again the discretionary powers of civil servants to resolve these problems on their own, because they are asking for impossible records that do not exist, frustrating ordinary people, driving ordinary people to say the worst things about government and the services that it offers to people. How can you be harassing an applicant to rectify his birth records about a birth certificate of a father who was never registered or baptized? What irrationality is this? What do you tell such people, Mr. Speaker? We have no answers? And I'm concerned because every time I pass by those lines, I see a Beaufortian standing there in line waiting for some record. I'm tired of it, Mr. Speaker. I'm really tired of it. I'm in front. It's not fair. But I come to that. It's not fair for the citizens of this country. And then I return, however, after that little digression, to my commendation. Only recently, following a meeting with the Prime Minister and member for Castries East and the Minister of Commerce, the member for Soufrière, the Prime Minister agreed to establish an office of the Department of Commerce to grant citizens of the South access to information and services, particularly, Mr. Speaker, in respect of the grants and loans for small businesses, for which funding is allocated in these estimates and which the member for Soufrière addressed. The intention, Mr. Speaker, initially was that persons who could have accessed the constituency office of the parliamentary representative to assist in filling those forms. I made it quite clear I don't want that to happen in my constituency office. Why, Mr. Speaker? For a very simple reason. This is a government service and it should be accessed by all, and no one should feel uncomfortable or intimidated coming to my political office, my constituency office, for support and assistance. And it is best that they go to a desk operated by the ministry to assist with these matters. And I'm very happy that the Prime Minister made a decision that he would ensure that a desk is established in one of the buildings in Beaufort to facilitate this. And then, Mr. Speaker, there are the ongoing initiatives of which the people of Beaufort South will be eternally grateful. Indeed, some of the ongoing initiatives have their origins in the predecessor Labour government. For example, STEP. And I'm happy that we are not ashamed anymore to use the word STEP, that we understand there's a place for STEP in the economic life of this country, and we must use the STEP program wisely to benefit distressed persons. Then the return of the laptop program organized by this government. I give praise, I give thanks, not only because it was an initiative which I championed, but I know even if there is abuse, that the benefits would be huge and immense for the children of this country. The $500 bursary to parents of students who will be accessing secondary school, again a previous initiative, and I am happy and pleased that parents can get access to this, although I have to say quietly and surreptitiously, Mr. Speaker, there are some parents abusing those payments, and we may need to develop a mechanism to prevent such abuses. Then there is the support under the HOPE programs, and I must say, of course, the former government had its fair share of utilizing the HOPE program for all kinds of things. My goodness, Mr. Speaker, I just wish they had brought me in to some of the programs that they had in their constituencies, apart from the tokenism. But the point is that these programs are now established and entrenched, and people are now beneficiaries of these programs. There is, of course, a housing program, housing assistance program initiated by this government, although they're not the first, because the former Labour government did have a housing program that focused on the elderly. But of course, yes, millions were spent. But this is good that we have this program to back up, and the way it is, and the government has to be commended. And then I heard the member for Castries North this morning saying how much praise St. Lucia has earned for its programs of social protection across the region. And inevitably, I smiled, and of course he didn't go as far as I wanted him to go, because we were the great pioneers of these various programs, and succeeding governments, unfortunately, of course, denatured some of those programs, compromised some of those programs, but we have been able to revive and ensure they're intact. Although, Mr. Speaker, when the time is ripe, I want to deal with this issue of the dependency syndrome that is now in this country. Whether it is expressed by poor people in distant communities or by the business community, I want to deal with that, and I'm hoping that occasion will arise soon. Well, you see, Mr. Speaker, I have said that 3 years is a short time. And so if you find I am a little unorthodox, it is only because I want to say the things I have not been able to say in previous years, and to say it as I want, without anybody trying to direct me how I should say it and when I should say it. So, Mr. Speaker, you should expect, I'm giving you good warning, more of this. And I'm sorry that the leader of the opposition has just made an exit. I'll tell you why. And this is the point about a St. Lucia Labour Party administration that needs restating. This is the point that I want to restate. The St. Lucia Labour Party has always understood that development must be equitable, it must be balanced, it must be fair, and it reaches every corner of this country. Equality of access and treatment are not just legal concepts for lawyers. They are political tools for politicians. They are articles of faith, articles of belief. We must be fair, honest, and equitable in our treatment, not just between and among citizens, but also between geographic areas, between communities, between North and South, between East and West, and of course, between constituencies. Equity lies at the heart of the philosophy of the St. Lucia Labour Party. These are not just legal concepts, as I said. They are social and ideological concepts. And certainly these concepts guided me when the people of St. Lucia gave me the opportunity to shape the development agenda of St. Lucia over the years. That is why, Mr. Speaker, simple little things matter. That is why, Mr. Speaker, one of the first things we did was to bring electricity to the people of Bhutto when they had been denied electricity by former UWP administrations on the grounds that people were abandoning Bhutto and they were no longer a relevant community. And you know what has happened, Mr. Speaker? When electricity was brought to the people of Bhutto, almost immediately, Mr. Speaker, fortunes changed. Land became expensive and Bhutto was sought after. So we brought electricity to Bhutto, expanded access to water and electricity, made it possible for every child to receive a secondary education, sought to create special programs for the poor to bring them into the mainstream of the social and economic life of this country. And Mr. Speaker, there is a continuity, the continuum, so to speak. It is the same ideological concept that guides the member for Castries East when he insists that all constituencies must benefit from the CDP vote in the estimates. This concept of equity is part of the ideological life or ideological inheritance of this administration. He too will remember well the battle in my own cabinet when I insisted that all constituencies must benefit under this program. Never mind the statements made by the former member for Castries Southeast, because he got a lion's share. And I have in fact prepared a document with a list of projects that went to Castries Southeast, but I have not gone through them. Again, I'm waiting for the right opportunity when I'm in the right mood to do so. So, Mr. Speaker, equality of treatment is a fundamental ideological pillar of the governing party. Now, Mr. Speaker, what I want to do is to take the opportunity to tell the opposition to take a page from the book of this administration and give SLP supporters in their constituencies contract on the CDP. They must not only give the contracts to UWPs, they must share it in the spirit of equity, equality, and fairness. And as for you, keep quiet, because I have a list of all the persons you have given contracts to. I shadow, never forget that Swazelle Saldibus is a community and constituency dear to me. I was born in Swazelle, as you know, in Riverdori. My family is from Saldibus. I have a little house I go and hide there from time to time, and I know you have passed by to look at it. You refuse to repair the road. By the way, Mr. Speaker, they used to send the UWPs to go and look at the house, because after elections they say I was hiding there. I mean, the kinds of things I've gone through, Mr. Speaker. I don't know why these days I don't know why in these days I can still laugh, when I think of the things that I've had to endure over time. So, Mr. Speaker, against this background, how one looks at the estimates, against this background of interventions in the constituency prior to the estimates, against this background, the concept of equity in the allocation of budgetary resources, I want to turn to my constituency and to restate, as I call it, the agenda for my constituency. Put differently, let me just touch on the issues affecting...
Member for Vieux-Fort South, you have 10 minutes left.
Are you serious? Again?
Extremely serious.
I think I need an hour, at least, if I may, Mr. Speaker. Let me see if I have ruffled enough feathers to allow me to speak for another hour.
Member for Dennery North.
Mr. Speaker, I want to invoke Standing Order 4210 in order to allow the member for Vieux-Fort South an additional hour within which to complete his presentation.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 3210 be invoked to allow the member for Vieux-Fort South an additional hour in which to complete his presentation. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted.
I didn't hear the aye loud enough, Mr. Speaker, but Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Dennery North for his generosity. Last time he wasn't as generous, but I'm glad he is today. Now, So, Mr. Speaker, I want to restate what are the priorities for us in Beaufort South and to articulate the needs of my constituents. For me, the first item has to do with the deplorable conditions of the roads of Beaufort South. Mr. Speaker, I have said time and time again that the roads of Cedar Heights in Beaufort are in a deplorable condition. I can offer no more excuses to the constituents. I have no more excuses. I can't invoke any other excuses at this stage. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. And you know, Mr. Speaker, a road that I've been begging to reconstruct is a main cantonment road above the brewery going into the middle of cantonment. I mean, that road is like a dance hall of potholes. You know what I mean? You bob and weave, bob and weave, bob and weave, bob and weave. And then in you go. I mean, it's the holes, Mr. Speaker. I mean, the number of holes, etc. And every time the ministry in the south is approached, Mr. Speaker, every time, the usual story, they don't give us resources, we don't have resources. I have drawn to the attention of the Minister of Infrastructure the need to complete the road in Bruceville and why it is important to complete that road in Bruceville. Because you know the people of Bruceville have suffered cycles of punishment when we have lost the elections. The community, the roads in the Larishes community are all in disarray and getting worse day by day, no attention paid to these community roads. And then at least the road to Latuni, heavily used for funerals, heavily used by all and sundry, from the north, from the south, from the east to the west. We started to look after it by paving a concrete road from the St. Jude Highway right across to the top of Diamond, but the rest now is just potholes. And really, I don't know, Mr. Speaker, how we rationalize our attitudes to these things. For me, Mr. Speaker, you see, a cemetery is a sacred place. You have to treat it with a certain amount of reverence. And I believe a member for Fisheries North is appreciating what I'm saying, because he knows that it was an SLP government that started the investment in a shock cemetery to build roads inside a shock cemetery and build a wall. And people didn't understand why. And today, I'm very pleased at what I see in shock cemetery, because there's now some order. The Fisheries Constituency Council has a dedicated team, etc. And we are beginning to treat shock cemetery with some respect, although there are now problems, because sooner or later the sea will claim the dead that has trespassed on the beaches a shock. So we need to attend to this, and I look forward to the minister's contribution to say what he plans about cemeteries. Now, that apart, Mr. Speaker, the Beaufort town streets, very few of those streets were paved in the past, and there are many that now require repaving. When the member for Fisheries East was the Minister of Infrastructure, he did ensure that the main street in Beaufort, Clark Street, was paved, but we never paid attention to the remaining roads. Perhaps the most egregious thing is the unfinished construction of the St. Jude Highway from the brewery to the entrance, from the brewery to the junction with the Labrie-Beaufort Highway, and then of course from the brewery to Larishes. Mr. Speaker, it's egregious because the understanding was that that road would have been completed to bring relief to the heavily used road into the industrial estates and of course to O'Shea and surrounding areas. For reasons that I do not want to go into at this stage, I understood a decision was made to stop the road by the brewery because of a reallocation of resources. It meant that the people of Beaufort paid the price. And you know what is very sad, Mr. Speaker? Beaufortians are now looking for roads that they can detour to get into Beaufort and to and from Beaufort because of the conditions of that road. Now, Mr. Speaker, I really don't know what more I can say about this now. When I look at the capital budget for the Ministry of Infrastructure, I see provision, for example, if you look at page 583, Mr. Speaker, made for the rehabilitation of McDonnell Road, construction of Austin Road, Mark and Dennery Roads, Grosley and Castries North Roads project. I don't see anything for Beaufort South. Now, bear in mind what I said earlier on. If you look and you don't see any reference to your roads, then what you do is that you wait for the pronouncements from the minister to say what roads he intends to tackle in your constituencies. But I missed part of his presentation, but not that part dealing with infrastructure investment, and so did not hear anything about roads in default. And so, Mr. Speaker, you will understand when I say that perhaps I now have to wait for the budget policy statement. It is distressing that no road is featured in Beaufort South. Nowhere is there any indication that Beaufort South is a priority for the Ministry of Infrastructure. And to the credit of the member for Castries North, he did say his permanent secretary will engage me with priorities. Sorry, the chief engineer, the permanent secretary, well, he's a little remote. Oh, I see. But I would say this, that the chief engineer was supposed to give me her list of priorities. And as fate would have it, perhaps coincidence, I got a message from her this morning asking me if I had received an email she had sent me. I checked my emails and told her no, I had received no such emails. So maybe there might be redemption, and I might get the email with a list of priorities, but I just hope that she has the right priorities. I now turn to the other vexed issue, the fisheries complex. Last year, Mr. Speaker, an allocation of $1.4 million was made under the head of repair sufficient facilities. This allocation for 2022 was never, ever disbursed. What I do understand when I queried is that an allocation, an original disbursement of $400,000 was allowed, but redirected to another fisheries project because of pressing commitments where that is concerned. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have been trying to digest this, and if I am speaking on truth, the member for Dennery North is next to me because Dennery South, because he supplied me with the information. We spoke about it. Mr. Speaker, I have been trying to understand for years what really enters the minds of public servants when they make decisions like allocating money from one head to the next, and when they're going to use money allocated for one project to another project. Now, I accept overriding issues. For example, I accept the reality of cash flow. You don't bring in enough money to pay your commitments. But you know what? I'm beginning to think that senior decision makers, senior public officers need to go and travel around the country into constituencies to demand to understand what politicians are talking about, They're involved in paper transactions, book transactions, totally oblivious to the needs and demands of people. And they do not understand what people are going through. The politician is the interlocutor between people and them, trying to get them to understand the realities of daily lives of the individuals who make up the country. Because they're distant, unconcerned, far away apart, divorced from those realities. And then they engage in these paper transactions and causing great, great harm, not just to sitting politicians, but to the constituents of these politicians. This financial year, Mr. Speaker, there's an allocation of $711,000, again, see page 580 of the estimates, substantially lower than the previous year. The Minister for Fisheries, sitting next to me, the member for Denry South, explained to me that this amount of salary is to be shared around 4 facilities. And my mathematics tells me that if you divide that by 4, that there's barely 4 into 7, barely $100 and something thousand for each facility. Clearly, the impact of any such expenditure in Beaufort will be really negligible, inconsequential. We have a job ahead of us. We either save the Beaufort fisheries facilities or let it go to waste once and for all. That's the reality. Unless there is an urgent intervention, then I'm afraid we're going to lose what was once the best fishing complex in the entire Eastern Caribbean. The last time any substantial work was done was sometime after 2011, when the then government was able to source some money or some funds from JICA. Fisheries was then under the direction and control of the member for Beaufort North, and some token adjustments were made to the complex. I'm sure the member for Beaufort North will remember the installation of some lighting, etc. But he knew, as I knew, that it was mere tokenism at the time, insufficient to deal with the problems that we had. What has happened, Mr. Speaker, is that the recent effort to debush the facilities exposes the urgent works which need to be undertaken. The fence which once provided security lies on the ground, prostrate, totally destroyed. And I just want to emphasize that given the urgency, funds are required to reconstruct that fence. Otherwise, all the work to debush the area, to clean up around the area, will be of no benefit or of no consequence. And it is pointless, I'm told, to use my CDP funds, because CDP funds were never intended for that, and it's unfair to me to have to use the CDP funds I get, which can't build a mile of a road, to be able to do something like this, Mr. Speaker. Then there's the issue of lighting. The cooperative has been begging for the installation of lights in the facilities, begging, literally begging. And Mr. Speaker, I am very happy that they got, in fact, in touch with the Minister of Infrastructure to present their claim in this matter. And all I can do, Mr. Speaker, is to read out the email which I received from the operations manager, Kejiana Tusa-Shalri, who's a senator in this parliament. Honorable Kenny Anthony, although this is an ongoing and long-standing issue, we can well appreciate the added agitation to get it on the way in short time. The issue of poor lighting has existed for a while, and the co-op has over time made great strides in bearing the cost of electrical troubleshooting and purchase of lamps, which has helped significantly. However, they are woefully inadequate, and the recent criminal activity has created a greater urgency to improve on the lighting needs. Therefore, we are requesting your assistance in the provision of approximately 15 lamps and technically assistance from the Ministry of Infrastructure, or by way of support of remittance to a consultant to strengthen the lighting issue in a holistic manner. We look forward to your indulgence on the above matter. But following an email asking her whether she had made a demand of the Ministry of Infrastructure, she engaged the Minister of Infrastructure, and I wait to see what the result will be. Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat something I said. In the past 4 years, this facility has been the scene of 4 killings. Among them have been my friends and supporters. And on moments like this, I always remember the colorful and notorious character by the name of Banfair, who was stabbed in that facility. And every Beaufortian and wholesale and retailers of fish and fishing products will remember him, I am sure. Now, Mr. Speaker, the elephant in the room, and I just realized that I'm using a term once used by the member from the South, and and this is rare that I will use a term used by the member for Migu South. Very, very, very rare. Absolutely very rare. But Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you remember when that term, and this is a little digression, just to tease your memory, and I see the member for Suzelle is watching me intently. I do have a formidable memory. I don't know if you remember, Mr. Speaker, the famous dialogue that took place over the replacement of candidates in the Migu South constituency, when the then member when the then member of the United Workers' Party, wasn't a parliamentarian, said regarding his own selection that the elephant in the room was whether he would have been allowed to enter the constituency to represent it. Do you remember that, Mr. Speaker? Remember that? Good. I'm glad to see you have a memory outside of the walls of this parliament. So I'm going to use that term this afternoon, the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of resolving the management of the facilities. As I've expressed to the member for Dennery South, the facilities are on autopilot. No one is in charge of the fishing facilities in Beaufort. And that's the crux of the problem. So everyone does what they want to do. The time has come to take a decision. As I've said before, there are only 3 options that are available. The first, Mr. Speaker, is to cede the facility to all the cooperatives in the South, let them form a company and manage the facility. I'm told, however, that the cooperatives do not favor that approach. My attitude was to give the cooperatives a grant to start them off, but no funds after that grant. The second option is the management by the government. And let me say, I don't support that. That's another dead end because of the experiences that we have had with the fisheries complexes, and it makes no sense whatsoever, Mr. Speaker, for the government to get involved in the management of that complex anymore, given what has happened. In fact, in the same vein, I had to say to the member for Castries, for Dennery South, I was most astonished when a subsidy was given to the St. Lucia Marketing Board, because I can't recall any farming organization that ever received more subsidies than the St. Lucia Marketing Board. But one can only be an onlooker in these matters, and we have to wait to see what that will yield. The third option is the lease to a private sector operator, and I want again to suggest that the fisheries facility be advertised for lease to be managed by a private sector operator. Not in the original concept of the former government, because that don't make sense. That is trouble. That is absolute trouble. But an independent private sector operator who is willing to invest and take the gamble to do so. We need to find management for the facility. And by the way, forget the Ministry of Agriculture. Forget them entirely. They are not the authority to be managing the complex, because they are part of the problem. Now, Mr. Speaker, I now come to the other vexed issue, the issue of the PROUD program and land in Beaufort. Mr. Speaker, may I at this juncture ask you how much time I have?
50 minutes.
15?
50.
Oh, 50. Okay, right, Mr. Speaker. Well, very good, that's good news. Mr. Speaker, I turn to the PROUD program and the issue of accessibility of land in Beaufort to the people of Beaufort. Mr. Speaker, land is a burning issue in Beaufort. It's an enduring issue. And try as I have, I cannot convince those who are responsible for managing lands in Beaufort what the problem is. I will restate for the benefit of this House. Beaufortians do not own their community. It is the only community in Beaufort where the people who reside in the community do not own the lands. Beaufortians are not part of the domestic economy of Beaufort. Many of them cannot buy and sell land as they want. Why, Mr. Speaker? Beaufort is sequestrated in that narrow neck of land between Mulashik to the south and, of course, the airport boundary to the north and the areas of Larry Shoes to the north. In Beaufort town itself, most of the land is owned by the two churches, the Catholic Church and the Anglican Church. And I have issued a call and indication to them that I want to dialogue with them with a view to persuading the government to allow the government to purchase these lands and to subdivide these lands to give people title to the lands. In fact, it is part of my manifesto pledge to the people of the South. Then, of course, Mr. Speaker, there is the issue of the wider Beaufort. You know, Mr. Speaker, people ask me, why is it that Beaufort people get angry? Why are they angry sometimes? You know, Mr. Speaker, answer is simple, or one of the answers. All the land in Beaufort is being sold out to people outside of Beaufort. All of it. You go to Cedar Heights, you go to Cantonment, the majority of house lots have been sold to people, whether they are from Micoud, from Dennery, from Castries, from Soufrière, etc. The land is gone. People in Beaufort, therefore, cannot buy the land. There are very few Beaufortians who have land in these areas. Very, very, very few who can afford this land. But they watch as outsiders come into their community to be part of their community. Can you therefore understand why, Mr. Speaker, that they will be constantly knocking on the door of Invest St. Lucia? Constantly. Why? Why it is a problem? Why I have tried to suggest that a dedicated parcel of land be subdivided and allocated to allow the people of Beaufort an opportunity to own lands in their own community so they can feel part of their community, that they belong to it. It is against that background, Mr. Speaker, that the PROD program was so critical and so essential to the people of Beaufort and was such an important limb of the policy of former Labour governments, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because with the PROD program we were able to make a start with the people of Diamond and La Richousse and La Tunie, parcel out the lands and sell it to them and offer to them the land at bargain prices, Mr. Speaker, based on the number of years. And of course, the former government, the former UWP government, never happy with that arrangement. Never, ever, ever happy with it. You did not. You did not. As a matter of fact, I can tell you, very few persons ever got title on a PROD program. And you know, zero. You are zero. It existed only in name. Only in name. I don't know why a government would want to do this, because owning land is the most powerful tool of economic empowerment that you can get. When you own land, you enter the economy, you can buy and sell, you can mortgage. And you know, one of the things I've seen, Mr. Speaker, a lot of the parents in La Richousse who now have these lands, that is what they are mortgaging to send their children to school, to universities. But what has happened? Program now has languished. And you know, for me, one of the most painful episodes, Mr. Speaker, painful, I can't find a better word to describe it, is the plight of the people of Bruceville. And I'm sorry, there are people in this house who may well be tired hearing my complaints this afternoon. And they should, because that's the agenda that is going to shape me in the next few months. Mr. Speaker, do you know that twice in the life of the former Labour government, attempts were made to subdivide the lands in Bruceville for the people of Bruceville, Mr. Speaker, twice. And each time those plans were abandoned and the people of Bruceville denied an opportunity to own the little piece of land that they occupied in Bruceville. And you want to find out why the people of Bruceville sometimes are so angry? Do you know now, Mr. Speaker, what is happening? Every living day I get messages on my phone. Every Wednesday I go to my constituency. People want to vacate and abandon Bruceville and look to go elsewhere. What am I supposed to tell them? I can't send them to invest in Lucia. Because they're the hardest nut to crack. They don't understand the sociological realities of the town or the community. All they exist to do in Beaufort is to make money by selling the land to the people of Beaufort. That's all they do. And I'm sorry if I'm blunt, but it's nothing new. It's nothing new. They don't come up with a coherent plan to benefit the people of Beaufort. They don't. And I keep on hammering, and I keep on begging, I keep on pleading, I keep on cajoling, I keep on persuading. Do you know what difference it would make if Invest in Lucia and if the Ministry of Housing says this area is dedicated for the resettlement of the people of Beaufort, to give them an opportunity to own their community and be part of the development of their community. Why? And to put things in context, every time we were about to start the process of demarcating, subdividing, and of course, sending persons into Bruceville, every time we were about to do this, Mr. Speaker, elections came, we were interrupted by elections, and all the plans were abandoned. So once again, the people of Bruceville are left without any crutches, without any support, without any opportunities. And I am hoping and had hoped that in this cycle we would have resolved this problem. And I understand, of course, that the PROUD project is currently engaged in demarcating lands at cantonment, surveying lands at cantonment for the people of cantonment. And another project that is over 10 years overdue, Mr. Speaker, 10 years. And you know, I don't know what's wrong with this country. I don't understand it sometimes. Can somebody explain to me why we take 10 years for a matter like that? And then, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure that PROUD is getting the kind of support that it needs to get to engage in the land revolution that we need to engage in. We have to empower people. We have to empower people, give them opportunities to own land. I'm not saying that Invest in Lucia don't have land program. I know they're trying, they're busy surveying lands up in the constituency of the member for Fisheries North. And when Beaufortians come to me, I tell them, go ahead and apply to Invest in Lucia, but bear in mind it's the constituency of the member for Fisheries North, so you have to approach him and that, Beaufort North. So you have to approach him to get his support and assistance, because it's not my constituency. I can't interfere, and I don't like people interfering in my constituency, so I don't interfere in other people's constituency. And so, Mr. Speaker, I really would want to find out where we are at, and may I again plead for the people of Bruceville? May I again ask that a concerted effort be made to allow them to own the land on which they reside, to give them some permanency? Maybe that will help to discourage some of them from wanting to disappear from that area. Now, this is a perfect juncture for me, Mr. Speaker, to touch on the presence of SLASPA and touch again on Invest in Lucia in Beaufort South. In my more distressing moments, Mr. Speaker, and I don't want to offend any of the ministers who are here who have responsibilities for these entities, I seriously wonder whether these two organizations, SLASPA and Invest in Lucia, are blessings or curses on the people of Beaufort South. I really wonder, Mr. Speaker. I really, really, really wonder. I really wonder. And again, I know it will be felt that I am exaggerating. But you know, Mr. Speaker, you can test it. I ask you to ask any of those entities to identify one major contribution to the people of Beaufort, one single project that they can identify and say that they did for the people of Beaufort by virtue of utilizing the property entrusted to the people of Beaufort. They can't cite one. None can tell you. All Invest in Lucia can show is a bus stop by the comprehensive school at Larry Shoes. One bus stop. And for which I had a hell of a hard time to get Invest in Lucia to agree to construct. I well remember, and I see the member of Castries East laughing, because you see he remembers full well what I had to go through to get that one bus stop built by Invest in Lucia. And this is an entity that all it does is to sell lands in Beaufort and extract the income from the sale of lands to do its business. And in the name of justice, you tell me that is fair? You tell me that is equity? Yet for years, Mr. Speaker, that has been a practice. Now, you know, Mr. Speaker, a few moments ago, I heard the Minister of Infrastructure speaking eloquently about the environment which greet visitors when they arrive in St. Lucia in Beaufort South. He was eloquent, and if I was close by, I might have gone up and given him a handshake and said to him, now you know, now you're talking, man. Because he was concerned how this country appears to visitors and to people coming in. Yet my problem is that one of the greatest offenders who tarnish Beaufort environment is in fact SLASPA, and of course followed by Invest in Lucia. I have spoken in this parliament for years, and I've asked that the sale of lands alongside the highway be stopped, and that area be beautified, that a building that is now left on its steel beams be torn down to improve the appearance of the place. And I've asked and suggested SLASPO and Invest in Lucia to cooperate. All they do when they call me to their offices and have meetings is understanding and then and make promises that never seem to materialize. And of course, you know, these are the same people who look at politicians and say all kinds of things about politicians, and when they have time, of course, they might even direct some choice words at me as well, as if I don't know. You understand, Mr. Speaker? You understand? And then, of course, you're supposed to accept those things, you know, but you know, they don't know there's always recourse in these matters. They don't know that. I have also asked the Development Control Authority to put an end to the mining that is taking place on the hill above the airport because it is having consequences for the people of Beaufort. I stopped it in 2011. I see the member for Beaufort North is looking after me because he know I stopped it. But as soon as I lost the election, they went back, opening up, and the mining has continued to this day. I don't know how you can allow mining to take place next to an airport like that with all that dust. It is little wonder that people have to go through the things that they're going through. And I make no apologies for asking that area along the highway to the airport, there should not be the sale of any lands to any investor in that area, but that land should be left alone, trees be planted along that land on both sides, so that people can have a welcoming impression when they arrive at the airport to or from the airport. I have not heard the member for Castries South, and I may have to ask him to speak a little more loudly, but I know he wouldn't want to take that risk. So, Mr. Speaker, routinely, I ask them, the two, to collaborate on this matter. And of course, they ignore me. But, you can do so. You can do so. But when I'm ready, it'll be a different matter. But there's one recent event which I want to share with this Parliament to illustrate the issues which face us, Mr. Speaker. I really want to share it with members of the Parliament. And I know the member for Fisheries South is a little uncomfortable. But I also believe that he's a man who understands equity, fairness. I mean, after all, he spent a long time working with me. I didn't teach him all his habits. I enter a disclaimer. But I can tell you, we fashioned some good programs together. We did, so he understands what I'm saying. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I said to you some months ago, I had a meeting with officials of Invest St. Lucia to discuss my complaints about Invest St. Lucia in Beaufort and their role in Beaufort. Because, I guess, the usual rite of passage, you have these meetings after elections. And Ms. Hippolot is also watching me because she knows of my beef when she was made Minister of Invest St. Lucia and didn't tackle some of the problems which she should have despite my complaints. Invest St. Lucia agreed to construct at the top of New Dock Road in the corner adjacent to Massey Supermarket a little block to house refreshment houses for small business operators and to beautify the area. You know, just the corner before you take the lights, there are a lot of little huts that have been there. Nobody knows who gave them the authority. And when you see a challenge, they say, it's me. I've never given anybody, that's a usual thing before. Any time that they're challenged, but I know some were given by the former government for sure. The challenge, they say Kenny Anthony, the blame syndrome. I know nothing about it. So Invest St. Lucia, perhaps in an act of contrition and to make up, decided that they're interested in funding the construction of, listen to this, Mr. Speaker, a little block of refreshment houses out of wood, I think it was, possibly costing 1.3 million to beautify the area because it is ugly. And I'm going to take a moment and talk about these little huts we have around the country because this is a matter that we have to deal with. Now, Mr. Speaker, it was their way of making amends for the neglect of the community, I take it, over the years, of 1.3 million pittance. But, I was happy, pleased. I duly informed the Constituency Council, and drawings prepared by a young Defortian was sent to Invest in Lucia. Well, this is the design, this is the plan, this is what it's going to cost. Now, Mr. Speaker, when I had expected a budgetary announcement on this matter, I am being told by the Constituency Council that Invest in Lucia have said that they can no longer finance the project, but can only contribute $300,000 towards it. But to put salt in the wounds, Invest in Lucia then says, but in any event, you don't need the $300,000 because SLASPA said that the building can't go up in that corner. Allegedly because of flight consideration. But can you believe this, Mr. Speaker? You have a massive building with that height right there next door. You have CIBC Bank next door. You're telling me that a little set a kiosk around the corner to beautify that corner, that you can't put up that kiosk there because of flight considerations? Now, Mr. Speaker, the only thing that is saving me from warfare at this stage is to confirm whether that is true or not. Because while I believe that SLASPA is capable of doing that, because that is all they do in Beaufort, nevertheless, I don't see how a sane decision maker could ever make a statement like that. And what damage SLASPA has imposed on the people of Beaufort South. Mr. Speaker, it's an entity that has always baffled me. I don't know how SLASPA can justify to the people of St. Lucia, especially when I have board members of SLASPA saying that the government must move on the airport. What entity could have justified putting up a terminal building on a floodplain next to a river? And you want to contest a little building around the corner in Beaufort Town, approaching the lights in Beaufort? And this is not the first time Beaufort has suffered. Everybody remembers the project that had to be abandoned at the southern end of the airport. After millions of dollars were expended by Invest St. Lucia in that area to develop a commercial area, and lands were sold. Abandoned because SLASPA said that it interfered with flight operations. To this day, no one can explain to me how it is in Miami or New York, airplanes have to fly over communities or buildings, and there are no issues about flight path. Yet, in Little St. Lucia, where land is so scarce, a big issue. Mr. Speaker, I am asking in this House, Mr. Speaker, that SLASPA be asked to issue a clear statement as to what lands in Beaufort are lands which must be left undeveloped because they have to accommodate flight considerations. I will never ever understand these organizations. When, for example, the former government spoke of building a roadside along the airport fence, and actually a particular contractor put his tractor along the fence of the airport and began to clear up alongside the airport, ostensibly, Mr. Speaker, to send an estimate of what it will take to build that road, not one word from SLASPA. Why would SLASPA want a road to be built next to a high security fence? Baffles me. All to accommodate DSH and, of course, what was supposed to happen on the beach decks there. You explain to me these irrationalities. Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, it is time for SLASPA to issue clear guidelines about what the permissible areas of development in Beaufort South are, so that when you see their surrogate Invest St. Lucia, on the other hand, then say they can't do this because SLASPA say you can't do it, we have a basis on which to judge the accuracy of what Invest St. Lucia then says. I now turn, Mr. Speaker, happily to the final item on my agenda today. The issue of the courts financed by the estimates of expenditure. Honourable members will, I'm sure, remember that I have addressed this issue on previous occasions, save and except, of course, the member for Swazelle-Soldibus. In fact, I noted that the member for Swazelle-Soldibus jumped on the bandwagon and raised the issue in his contribution. I don't want it ever to be said that I followed the member for Swazelle-Soldibus because I know he plagiarized from me, since I had said so on two separate occasions in the House, in the debate which he had absconded, and he said he was sick, the one on the CCJ, and I think the subsequent one, you know, he stayed away from that one. He said, thanks God I'm sick. You can't attend. I know that. He was exceedingly happy to be sick on that occasion. But I raised the issue. And so I heard him yesterday, and Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to say nothing more to him because I think he got enough pecan yesterday, and I live to, and you didn't get pecan today. He got enough pecan yesterday, and I have to say that he handles it exceedingly well. My only concern was the fact that he could not discipline the member sitting next to him and say to the member next to him that he's not to be interrupted when he's making his contributions to the House. It's one thing to be interrupted by the other side, but it can't be that you allow the person sitting next to you to interrupt you. I would never allow it, would I? You wouldn't allow it, after all. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to say nothing. But again, I urge that immediate attention be paid to this matter. It's an urgent issue, Mr. Speaker. It is causing serious problems in the 2nd District Court, serious problems in the South, and we have to resolve this in a resolute way. Mr. Speaker, perhaps you don't understand what's happening. Over a year, courts in Beaufort are closed. no court proceedings have been held. And the explanation is that the former police station that has been rehoused and reconstructed for the courthouse has mold and is a mold issue. And you know, Mr. Speaker, you see this mold issue confronting this country? The time has come for the government to get a handle on this mold issue, because I'm waiting for the day when you see that Diana building that the Accountant General's department is in? Oh, they have mold already. Well, watch out, you'll soon hear public servants say they want a new building. So I want to find out what's going to happen when you see this constant issue of mold come up, etc., etc., etc. There's a way the law deals with it, you know, but that's another matter. But in view of that was the explanation, and everybody, it is a lovely and beautiful explanation. It provides a perfect rationale for all kinds of sins. And I see the member for ancillary canneries frowning as if he doesn't understand what I'm trying to say by a perfect rationale for all kinds of sins. When is it going to end? And it seems to me that the time has come for this issue to be dealt with forcefully by taking it in hand, bring it under some degree of control by perhaps engaging persons who have the skill and who can have the resources to tackle this problem. In similar vein, Mr. Speaker, the Soufriere Court has been closed since December 6, 2022. As for the Dennery Court, that has been closed for years, and what is happening in Dennery is that court proceedings have been held in the courthouse that was constructed at Bordelais, not for that purpose. Bordelais Courthouse was really intended for persons who are on remand, for cases on remand to be heard, not for general cases. But now it has become the courthouse for Dennery. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to spend a moment to stress the importance of dealing with this issue. Mr. Speaker, the whole history of judicial adjudication has rested on the premise that courts must be accessible, that people must see courts in operation, that people must see magistrates dispensing justice. People must feel the salutary effect of judicial proceedings so that the respect that these proceedings deserve can merit attraction. And that is why the old tradition was that you locate these courts initially in police stations, which is a mistake, because police stations, the law should not be seen to be in the bosom of the police force. And that is what I tried to explain to the former government when they wanted to put a courthouse in the same building occupied by police officers as a headquarters. You cannot put the law in the bosom of the police. It's utter madness. You cannot do that. But you must have a courthouse that people can relate to. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the matter being addressed by the minister who's assigned responsibility for the courts. But it's not too late. And I plead for a monumental effort to be made to ensure that the system, Mr. Speaker, is addressed and the problem resolved. The second reason, Mr. Speaker, is this. It is situations such as the one I've just described that provide fodder to the detractors of the Caribbean Court of Justice. They then tell you, but look at this, you can manage courts at the low end, magistrates' courts, you don't even have buildings for them, and you want to go CCJ for justice? As if retaining the Privy Council will solve the problems that you have. We are causing the problems. We are causing the problems by our attitude and reactions to it. So, Mr. Speaker, the fact is access to justice is compromised and denied by these issues, and we must resolve this matter quickly. Mr. Speaker, I will tarry no longer. I will tarry no longer. As I said, whatever I have to say again, I will say it during the policy debate. But you'll recall, Mr. Speaker, that earlier in this contribution, I said that the events in Beaufort provides an opportunity to confront realities that we have long resisted and ignored. Speaker, we're not going to resolve the problems in Beaufort by brute force, necessary as it may be in this period, or we are not going to resolve the problem by the traditional methods of policing, or by our own traditional handling of gangs in our respective communities. That can't be handled in the traditional way that we are accustomed to handling it. But I have argued that we need to pump resources into the communities dominated by gangs, to integrate even those members into the economy, provide sustainable economic opportunities, discourage crime as a way of life, to reduce and eliminate fear and win the support and sympathy of law-abiding citizens. Really what I'm saying is that we have to fashion a holistic project targeting each of those communities because there are variations in the respective communities. I find it interesting, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure other members may have their views of this, that in the Castries area, which for years had been the site of several gun battles, several killings, that Castries and its urban environment, save and except for the recent killings, have been rather peaceful. That is not to say there haven't been killings, and we have noticed a corresponding increase of killings in the outskirts, outside of Castries, and Soufrière is beginning to worry me immensely, Mr. Speaker. I'm seeing some things in Soufrière that for me personally have become frightening because everybody knows I love Soufrière dearly and I have an extraordinary, wonderful relationship with the people of Soufrière. But what is happening there, I mean, frightens me. So we have to begin to understand that we can't handle this in a traditional way. And an escalation of crime act is not the ultimate solution. Admittedly, in the short term, it is necessary to restore calm and stability, but it cannot guarantee our future safety. Without saying much more, Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is the right time for a dedicated allocation to Beaufort South to fight crime, to dismantle the gangs and disarm those who carry weapons. I really sincerely believe that. I believe that we should take the risk and make available some $3 to $5 million targeting those communities in Beaufort once and for all to deal with the problems. Problems of intelligence gathering, problems of eliminating fear, problems of providing economic opportunity, problems of dismantling the gangs, problem of redesigning how intelligence is gathered, our approach to guns. I say use this experience to make Beaufort a model to deal with potential episodes elsewhere. I know the Minister of Finance is hearing this from me for the first time. I understand. After all, the estimates of revenue and expenditure were crafted, as I said at the very outset, weeks ago, so he doesn't have the opportunity to say, we have a problem in Beaufort and I'm proposing through these budgetary measures to deal with it, but I'm suggesting that we consider finding extra budgetary resources to allocate into a holistic program, but in tandem with with civic groups to develop a complete and comprehensive plan to deal with this and to reintegrate the police force into the life of the Vieux-Fort community. I don't know whether people want to accept it or not. I don't know. There's a way that we don't want to face reality or face the music, that we love to sweep things under the carpet. But you know, I will tell you, one of the reasons why we have the kind of problems we have in Vieux-Fort is the police are fearful of entering into those communities because they fear for their lives. You may give them the best firepower you have, the best and latest M16, but they're not going to go in there, which means that a different approach of policing has to be utilized to regain control of those communities so that a police officer becomes once again normal part of the life of the people of the Vieux-Fort South. That's what I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker. That's what I'm really trying to say. And I want to urge that a special project be devised to focus exclusively on Vieux-Fort South, given the experience we have had, a comprehensive project that has to include support, funding and guidance to the police to re-engage and re-enter the communities, Mr. Speaker. I believe, and I repeat what I have said, the initiative of DCP Wayne Shallery is a welcome initiative. It deserves support, and it is good to see him working side by side with the people of Vieux-Fort, especially in the Fisheries complex, to clean up. And I'm sure those of you who are meandering in my constituency next Sunday, passing through the constituency, whatever your business may be, if you want to experience, member for Dennery North, what it is like in the efforts to recultivate the community, I ask you to drop by the Fisheries complex to meet the people at the complex and chat with them and get their reactions. And so, Mr. Speaker, I hope that consideration will be given to what I have said. Let me now conclude, Mr. Speaker. And I know it wasn't easy to listen to me this afternoon. Certainly wasn't easy to me with my agenda of issues and my agenda of complaints. But I know too you'll be kind and you'll say, well, no, don't worry. Don't worry, the member for Vieux-Fort South. Just like they would say at CARICOM, he's just catching up, he's involved in his meanderings, so don't worry him. You have to be generous to him, man. Yeah. But woe be unto you if you don't understand what I told you this evening. Woe be unto you if you don't get the messages that I issued this evening. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude. I have no hesitation, Mr. Speaker, in joining my other colleagues in supporting the estimates of revenue and expenditure. Absolutely no hesitation. And I must say some of the indices are indeed pleasing and will certainly deserve further comment. But if you catch the drift of my contribution, Mr. Speaker, I believe you understand that I await the icing on the cake in the budget policy statement to be delivered later in April. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your graciousness.
Member for Meekwood South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, let me thank the Lord for his continued blessings, not only for me and my family, but also for my constituents and for us in St. Lucia and for us generally in the Caribbean, and hope we continue to practice the very important value of love. Mr. Speaker, maybe before I begin, I can beg your indulgence on some housekeeping matters. First of all, if I recall, at the last House sitting, Mr. Speaker, the member from Fisheries Central had basically refused to withdraw a particular statement, and he was intention to provide the evidence for that. Is this going to be the time that that's going to happen, Mr. Speaker, or is that going to happen at some other time? Because I would just like to be guided on that.
I would hope not, but I shall not stop you.
Sorry?
I would hope this is not the time, but I shan't stop you if you wish to proceed there. If you want to open that door, by all means, proceed.
Sure, Mr. Speaker. I mean, the member from Fisheries Central indicated that Tewa King had obtained a CIP passport. I indicated that was not the case, and he indicated he was going to bring the proof that Mr. Tewa King had applied for a CIP passport. Those are exactly.
Member for Fisheries Central, he will make his presentation. You have not spoken. You will get the opportunity to respond to that particular point when you rise.
Thank you much, Mr. Speaker. I am hoping that the additional time would be allotted to me.
Yes, that would not be part of your time taken for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The second point I was really looking forward to, I was going through my standing orders, Mr. Speaker, to elucidate myself as to where in the standing orders did it speak specifically to the speaking order in the House during debates. And I couldn't find it, so I don't know if, Mr. Speaker, you're able to guide me as to what the standing orders are on the order of speaking in the House.
Member for Microsoft, I don't recall anybody stating that there is a speaking order. What I did hear the member for Castries Eastern Prime Minister say was that it is the tradition, not just in St. Lucia, but throughout the democratic world. So I don't know a reference was made to a written specific order, and in any event, even if there is an order, the chair could not be bound by that order, because the standing orders particularly say that the chair is only bound by that person he recognizes by the light being on. But that does not stop tradition, and I think the member for Castries East was all about tradition, which was supported just a while ago by the member for Vieux-Fort South.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to reassure myself that there is actually nothing in the standing orders that speaks to speaking order. The fact is whoever catches the eye of the speaker. And reality is, tradition is that we would normally sit down and agree on an order beforehand. And again, I would like to suggest that some persons who want to make reference to the past, we're in a unique situation, Mr. Speaker, in which we have two members of the opposition rebutting the government. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to make it very clear, there is nothing in the orders that speak to any speaking order. Mr. Speaker, so Mr. Speaker, I continue on that particular point. Mr. Speaker, in beginning my presentation, I really want to speak to probably something that, in my humble opinion, really summarizes the difference in the debate. and I heard the member from Ancillary Canneries try his best to speak to how the government in the past budget and in this current budget, we're really going to help the persons that are being impacted by the current environment. And I want to make reference, if I can, Mr. Speaker, to the Prime Minister's budget address. If it's not a document that the House has yet, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to make it so. In which he said, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "Notwithstanding this performance, excise tax on petroleum did not perform as anticipated. This is due to the extent of the subsidies provided to cushion the high cost of fuel and cooking gas experienced earlier during the year." So, Mr. Speaker, I make reference now to the budget estimates, and I specifically go to Roman numeral 5, Mr. Speaker, and it's a summary of recurrent revenue by economic classification. And under 0314, excise tax, the actual for 2021-2022 was $480 million, approximately. I'm rounding it off. The approved estimates for last year was $515.7 million, and the revised estimates, meaning what the amount is going to be estimated for this budgetary period, meaning that just passed, is $584 million 2021. So it means that they exceeded the budget expectations by some $65 million. So here it is. That the sorry?
He never said it. He never said it. He didn't say it was for petroleum.
You didn't say that?
He said no, that's for petroleum. He didn't say that's for petroleum.
No. I said, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take...
Let me just see if I understand you. Aren't the figures for 2022 also estimates? You're saying that they have exceeded. These are not actual figures, are they?
The revised estimates, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, but they're not actual figures, they're estimates.
Well, Mr. Speaker, they're the numbers that are provided to us. They're revised upwards from what was approved, meaning that the government at this point is expecting to collect more. Okay, so excise tax for the whole country. Absolutely. Of which the petroleum gas is part of that. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to reread it again, Mr. Speaker. I see that we want. I'm going to re-quote it again, Mr. Speaker. And we can take as long as we want, because you see, Mr. Speaker, this is the issue that really speaks to the character of this government. It says, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding this performance, excise tax on petroleum did not, excise tax on petroleum. So petroleum's excise tax is included in the total excise taxes that we're going to collect. Performance anticipated. This is due to the extent of the subsidies provided to cushion the high cost of the fuel and cooking gases. But the point is that the total amount of excise tax exceeded the amount that we were supposed to collect. So in fact, the loss of, and you know, Mr. Speaker, again, it's the use of words. It says, Mr. Speaker, the government budgeted to generate $56.9 million under that revenue head, meaning that the expectation is that the government would have collected $56.9 million on the excise tax for petroleum products. Okay? However, given the increase in energy prices earlier in the year and the government shielding the consumer from absorbing the increases, it expected that $25 million in revenue will be collected, meaning that there will be a shortfall of about $40 million. But that shortfall was made up in other items of excise tax. So the total excise revenue that was collected was in excess of what you budgeted. So it means you... I'm just saying, the idea that you put a budget together of expenditures, you expected that your excise revenue was going to be $515 million. You took a hit on the petroleum, but you collected it on other items, and so much so that you collected more revenue than you even had budgeted. More revenue than budget. So it means that the capacity to have done more in order to cushion people from the high fuel prices, high cooking gas prices, preventing bus fares from going up, preventing bread from going up, which are now going to become permanent increases into our economy. And this is a government, you want to make it out to believe that y'all were so magnanimous? Magnanimous in what way?
Member from Miku South, there's a point of order. Yes, member from
Mr. Speaker,
East.
Mr. Speaker, I did not want to interrupt the honourable member from Castries South. From where are you from? Miku South. Sorry, my apologies. Mr. Speaker, could we just turn, Mr. Speaker, to page 18, and you'll see the essence of my statement. Page 18, Mr. Speaker, of the estimates. Page 18, right? You have it? Mr. Speaker, I knew you was coming there.
But what is
page 18?
Yeah, but what is the point of
excise
order?
tax on petroleum imports.
Member for Miku South. Just a minute. Member for Miku South, there's a point of order. Please take your seat.
I did. I was just trying to get my book to look at it, Mr. Speaker.
Well, you can. Okay.
Excise tax on petroleum imports. 3161003. You right there?
Yes.
Okay. Actual 45 million. Approved estimates 59 million. Revised estimates 25 million. So that's the difference, $40 million shortfall.
But member for Castries East, what I understand the member to be saying, I don't know that there is relevance to what he's saying, but what I understand him to be saying is that whereas there was a shortfall in petroleum, there was an increase in overall excise tax.
No, but I did not say that.
No, you didn't say you said that. Yes, but members.
Petroleum is at a 0.3.
Yes, but he did not state that the member for Castries said that. What he's saying is that the member for Castries said there was a shortfall in petroleum excise tax.
And that's a fact.
Yes, but he's saying there's an overall increase in all excise tax.
And I said so.
So that's all he's saying. As I said, I don't know the relevance of what he's saying, but that's what he's saying.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, that's one. I just want to be clear, Mr. Speaker, for people listening, for the public listening, we agreed there was an increase in excise tax. We said why? We said because of the buoyancy of the economy. But we also stated, which is a fact, that the petroleum tax, which is shown on page 18, there was a $40 million less input, which is also a fact.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So in essence, it's like being in a household, Mr. Speaker. You have a budget of $5,000 and you have an electricity bill, Mr. Speaker, and you have revenue, and all of a sudden, Mr. Speaker, the revenue that you were anticipating, your electricity bill went up, but you were able to get a bonus that month from your work. Okay? So the reality is, the point that we're trying to make is the line item excise tax, of which petroleum makes part of that excise tax. And that while excise tax for petroleum may have been less than expected, the total amount of excise tax that was collected increased by almost $70 million. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the government did not have to allow the price of fuel, if I have to break it down to the average man in this country, the government did not have to allow the price of fuel to go to $17 or $17.95, because it was the increase of the price of fuel to $17.95 that caused the bus fares to go up. That's what the reality is. And so here it was, that you want to go out and you want to have your cake and eat it. You want to talk about being benevolent and being caring. Y'all don't care. Because if you did care, you would have not allowed the the price of fuel to go up, because you would have understood what it did to the average person. And when you had the price of other goods going up, Mr. Speaker, which was undermining the revenue, the household income, and now you were allowing goods to go up. How? You knew, you said it in your budget previously, that because the CIF prices, cost, insurance, and freight was going to go up, you were expecting to collect more VAT on your duties. So what? We gave you the advice, lower the rate to reduce the level of the impact of inflation on your economy. That's what you had to do. That's what a compassionate government would do. Mr. Speaker, that's why I'm saying to you, Mr. Speaker, we heard from before from members of this House how numbers and stuff like that all matter. But all of a sudden it changes. The reality is the evidence shows that this government is only about putting themselves first, not anybody else, Mr. Speaker. And when I go through this budget in detail, we will see. Mr. Speaker, again, horses before hospitals. What does that really mean? We've argued that and showed that that is nonsense. That's just a rhyme. That's a stupid point. Because there's no correlation. The government of St. Lucia did not put any money into horses. Oh, come on. So, Mr. Speaker, let's get back to the point. The fact is that this government collected more excise tax than expected. $70 million. And wait a second, Mr. Speaker. That they had expected to generate $56 million worth of revenue. And they took a $25 million subsidy. You mean to tell me they couldn't have subsidized it all and kept the price of gas at $13.95? That they're so detached from this economy to understand that when you allow the price of gas to go past $13.95, Mr. Speaker, the impact it's going to have on households in this country, the same people that they profess they're going to be protecting? Come on, Mr. Speaker. Makes no sense, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker...
That won't make sense. The Indians, the Cayman group makes sense. $1 million a month.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry that the member from Vieux-Fort South is not here. But I want to say that my heart does go out for all the people in Vieux-Fort, and it also goes out for the people in my own constituency and in the South, and the impact it's happening. And I specifically, Mr. Speaker, want to thank the people from my constituency who volunteered on Sunday to go and help with the cleanup, and who brought chainsaws, extra hands, brought chicken and brought water to join in with the community. And I want to say to my community, my constituency, how proud I am of not sitting on complaining, but when there's a community that's doing the right thing, to get involved. And for those persons who got involved and brought their chainsaws, brought the extra manpower to help out, I just want to say bravo to you. And bravo to Micoud South for their contribution in that very worthwhile effort. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say before I get into my more details is what the member was speaking about. Bruceville is the same thing that's taking place in Angers, where every time there's a change in election, you're going back to Sir John, trying to rationalize the lands for the people in Angers. I'd gotten to the point where everything had been agreed upon. I'm not so sure what has happened. But I want to take this time out, Mr. Speaker, to also elucidate to the people of St. Lucia. Elucidate. To the people of St. Lucia about the reality of when we talk about rationalizing land. It is not as simple as coming to cabinet and approving it. If it were, a lot more land rationalization would take place. A lot more. The reality is specifically when it's either private land or crown land that has been squatted on. When it's private land, that means that it has to be an acquisition. And even when it's crown land, we have to go in and do the subdivision. And sometimes that subdivision will require some houses to be relocated. because there's a minimum size lot that we are allowed to give each person. And sometimes this takes millions of dollars. And again, when we speak about proud, and we'll get to it, that's where the money goes into, is to pay for the architects, the engineers, the surveyors, to be able to allow this transition to take place, and for deeds of sale for each of those lots to be taken place of. What we have attempted to do in the past, Mr. Speaker, is that selling the land at a minimum, and for the returns of that money to assist in the cost of the surveying, the subdivision, as well as putting in the public facilities, the water, the electricity, and the roads. All those come at a significant cost when you're going to make those things happen. So, Mr. Speaker, my people in Angers continue to wait for their subdivision. Mr. Speaker, I want to start at a macro level to begin with, because I've just spoken that how the government's revenue has been recovered. In fact, the government has generated more revenue this year than at any time in the history of St. Lucia. In fact, in 2015-16, when we came into government, the revenue was just over $1 billion. By 2018 and 2019, it had become $1.2 billion. In 2021, it dropped to $923 million, almost a drop of $200 million. And in 2022-23, the revenue is $1.3 billion. That's the recovery. That's the extent of the recovery of revenue that this government has had. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, Mr. Speaker, again, I heard members, particularly the loudest one, always, the member from Castries Central, indicating that this year's economic performance was the best. We've never seen that kind of management in the history of St. Lucia. We've never seen an economy perform to the extent of this. I said, wow. The great thing, oh, it's all changing now, you know. It's all the ratios before, now it's changing. But the reality is, that's what he said, the best performance ever. That's why I say history is there, the books are there for us to be able to go back and see. So, Mr. Speaker, when we go back and check out 2000...
Member from Eco South, yes, member of Castries Central, what's the point of order?
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, he's misleading the House. I need him to substantiate, tell me time, date, and place. I said it's the best performance ever.
But you spoke already?
No, Mr. Speaker, but he's misleading the House.
How is he misleading the House if you have not yet spoken?
No, he said, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, the member for Central Castries indicated that this is the best performance ever.
But when did you say that?
And so that's what I need to ask.
But I'm saying not in this debate, so I can't rule on a matter that's not in this debate.
So can he go on his whims and fancies and quote me because I've not spoken, Mr. Speaker?
But I can only deal with what's on the record.
But it's on the record now, Mr. Speaker.
So you will have an opportunity to respond to him and deal with it.
No, I don't want him to continue misleading the House. We know that forms part of his DNA. But I want him to withdraw that statement.
Member of Castries, listen to me. Member for Micoud South, the member for Castries Central has not yet spoken, is not yet on the record. Are you referring to a side comment?
I am, Mr. Speaker.
But then you can't do that.
Okay.
It's not on the record.
It has been suggested. Fair enough.
So you would have to withdraw that the member said this, because there is no such record in Hansard.
Okay. During
member for Micoud South.
During the presentation.
Member for Micoud South.
Mr. Speaker.
You shall not ignore what I just said.
No, I'm taking it into consideration.
No, I've asked that you withdraw the statement because the statement was not on the record, if at all it was said.
Mr. Speaker, I've withdrawn the manner in which I said what I said.
No. Remember, you began your contribution by saying words matter. Don't do that to me. I'm asking you directly to withdraw the statement.
Well, during the Prime Minister's presentation, his estimates, the member from Castries said during the chant.
Member from Miku just says, yes, he did withdraw the statement. He is on the record as withdrawing the statement.
So, Mr. Speaker, let's move on. So, at the end of the day, let's just make the comparison. In 2018 and 2019, if we compare it to the budget of 2022-23, as I said to you, the revenue in 18-19 was just over $1 billion. And the revenue in 22-23 was $1.209 billion. The current revenue in 2018-2019 was $983 million. The current revenue under 22-23 was $1,199,000. The tax revenue in 2018-19 was $934 million. The tax revenue in 22-23 was $1,073. The tax income in 2018-2019 was $241 million, and the tax income on 22-23 was $259. And now we get down to the crux of the matter. How did that all balance out on the measurements that members are on the opposite side are touting? The current balance in 2018-2019 was a positive $82.7 thousand. The current balance in 2018-2019 was $82.7 thousand. And the current balance for 22-23 is 40, minus 40. The primary balance in 2018-2019 was 50.3, and the primary balance for 22-23 was 29, half the amount. And the overall balance was minus 106 million, and 106, and the 22-23 was minus 150 million. So the reality is that there was a time, just before COVID, that this economy was being managed extremely well. No. Before 26, I can get there for you. No, 2018 and 2019, from the time we came into government, the results, sure, you can go to your social and economic review. Let me borrow yours?
Which year is that, member?
2021. But it's a document of the House. So all I'm saying to you, Mr. Speaker, is this idea that this is the best economic performance. That's not true. Now, Mr. Speaker, if we go back and we want to compare a term in government, because again, I want to bring some of these issues that have come up repeatedly and to deal with them up front. So the overall balance between 2011 and 2016 were the following. 2011, 2012, minus $227 million. The next year, minus $328 million. The next year, minus $216 million. The next year, minus $138 million. And the final year was minus $106 million. The aggregate, because it adds up, okay, was $906 million of overall deficits in the 5 years, 2011 to 2016. The overall deficit, the same way you can't add growth. The overall deficits, Mr. Speaker, during the years 2016 and to 2019 were as follows. Minus 79 million, minus 111 million, minus 57 million, minus 193 million. So the aggregate of the deficits leading up to COVID in the 4 years was $400 million, minus 400 million. And then now, the last year of COVID, 2020, 2021, was $493 million. So I want to say that the deficit that we had in 2020 and 2021 was greater than the total amount of the deficits that we had in the 4 previous years. Okay? Now, the reality is, Mr. Speaker, the reality, Mr. Speaker, is that when we want to speak about crisis and how a government reacts to a crisis, here it is that we have a government that's out there crying every day how tough it is. They found an economy that was in a mess. We've now seen in 2 successive budgets that that's not true. That government revenue in St. Lucia has recovered faster than any of the other CARICOM countries other than Guyana. We've had 12.5% growth. They're projecting, I see, another 12.5% growth this year. That means that St. Lucia, from a GDP, because when we got into COVID, we were at $5 billion. And COVID caused a contraction of $1 billion. Our GDP during COVID, because of the closure and the loss of tourism, our GDP contracted by $1 billion. Government's revenue contracted by $500 million. Excuse me? He doesn't get the point. So we're talking about that we got a crisis that had nothing to do with us. An exogenous force called COVID that caused our economy to close down like everybody else. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to have that debate with him any day. Mr. Speaker, so in closing our economy for that year, the impact that it had on our economy, we now know it's history. We lost $500 million in revenue, and our GDP contracted by $1 billion. Okay? This year, where you're all talking about complaining, revenue has grown to an all-time high. You're running surpluses in your budgets, and the reality is that there's substantially more that you could have done to cushion the blow. Because during COVID, I don't recall the price of fuel going up to $17. I don't remember the price of cooking gas going up. All I remember is the amount of money that we were doing to help people in our economy. And I'm not seeing the reciprocal response by this government, who had the capacity to do that and chose not to do it. I want to make that point. Had the capacity. Excise tax generated $70 million more than they had budgeted. And they didn't do it. Meanwhile, when you want to compare about the crisis of COVID, the COVID crisis was a half a billion dollars short in cash, and your economy contracted by $1 billion, Mr. Speaker. And yet the government found a way to help the people. And that is a government of compassion. Not this government. This government has shown no compassion to the people of St. Lucia. So, Mr. Speaker, let us now get into the detail. If I can make reference to, Mr. Speaker, to page 53, Mr. Speaker. When I look at the expenditure of the Office of the Prime Minister, everything is on the increase. Staffing has been increased with all, I guess it must be all those media consultants. Salaries on the increase. Grants, Mr. Speaker, on the increase by $5 million. So now we know that the Prime Minister has $5 million at his disposal under this disguise of grants to give away to the people, the money, Mr. Speaker. $5 million of it is with no accountability as to who or what qualifies one to get these grants. It is how this government has managed, Mr. Speaker, that we can disguise money under grants to give to our friends, family, and comrades. $5 million to protect the victory. I urge all St. Lucians to please, I am begging you all, please make appointments to see the Prime Minister and get your slice of the $5 million in grants that he's put here. Mr. Speaker, consultancy. This government, who when in opposition complained about the amount of money that we were spending on consultancy, there was a certain talk show host, Mr. Turned Minister, who used to lament on it every Thursday, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, do you know that the total for consultancy service for this financial year is $122 million? Over $122 million to repay all the friends, families, and comrades who contribute to the victory. Where is that host now, Mr. Speaker, to talk about this? The $122 million. So, Mr. Speaker, we saw, Mr. Speaker, that in 2021-22, the traveling in the Prime Minister's office was $526,000, line item 01201. This last year, it went to $997,000, and he's projecting now to take it to $1.925 million. Hosting and entertainment went from $455,000, Mr. Speaker, to $724,000. The same year that we're talking about the hardship, the impact of the impact of inflation on the people of St. Lucia. And what do? We increase the amount of money that we're spending on parties. Mr. Speaker, consultancy fees went from $1.5 million down to $1 million, and now is going up to $2.629 million. And there's grants and contributions going from $1,651,000 to $7,102,000, the $5 million I spoke of. I move on, Mr. Speaker. Page 55. Under achievements. So it says, Mr. Speaker, and that's section 21, Office of the Prime Minister, Program Performance Information on the right-hand side. It says to conduct training in national emergency operations, center management, and district emergency operations for heads, response agencies, and district disaster committees responsible. DOC activities were 100% completed, but is a recurrent process. The work on the district disaster committee to order to conduct vulnerability and capacity assessments and develop community profiles for at least 4 communities per year in the district. Activity could not take place due to COVID protocols. I didn't know we were still in protocols. I thought that this government, when they came in, they got rid of all those protocols. This activity requires community engagement, and also there was a void of staff to lead the process. If we read, Mr. Speaker, the next set of things to do with risk mitigation, every single one of them says the same thing. Activity could not take place due to COVID-19 protocols. This activity requires community engagement, and also there was a void of staff to lead the process. I continue, Mr. Speaker. Page 61. National Apprenticeship Program, 0. We talk about a youth economy, Mr. Speaker. We talk about a program that was legitimately helping young people get jobs and train them. I heard the member from Soufriere lament about having a call center and people not being properly trained. That's exactly what the NAP program was doing. Was helping people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to help people get jobs. You know, Mr. Speaker, Ojo Labs is a great thing, Mr. Speaker. Go and tell the 450 people that were earning in excess.
Member for Cassie Central, as I said, I don't have a problem with the heckling, but I don't like the imputations of about the member for Miku South's wife, and I think we can do better than that. Proceed, Member.
Mr. Speaker, the NAP program was exactly used to help Ojo Labs. Was to provide training, subsidize those jobs in the initial stages, the first 6 months of $1,000, the second 6 months by $500, and the next month $500. And the employer was paying those people $3,500. So the money that the government here is lamenting about paying, who do you think the money was going to? The money is going to the staff. That's who the staff was going to, and it was limited to 400 people. Excuse me? The people, but you're the ones who decide. The people. That's technically who it's supposed to be. When you collected the $70 million in excise tax, that is the people's money. and you chose not to spend it on the people. You're complaining about having to subsidize gas because it cost you $25 million? Really? And you made $70 million more in revenue, and you want to come here and complain and say to people that they shouldn't have suffered? You allowed, by allowing the price of gas to go up to $17.95, you're the one who caused the bus fares to go up. You're the one who caused the cost of living and put hardship on the people of St. Lucia. And we have the numbers here to show that you did not have to do it. The member from Babino, Mr. Speaker, speaks about border control. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. All zeros. Where's the border control? Where's the crisis that we have? Where's the requisite resources to show that we're going to put a border control in? But instead of the border control, Mr. Speaker, the land where the border control was going to go was sold. But that's for another day. Distress fund, $1.6 million. Bravo. But the reality is that now you're in government, you can go and check the facts. All the money that we were taking from the contingency fund to help support the people. There's a gentleman just on the corner who got burnt by electrical shock doing work for the government. We spent over $80,000 in sending him to Colombia, and that he now can have a life. You know how many more hundreds of St. Lucians who needed money? Millions of dollars were spent from the contingency fund. So this idea that you want to come and convince people that the government was not compassionate, the government spent in excess of the $1 million and the 1.6 that you're going to cap yourself at. There is, if you have not figured out, there are many more needs than $1.6 million. But we'll get to that point. Mr. Speaker, page 71. Everything that we've seen being initiated, Mr. Speaker, in the justice has been initiated by our government. And I specifically want to speak about operating expenditure, Mr. Speaker, is going from $11 million to $17 million. Rental hire, meaning the office rental, is going up by $5 million, Mr. Speaker. Consulting is going up. Mr. Speaker, so you're going to have, Mr. Speaker, so you're going to complain. You're going to take. Let me get this right. Let me get this right, Mr. Speaker. Again, I want the public of St. Lucia to really appreciate this point. So here it is that we have Orange Grove, Watershed, in which we're now going to get built-out office space for $4 a square foot. And you're going to go $4 a square foot. $4 a square foot. Go ahead. You want to,
Mr. Speaker.
Member of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, I sat very quietly listening to the
Member of Fisheries Central is a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I sat very quietly listening to the leader of the opposition. But you know, we really can't let the public hear that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Orange Grove, the only part of Orange Grove that is fit out for offices is for the Eastern Caribbean Court of Justice at $8 a square foot for the top floor and $4 a square foot for the bottom floor, costing the government $1 million per month. Now, I've said nothing about that, but since he's opened the door, let me enter. For the government offices, Mr. Speaker, it costs the taxpayer $360,000 a month, an extra $12 million to reconfigure it, plus a capital of $1 million deposit. Meaning that if we go around this path and he signed the contract for the government offices, government's rent will go up by an average rent only effectively by about $12 million per month. So when it comes to about fitted government offices a year, so Mr. Speaker, I understand the member playing the figures like what he did there. I'm going to come back and talk about everyone he said. You see, every figure he said, so I'm going to talk about it. But to speak to the public that we paid for fitted out. That's not true. That's not true. The government is not paying for fitted out offices. We're paying for changing for offices where you have to pay another 11 million to retrofit.
Member for Mico South.
So, Mr. Speaker, I accept and understand the rationale when the member from Castries Central goes on that kind of tangent. But for the Prime Minister to find himself repeating those kinds of numbers, it's beyond me. Beyond me, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Mico South, what is it that you're saying that the member for Castries East has misled the House?
Completely, Mr. Speaker. Completely. The fact is...
Which part of the response was misleading?
All of it. The fact is...
That we are not paying $8 a square foot for one floor and $4 for another?
Mr. Speaker, I have given you the contracts, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Mico South, you don't want to go there.
Sorry?
You don't want to go there. Trust me, you don't want to go there.
I would love to go there, Mr. Speaker. The deal was that we sold the ground floor, and we were renting the 2 floors upstairs, which is 77,000 square feet. And the money that rent we were paying was in order for them to build out the space, to be specified by the government what offices they want to put there. The courthouse that the Prime Minister is making reference to was never part of the deal. The fact is that the regional court of St. Lucia is hosted in St. Lucia. And we are currently paying rent for the regional court in town. Is that not so? Okay. Who makes the decision to determine where the regional court goes? Thank you. So by which ministry? Which ministry makes that decision? So the regional court, when they want to move to somewhere, who do they go to? They go to the Ministry of Justice. It's for the Ministry of Justice to make that determination as to where they're going to go. That has nothing to do with the building. So don't try to make, if you don't want the regional court to go there, you don't have to agree. There was never a contract signed to cause the regional court to go where it was. Never. Never.
Member for Castries East.
Mr. Speaker, I am very happy. I'm very happy.
Members, there's a member on his feet to a point of order, please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy that the Prime Minister said so. I'm very happy. The former. I'm very happy he said so. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, I want the owners of Orange Grove to hear. Because I also want the owners of Orange Grove to know that the man who sat and negotiated with them, the man who they are quoting all the time when we try to get some balance to that, he is the same gentleman who has come in the open and denied them. I'm very happy. Because Mr. Speaker, out of the abundance, Mr. Speaker, when the member from Mico South can say that, when I have been trying my best to protect the reputation of St. Lucia, because the investors are telling me they have an agreement with a government which he negotiated, which not one civil servant ever saw. And I'm trying to protect the reputation of the government by saying to them, if you negotiated in good faith with a Prime Minister, I cannot just erase that negotiation. And he's coming and saying there's nothing wrong with that. I thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So, Mr. Speaker, clearly the Prime Minister could have saved a lot of time if he'd have picked up the phone and called me. It would have been very simple. But the reality is, I want to refute something right away. The fact that he said that no civil servant, but the Cabinet Secretary's signature is on the agreement. So how can you tell me that that's not the case? The Cabinet Secretary.
I said no civil servant negotiated the agreement. You negotiated it. You and the lawyer, no mention his name.
Mr. Speaker, the building is owned by Amazona, which has its own board, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister, and he knows that very well, has no authority to have signed anything, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister can simply give his acquiesce to the decision. The decision was we sold the ground floor. And they use a bolt arrangement to
Member from Mico South, I must stop you. The records that produced in this house and which form documents of the house say that the building was sold. I will not allow you to continue with this fallacious idea that a floor was sold when I have before me the document that says the building was sold. I will not allow you to proceed. And I advise you a little while ago, do not proceed with the idea that you gave me a document, because the document you gave me, which purports to be a development agreement, predates the sale. So how can the new owners have an agreement with you to return the building to you when you still owned it? So do not go there, please.
So, Mr. Speaker, again, I can understand how we got into problems with the Privileges Committee. Mr. Speaker, I took the time to provide to you the development agreement.
Member for Miku South, I'm trying to lead you on a proper path. The deed of sale is dated the 21st day of September 2020. You gave me a document purporting to be a development agreement where the people who bought the property in September 2020 are agreeing in March and February 2020 to give you a building you already own. Do not go down that road, because it is not a sustainable path.
Mr. Speaker, is it not correct? And I would love you to read it out aloud again, because the last time you went and made it, because there's a document in the House, that the deed of sale makes reference to the development agreement.
But you cannot have a development agreement where, listen, Amazona owned the property. They sold it in September. But you are bringing a development agreement to me dated in February, which is 10 months before that. How is that possible? How can somebody who does not own a building agree to sell it back to you before you have sold it to them?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not understanding your rationale. The persons who were going to purchase the agreement, the building,
10 months in advance.
10 months in advance, that's how long the discussions were taking place, agreed that a condition to the sale would be that in order for them to hypothecate the building, that we would sell them the building. At the end of the lease period, which is in the agreement, Mr. Speaker, that the lease portion of it is transferred right back to the government. Okay? So we sold the building. We sold the building.
Just proceed, member.
The agreement includes now, like the Ministry of Communication Infrastructure, same bolt agreement. Well, different thing. You see? At the end of the 15 years, the upstairs becomes back to the government. Mr. Speaker, we sold the ground floor of the building, and we allowed them to hypothecate the upstairs part, and it's outlined in the development agreement. And I cannot believe, Mr. Speaker, that you would not agree that the deed of sale makes reference specifically. It says when it is sold, it is conditional to the development agreement that was signed previously. All the details are there. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, so the reality is that if in fact the government wants to move people into the Daher Mall where it's going to be $4 for a fixed out building, why wouldn't they take other spaces, people that they're paying $7.50 to? Why do they want to take government offices that are in offices either to the NIC at $3 and $4, or in some cases nothing, because they're owned by government? Why are those the offices that we're transferring? Why are we not transferring the offices where we can save substantial amount of money and put them there?
And put civil servants in that traffic.
So, Mr. Speaker.
Member Miku South, you have 10 minutes left.
Well, Mr. Speaker, do I get the extra time given to me as the... Mr. Speaker,
I don't give people... I can't see it because of the member for Sozel Saltibus. I'm sorry, but Member for Sozel, I do apologize for not acknowledging you, but because of the lectern, I'm unable to see your microphone.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to invoke Standing Order 5210 to ask for an additional 45 minutes for the member to continue his debate tonight.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 3210 be invoked to allow the member for Miku South an additional 45 minutes, in which 45 minutes, right? That's what you said. 45 minutes in which to conclude his presentation. I now put a question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. Madam Clerk, I can't make out which is which. Shall you take a division?
Because the eyes have it. The eyes have it.
But this is not how it works, you know. If the ayes have it, you vote aye. I'm going to put the question again. As many as of the opinion that the member for Miku South gets an additional 45 minutes, say aye. Aye. As many of the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. I think the ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we move on. Page 84, Mr. Speaker. I did. I said, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, the members of the House, for your consideration. Page 84, Mr. Speaker. Public service. Their progress reports. To develop standard operating procedures for the Department of Public Service by March 31st, 2022 to ensure consistency in the delivery of services. To develop an orientation manual for the Department of the Public Service by December 21st, 2021 to inculcate new entrants to the shared commitments of the Department. To develop a framework for teleworking, March 31st, 2022, to determine the requirements for teleworking in the St. Lucia Public Service. Nothing. No report, Mr. Speaker. Page 85, Mr. Speaker. Again, rent is going from $15 million to $20 million, Mr. Speaker. We continue, Mr. Speaker. Infrastructure and ports, page 233. We're seeing that the expenditure, Mr. Speaker, is at $220 million last year, and next year is projected to go to $170 million. So I just want to say to all those persons who have this expectation that there's some salvation coming at the conditions of the roads, I'm not seeing the requisite resources here to be able to make that happen, Mr. Speaker. Page 234. Operations and maintenance, Mr. Speaker, 1208 has gone from $6.9 million to $13.437 million. That is for operations and maintenance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, infrastructure on 036. On the next page, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, key programs and strategies for 22-23, achievements in progress, blank, 0. 236, Mr. Speaker. On the top of, yes, I do. Okay, blank, Mr. Speaker. Nothing. Page 238. Operations and maintenance, Mr. Speaker, which is 1208, has gone from 4.7 million to 10 million, and then if you look moving forward, it goes to $2.3 million, Mr. Speaker. Page 241, Mr. Speaker. The point is that there is no continuity. There is no reporting. There's no evidence of any major work. Not that the fact that people of St. Lucia can't see that for themselves. When you drive around this country, you can see that nothing is being done. That this is all just patchwork. That's exactly what this government is doing. Patch here, patch here. The moment that somebody complains about something, patch it up. 241, Mr. Speaker. Again, update road construction specifications used by the ministries for project execution by March 23rd. Review and update maintenance regimes and methodologies for capital projects by March 2023. Training contractors in project implementation execution to improve quality assurances. Ongoing, but funding has been affected completion. Specifications for residential roads complete. Specifications for general construction to be done and is still pending. Still pending. That's what we see all throughout, Mr. Speaker. All these ambitious words and programs, but there's no follow-through. None. Page 249, Mr. Speaker. If we look again, program performance information. Implementation of a fully operational department-managed street lighting program. This is ongoing. The number of street lights available for installation are not numerous due to lack of movement on the part of the contractor or the contract between Government of St. Lucia and KD Capital. This has been going on for years, Mr. Speaker. For years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government inherited the relationship and have continued the relationship, and nothing has happened. That's the bottom line. Mr. Speaker, page 266. 266. Debt investment has gone from 292 million to 339, up 100. Has gone from. The item is the operating expenditure. Sorry, not the operating expenditure. Which one is it? Mr. Speaker, we've seen it retiring benefits, and we've seen it going up from 14 million to 20 million, up by 42%. Page 266. 106. 1106, yes. Finance. Achievements, Mr. Speaker. Page 268. This is very important, Mr. Speaker. Finalization of Public Financial Management Regulations, the PRMR. Monitor the implementation of provisions of the PFMR. Completion of the Post-Disaster PFM Action Plan. Operationalization of the Accident Investigation Board. Ensure all officers assigned procurement officers receive training in public procurement. Publish 22-23 public procurement plan to the Government of St. Lucia. Submit public procurement report of 21-22. Implementation of the mandatory use of the EGP system by all agencies. Issue revised public procurement user manual. And the report is nothing, blank, no report. No progress made on these critical things, and when we went to now pass the Financial Act, those are one of the commitments that were made. Mr. Speaker, I would certainly like to get, when the Prime Minister speaks, on page 269, that we're seeing that interest payments are going to go from 172 to $218 million. I know that he's indicated in his budget speech that this has to do with what's taking place in the United States of America. So I would certainly like to know what loans do we have that we have a variable interest rate on that's causing the interest rates to go up to that extent, because that's a significant increase. And I certainly know in the loans that we negotiated with the Taiwanese, we put a cap. The DFCs are fixed, Mr. Speaker. All right, the DFCs are capped. It was interesting for me to note, Mr. Speaker, a very important project, particularly for the Minister of Tourism, under the capital grant on page 270, the Caribbean Development Capital Contribution, that there is no contribution for next year. So I don't know if that's an oversight or if the program has come. Page 270. Caribbean, under capital grant, says Caribbean Development Fund Capital Contribution. And it's zero. And I know that's a program that we've participated in and benefited from. We've actually got a multiple of the contributions that we've made in the past. So I don't know if that's an oversight or if the program's coming to an end. Certainly I would like to hear on that. Page 352. Mr. Speaker, we're seeing that the page 353. Yeah, we're seeing that I know the Prime Minister answered that question, where we're seeing that on the development of culture and creative industries, that we're increasing it from $9 million to $17 million.
What program is
017. Operating expenditure has gone from 9 million to 17 million, which I assume is the Jazz Festival. And it's just interesting to me that given the success of Carnival, that we would not continue to have developed Carnival. And again, we're seeing, Mr. Speaker, on the grants and contributions, we're seeing it go from 13 million to $27 million. That's almost a $14 million increase in grants and contributions. Page 354, line item 01501. Again, when we go to page 357, Mr. Speaker, very importantly, under achievements in progress, campaigns and promotions to have a call to action which leads to the stlucia.org website, increasing direct bookings, which can provide return on investment, data on success of campaigns, and increase the average daily rate. What was interesting, Mr. Speaker, is the third line there. It says, reinstate a marketing strategy on par with the program executed in 2019 for the financial year 2022-23, March 31st, 23. So again, Mr. Speaker, very simple objectives, no report. And by the trend that I'm seeing where we've lost air capacity, I'm seeing that our presence in the marketplace has subsided. Now I understand. There was nothing going on. There's nothing to report, Mr. Speaker. Nothing taking place. And what's interesting is we're talking about going from 480,000 airline seats to 528,000 airline seats this year. How is that going to happen? I don't even think we're going to have as many airline seats this year coming as we did last year. You know, we go out and celebrate going 2 flights to Guyana. But nobody remembers that that came at the expense of 4 flights to Trinidad. So we lost 4 flights to Trinidad. We got 2 flights to Guyana, 2 flights to Tobago. I mean, I've never heard that. There's no net gain. In fact, if anything, there's a net loss because those 2 markets cannot even begin to compare against Trinidad and Tobago. But again, Mr. Speaker, here it is where promises are being made, and I'm not so sure the resources or the capacity to reach those objectives are going to be there, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, page 386. Mr. Speaker, operating and maintenance in the housing going from 3.2 million to 5.3 million dollars.
Member, please give the line.
Sure, 1208, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
And consulting services and commissions. The member had so much to say about consulting. I see the consulting has gone from 1.6 million to 3.3 million, but maybe he has an excuse for that. There must be somebody else that's doing that, not his ministry. Mr. Speaker, page 500, Mr. Speaker. just before we get there, I know the member is not here, so I really didn't want to bring up anything with regards to equity and social justice. I'm happy to see that the increase that is there. The only thing I would say, and maybe I can pass it on to you, Prime Minister, and that's something to give some consideration to, is that there are not enough line staff workers in that ministry. Okay? So it was at 4, I'm not seeing that, but if you're saying 2, that's good, because we do need more persons to assist in evaluating and making sure that when we are giving assistance, that it's getting to the rightful place. Page 500. I'm not going to deal with, before I get to 500, Ministry of Health, because I think it's really for the government at this point to say what they're doing. Clearly, that by zeroing out the allocations for Victoria Hospital and OKEU certainly suggests that you're following the path of transferring everybody to Millennium Heights. So I would have thought something as important as that would have been part of the speech, that would have been pre-announcements by the Minister of Health. That's a significant move. And I certainly know that we've had difficulty in the past in negotiating with the workers. I'm hoping that this is going to be a very smooth transition in that regard. Page 500. So again, Mr. Speaker, this is a ministry, a very, very important ministry. And I heard the member from Groselet speaking, and I felt that, there was an urgency on his part to really let the people in his constituency know he's there, because you're certainly hearing that that's a common cry. But when you go through this budget, literally every single component of it has no report. Approval of draft for National Youth Policy and Action Plan by Cabinet by November 22. Approval of draft National Youth Policy by Cabinet and acceptance on the same Parliament by November 22. Create a production for which to provide a platform for youth to speak on issues through social media or mass media by May 2022. Double the number of young people in the Youth Service Corps pending budget approval by March 23. No report, Mr. Speaker. Zero. Nothing. And yet we hear that this government is a government of the youth. Turn the page, Mr. Speaker. Next one, training at least 100 people in leadership training by March 2023. Facilitate 25 island-wide camps for children and youth, especially unreached communities, e.g. Daba, by September 2022. Implement mobile app and web browser to address youth unemployment by June 2022. No report. Zero. Nothing. Nothing there. Page 504, same thing. All kinds of expectations, no report. And that tells me there's nothing going on, because the minister is spending more time traveling than he is on the ground with the people that he says are more important. And I would also like to ask, Mr. Speaker, while we're at it, I have been led to believe, Mr. Speaker, that the revenue to the NLA has been reduced quite significantly. And I certainly have not seen any report, but those are the rumors on the ground, and that's why a lot of projects and a lot of ministers have come back here with the expectation things are going to be done, but the revenue has been depleted. And I would like to know, is it true? Is it true that the revenue to the NLA is down from the lottery people? Revamp and complete return to school sports program. Rebranding of inter-secondary school sports, Island Champs on a weekend. Introduction, page 508. Blank, zero, no report, nothing has happened. All we're doing is we're looking pretty, talking smart, but the reality is that there's nothing happening on the ground, Mr. Speaker. Nothing taking place. Mr. Speaker, facilitate the transition of Julian Alford from an elite student athlete to elite professional athlete. We couldn't even take care of her when she was in university, far less when we're going to take care of her now. And I would strongly suggest, strongly recommend, Mr. Speaker, that the program of embracing national athletes and using them as brand ambassadors is very good, but I'm not so sure the Ministry of Sports is the place it should be. I think it's something better placed under the Ministry of the Tourism Authority to be included as part of their program. But it is legitimately a very good cause. Mr. Speaker, I go on. Page 563.
Mr. Speaker.
Member for Grizzly.
Mr. Speaker, I stand on a point of clarity. Mr. Speaker,
I don't have
Right, he says he's not yielding. Member, may I remind members who are ministers that understanding Order 32.5, any minister may speak again because the rules for the estimates are different, that any minister can speak twice, but only in response to matters which come out under their ministry. You will not be allowed to raise new matters. So if you think that the member has said something under your ministry, I would suggest you hold it for a more substantive intervention. Sorry about it, Member from Mikusau.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, page 613 was interesting for me, Mr. Speaker. It's 46, Department 46, 066 Division. It's the 3rd National Tourism Awards. Why on earth?
613?
Page 613, the 3rd item from the top. National Tourism Awards. And that we would be using either grant money or a loan from the Republic of China, of Taiwan, to fund a tourism awards? Really, Mr. Speaker? $150,000 that could be going to social development for a government that says that they so care about the people of this country, that you're going to now have an entity like the tourism that has hotels and all kinds of entities. You can't raise $150,000 to pay for that awards? That you have to come now and use scarce monies from the Taiwanese to do that? I don't understand, Mr. Speaker. When you turn the page, 613A, you go all the way down, Mr. Speaker, between 44 and 45. Repairs to facilitate ambassadors' residence in Washington, D.C., $1 million, and we're going to use Taiwanese money to do that? At this time, when you say that you're so scarce and you don't have enough money to help people, $1 million to fix the ambassador's office? Really? I mean, you have to just get vexed and laugh. What is that? What is that? You're gonna take Taiwanese money to fix up the ambassador's residence in Washington, D.C.? Wow. Mr. Speaker, I want to go, Mr. Speaker. I want to go to page 624, Mr. Speaker. And specifically, this is contingency liabilities. National Insurance Corporation. Contingent liabilities. St. Lucia Housing Authority, $34 million. So that means the St. Lucia Housing Authority owes the National Insurance Corporation $34 million. So I want to know, Mr. Speaker, that the piece of land that was sold by the National Housing for $2.5 or $2.7 million EC dollars, that is substantially more valuable, 100,000 square feet of property. Now, in 2013, that land was valued at $7 million. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Member of Castro Central.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, the member for Miku South is misleading the House, saying that in 2013, the land was valued at was given a much higher value. He is misleading the House. This is untrue. I'm calling on him, Mr. Speaker, to produce a document in substantiation of that assertion. If no, withdraw the statement.
Fair enough. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to provide the document. And he knows he has it, right? And it's actually been made public already, that document. Okay, Mr. Speaker, but I will be happy to make that make it available right away, Mr. Speaker. The fact is that let us evaluate it for ourselves, Mr. Speaker. Let's let common sense prevail here. You're going to have a piece of land that is on the harbor. So everybody is clear, this is a piece of land at the end by Bananas, underneath Golden Hope. 100,000 square feet on the water. Now, land in Castries, Mr. Speaker, goes from anywhere between $500 a square foot to $1,000 a square foot. In Castries, that's right. Land, that's what land's going for. All right. So the reality is now, when you talk about waterfront land, so I want to say this. First of all, Mr. Speaker, to have sold that land to a non-entity. A non-entity. Nobody knows her. Who is she? Has she done any work in St. Lucia? Okay, Mr. Speaker?
What?
Oh, St. Lucia. So a person who has no track record of doing any developments in St. Lucia, unless we want to go and study her lineage and then say her father is the person who's the developer. Maybe you want to go and say that. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, here is a piece of land, Mr. Speaker, that should not be sold. And far less for selling it for $25 a square foot. I'm saying to you that the real value is closer to $300 to $400 a square foot for that land. Okay? And the reality is it would have been better off, Mr. Speaker, that if National Housing had sold that land to NHC in exchange for the debt. Look at the winners. That comes off as being a contingent liability, reduces our debt by $34 million. And you give it now to an entity, NIC, right? That in essence is a quasi-development agency. They have the money. They're the agency we go to many times in order to develop assets. So the reality is, Mr. Speaker, NIC would have been satisfied through their loan. Secondly, NIC would have had the capacity to have developed that line in line with maybe even how the district rep wanted to do it. Who knows? But the reality is to have sold it for $2.5 million when they have a liability on the books for $34 million. And the NIC is an entity that we all know and recognize. And we would have had much more confidence if the minister would have been conscious of the St. Lucia's debt as well as the ability to develop the land. And I think that would have been substantially better, Mr. Speaker, if the minister had taken that course. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak about a couple of things that came up. Bananas. So you're telling me that we're gone away from spending $2.73 million a year to now $1 million. And the $1 million is $750,000 is for overheads. And $100 and something thousand was for transportation. Mr. Speaker, this is not going to solve the problem. And even when I heard the minister speak about his plans for bananas, I want to say to him, sir, that the difficulty is the quality of the bananas. An FTO is a significant part of the problem that we have. Until we can get our farmers to produce quality bananas that we can export, we're not going to get back into the UK market. NFTO, my apologies. Thank you very much. I did, and I thank you for that. I said FTO, I apologize, it's NFTO. Okay, National Fair Trade Organization. The reality is that's where the bottleneck is. And until we solve that problem, government is going to continue finding itself subsidizing. And I think that the member from Choiseul indicated, my understanding is when we left office, the ECCB was trying to provide a facility for us, in order that we would get access to the currency. You have to make sure that's the case because banana farmers struggle and need their cash right away, and that was one of the problems that we had with Windfresh. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we've now come full circle. There was a time when we'd spoken about revitalizing this economy after COVID. COVID was outside of everybody's control. And the question is, how were we going to handle it? And the member from Ancillary Canneries brought up statistics. Everybody can use statistics. And he spoke that in terms of the amount of debt that was taken on, that St. Lucia was one of the highest, etc. The interest rates in comparison. Okay. So let's look at those other. Let's look at all of those countries in the region. St. Kitts stayed shut down for a significant period of time because St. Kitts was using its CIP program to subsidize its losses. The reality is CIP continued even during COVID. In fact, CIP grew during the COVID period. And so they had significant reserves. In the case of Grenada had just come out of an IMF program and had built-in reserves and did not have to tap into the amount of borrowing like the rest of them. Because all of us were impacted the same way, Everything got shut down in St. Kitts. But the government kept paying the salaries, and they kept paying it through their CIP. Dominica, even with the shutdown of the economy there, continued. Sorry? What's that? CIP was not even in remotely close. We had $20 million. Okay, 20 million. You're talking about programs like St. Kitts that has over 12,000, 14,000 passports and do very, very well. Much mature. So the reality is the reserves that they had built up. Dominica, the same thing. In the case of St. Vincent economy was hardly impacted. I remember speaking to the Prime Minister over there. A couple of $1 million that he lost, and he made some sales of land which covered that. The reality is that when we got hit, Mr. Speaker, it was immediate. There was no reserves, and we keep talking about this, Mr. Speaker. And in your own budget statements, Mr. Speaker, you speak about what you all have done. You have amended the economic fund to now use the monies as recurrent expenditure. Now, when we used to come in, and the member particularly from Cass-Free South used to say, "Where's the money? Where's the money?" And I used to show him, because we were using it for capital expenditure, exactly where the money was going. So I did, and I'll bring it back for you. I'll bring it back again for you. Wait, I did. At pains, and I'll bring it back again for you again. So the reality is, when I go through this book, I see nothing in CIP. There's no accountability. So I want the people of St. Lucia to know that what the members are doing is using CIP funds for recurrent expenditure. The increase in consultancies, the increase in entertainment, all of those things that you see, that is exactly what the CIP monies are being used for. And are then coming to tell us, the people of St. Lucia, they're subsidizing the price of fuel and of cooking gas, which has always gone on.
Member for Cass-Frees East.
Mr. Speaker, on the point of order, Mr. Speaker, if you allow the member to get away with these things, some people might believe him, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the CIP funds, they go to two sources, the National Economic Fund and the bonds. Right? For this year, we have transferred into National Economic Fund, and the money into National Economic Fund was used only once, $3 million for a cleanup program in the country. Once. And the remainder was used to pay debt, to put down on debt on the National Economic Fund, and in the bonds, it went into the bond market. And now we are thinking of whether we can use what's on bonds to have a reserve to pay our debts. So when he says that the CIP money is used to pay consultancies, this is deliberate, and it's in the House. That's deliberate, and he knows that is not true, but he continues to say it. The money went to the National Economic Fund. The transfers are there, and it was used to pay. In fact, the last one we put us $20 million down on debt. He knows that.
Member from Equal South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I make reference, Mr. Speaker, to the Prime Minister's budget speech last year, again, I'm happy to make it a copy of the House if we don't have it. It says, Mr. Speaker, given the passage of legislation for the establishment of the St. Lucia National Economic Fund, inflows from CIP are expected to be deposited into the St. Lucia National Economic Fund. In light of this, revenue for voluntary transfers reflects anticipated receipts of $65 million from the St. Lucia National Economic Development Fund. Mr. Speaker, it is my government's intention to make an application to St. Lucia National Economic Fund to request the use of $31 million, of which $1.5 million to finance the rehabilitation of St. Jude's Hospital project and $30 million to contribute towards the debt principal requirements of a bullet payment. We've got nothing else. All we got this time in his budget speech, Mr. Speaker, is that, Mr. Speaker, the recovery and the economic activity, improved tax compliance, and returns from the ongoing tax amnesty are among the reasons for the improved performance. Higher anticipated CIP inflows of $99 million account for the increase in non-tax revenue. So non-tax revenue is a line in the budget. Where's that money going? Are we supposed to read your mind? What? Bring a report. Where's the report from the Economic Fund, Mr. Speaker? There's a requirement.
There was the law, you changed
Mr.
it.
Speaker, what law did I change, Mr. Speaker? Okay? That is what the reality is. These are your words. You said it's non-tax revenue. Non-tax revenue is included.
Again, he's misleading the House. The $91 million is for 23-24. How can I give a report on what hasn't happened? That's what I said. But this year, what we accounted for in the estimates is what we collected this year and where it went to. So when you talk about $91 million, the $91 million is for next year. How can you have a report on what hasn't happened?
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry if the Prime Minister misunderstood me. I read from his report last year in which he said that there's an expectation that they're going to get $56 million or $65 million, of which he's saying that $31 million is what he's going to be requesting. I'm saying to him that he's also saying that the monies are going into the non-tax revenue line item, okay, which is part of our consolidated accounts. So the reality is the money is being washed into the system to pay for recurrent expenditure. Now, if you're going to do it differently, Mr. Speaker, I don't recall, unless I've missed it, that there was anything that came to this House to report as to how the monies from the Economic Fund was being used. None. All I know is you're just saying that
Member for Castries South, Member for Mico South.
Mr. Speaker, I think the member from Mico South is on a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
What's the point of order?
That he's misleading the House, deliberately, maliciously misleading the House. The member, when he Finance, was asked on numerous occasions in this House to explain what was happening in the CIP monies. He could not explain it. He never did. Eventually, he did come in 2020 and produce a listing of all projects and claim he had used CIP monies for those projects. And I remember standing there and adding and saying to him, did he not even add to the amount of money that was stated that he got from the CIP? So he created some bogus list of expenditure items, claiming that the CIP had been used for that purpose. The member knows full well, Mr. Speaker, and I need to indicate clearly how he's misleading the House. The first thing he says is that the law was changed so that the government can approve items of a recurrent nature. The reality is that there's a law that was passed, legislation in this House, that clearly stated how the monies can be used. And I will read it for you, Mr. Speaker. It says, under 4, functions of the fund. 4E says, to provide monies for a purpose approved by cabinet that is not considered recurrent in nature. When this new government came into power, the Minister of Finance applied for money from a grant from the National Economic Fund. It was refused. Refused. And the Minister of Finance asked, how can you refuse such a request? They decided they were not giving it to the Minister of Finance. We made it very clear then that we were going to have an amendment so that any request that is approved by cabinet, and the law says, and I will read it to you, that you can make a request for any project that is approved by cabinet that's a capital nature. It said so. And the fund was told, but government is making a request. And they said, they're not approving it. The law was changed and we removed it and we made it very explicit that any project that has been approved by cabinet has to be approved by the fund. That was what was done. It was not to facilitate expenditure of a recurrent nature, but to make it very clear that once cabinet had approved a project, no fund can decide that it is recurrent or it is not recurrent on their own. Now, do you know why, Mr. Speaker, the fund could have done this? Let me explain to you. And again, how he's misleading the House. The legislation states who comprises the fund? Well, I come into that. That's the point. Most of the members, or few of the members, are stated by legislation. They are public servants. The member from Miku South has been saying that the government changed the board of the National Economic Fund, but not saying. Like, you want me to read it, Mr. Speaker? I have it as a document.
What's that?
I said the board changed.
What do you have as a document?
It's a document from the speaker, from the member from Miku South.
Yeah, what is that document?
Well, I don't know. He's been circulating it all over the world, so.
Because he hasn't, in this debate, he hasn't spoken about the
board. So I cannot refer to it. But anyway, let me make a point. Let me just say on. Of course, the director of finance changes, so you have to change the person on the board because there's a new director of finance. There's a new person who's CEO of Invest and Lucia, you must change the representative of Invest. But there's one person that he appointed to the board, and that person is still there. And the benevolence of this government must end, because that person has been elected by him to be the treasurer of the United Workers' Party. And she was on the board. She was on the board. And she still is.
But remember,
for the next few days.
Member for Castries South, but the member from Miku South has not made any reference to the board
today.
I'm
explaining to you his statement that we changed.
He didn't make that statement today.
And I've never made that.
No, he just did.
About the board?
No, he said we changed the regulations, the guidelines.
But
I'm explaining to you what we changed and why we changed it. We changed it not to make the board approve expenditure that are of a recurrent nature, but rather to approve projects that have been approved by cabinet, because persons he had put on the board told the Minister of Finance they would not approve in any request from the government. Now, that is it, but that's a fact, Mr. Speaker. But I will answer him in greater detail during my presentation, Mr. Speaker. I hope he stays there for him.
Mr. Speaker, I almost felt like standing up on a point of order during his point of order.
Member for Miku South, you have 10 minutes left.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, so let me get this right. So the statement that I made, that the legislation was changed to allow that any project that cabinet approves is what the board approves.
That's not what you said.
That's what I've said.
And to change the law so they can approve things of a recurrent nature.
But that's what you've done, because you've taken out all the clauses. The issue is, and we brought that up when you were making the change in the legislation, you made it a slush fund because you made the decision maker cabinet with none of the provisos. So cabinet has the ability to approve any expenditure, whether it's recurrent or capital in nature. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. So I mean, and the member from Castries South has admitted that. So I'm happy for that. This idea that I said about the board members, no. The fact is, if I think there's 5 or 6 board members, if you have one person, you think one person is going to be able to hold it up? That's not true. And I wanted to put on record that when I was Prime Minister and made requests to that economic fund, it was turned down for the same reasons.
Which one?
I will get them exactly for you. 2 or 3 of them requests were made. Okay? Now, in terms of accountability to Parliament, the member has a short memory. We stood here when I was Prime Minister, and yes, he was on this side, and we were going back and forth, okay? And I got into trouble because I said, you're choosing not to see it. Here is the expenditure book. Here is the list of capital projects, and written by the capital projects exactly who the source of funding was, which was CIP. So I gave him both that in the capital list, as well as taking him to the specific pages as to where it was outlined. Okay, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to bring that back to the House again. And maybe with a new speaker, we'll get greater clarity and everybody will see it. And that was what the difference was. We were not using the money for recurrent expenditure. So the fact is that it would be appreciated if in fact that we don't have any speculation, because the last thing we should be doing is having speculation about CIP, is just simply provide some reports. We don't know. Tell us which projects. You don't have to come to cabinet to get them approved, because they're approved by the economic fund.
Again,
Member for Castries South.
Can I educate on a point of order, Mr. Speaker? But he keeps saying this, that the monies are being used for recurrent purposes. Can I tell him that that is not so. The Prime Minister said so to him. He keeps repeating it. So maybe he wants me to...
I don't think he said it is being used for. I think he said the law was changed to allow it
No.
to be used.
He just said it's being used for recurrent expenditure. Mr. Speaker. Yeah, all the time. And can I...
Proceed,
Okay.
member.
So, yeah, it is. But, if he will deliver it.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I don't understand. Simply by providing clarity would be helpful. And I heard the members saying, well, I feel like I'm in a school. The job of the opposition is to oppose. Okay? Our job is to review things with a critical eye. We don't have the benefit of being in cabinet. We don't have benefit to have access to and question and answered periods. And so therefore the reality is, Mr. Speaker, I can only read them and take them literally. So when you provide a report and you said you're going to do this, and there is nothing behind it, I have to assume that you did nothing. Now, if in fact you've done something, then it's for you to now provide the report and to bring that clarity to it. And to make sure, as a young minister, that when you see these things coming out, that you make sure you read them. That you make sure that they are truly reflective of what is taking place in your ministry. Okay? Ministry. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this government has continuously tried to, in my own mind, to fool the people of this country. When we talk about my good friend from Miku North and his dock, I want you to know where the dock is. The funds for the dock had been solicited, and the Minister of Agriculture came in and moved it to Savannah's Bay. That's where it is. Okay? And that was done many, many, many years ago. Mr. Speaker, the 7 crops, I'm going to say to the Minister of Agriculture, if you really believe the 7 crops are going to reduce the importation bill by 25%, somebody is selling you something wrong. That's what he said, 25% you're going to reduce it. Okay. Member said he didn't say that. Okay. I'm going to move on. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I'm very proud of the work that we did when we were in government leading up to 2018-2019. And I think all of the numbers that I went through today reflect that, Mr. Speaker. I'm also very proud of what we did to handle the COVID situation. It was not easy, Mr. Speaker. The reality is that it was a shortfall of almost $500 million in cash, and that we had a reduction in the GDP by $1 billion. We had thousands of workers who could not go to work, Mr. Speaker. We had the banking situation. We had a massive crisis on our hands, of which could have created a significant amount of fear and panic. And instead of focusing on the negatives, Mr. Speaker, we worked together to bring confidence back to this country. We adopted the theory of coexisting with COVID. And I remember opening up the doors. I remember members on the other side ridiculing us, saying that we were putting people's lives at risk, saying that we are the only people who believe that tourism could have recovered. That's what the words were. In fact, they went out and marched. They caused by themselves more infections in the early stages of COVID than anyone else. They did in their march, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, in that first year of finding money for people, quelling the panic, working with the banks to get a moratorium on people's loans, although we were not successful in convincing the workers, the civil servant workers, to assist with the cash flow. And that's where I want to end up with the summary, because the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, rightfully pointed out to something. payables. How many times I came to this house and said, even though that we've borrowed $250 million, there is a deeper hole. And that hole is being financed by payables. And it's the people who are providing services to this country. And our delay in making those payments, that's where the money came from. The money didn't invent. We had every reason to want to borrow more money. But we felt that if we could get construction going, and then what's instead?
Member from Microsoft, you have 1 minute in which to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members on the opposite side took the opportunity of us having to make those tough decisions to say that you could not eat roads and didn't understand the importance of construction. And today they are the ones reaping the benefit. I can't wait, Mr. Speaker, to hear the policy statement, to hear the rationale for the growth. And the growth could have only come from two sources, Mr. Speaker. Could have come from the increase in tourism arrivals, as well as the continuation of construction, none of which this government had anything to do with. Nothing. And that's why I look forward so much, Mr. Speaker, to hearing and having the policy statements in order we can discover and unveil the mass that's taken place of the people who continuously to say that they care about the people. What I know is that they are putting people worse in this country every single day. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Castries Central.
No, if you wanted me to stay, you stay back. If you wanted me to stay, let me speak back.
Not 5 hours. Not 5 hours.
Not five.
Because you have a lot to say.
He give me an hour. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Mr. Speaker, 3, 2, 1, go! Well. Mr. You know, I thought he would have awaited at least the response of what he asked for. But he asked for it, he'll get it, Mr. Speaker. I promise you that. Mr. Speaker, let me start off by welcoming our colleague, the member for Castries Southeast. Wish him a full recovery, and I want him to ensure that he takes his rest. He needs it. And that, whatever work he wants to embark upon should be of a lighter load. But Mr. Speaker, I have heard, let the jackasses breathe. I have heard barking dogs. I have heard you have lost the right to speak. But today, in this august chamber, the leader of the opposition, member for Miku South, former Prime Minister, refers to a St. Lucian citizen as a non-entity. That must go down in the record books, Mr. Speaker. Referring to a St. Lucian citizen as a non-entity. And after he lost the elections, Mr. Speaker, you will remember that famous statement, my class did not support me. My class did not support me. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, we have a class issue in this country. Mr. Speaker, the way I want to, as my colleague from Viewfort South did, the chronology I will adopt, Mr. Speaker, is to first deal with his application to your good self to have me to withdraw a statement in relation to T.O.R. King. I will do that, Mr. Speaker. I will respond to a lot of what he said, which were untruths, and then I will proceed with my presentation. I'm hoping not to consume too many of your temporal resources in this chamber. As I do know, Mr. Speaker, it is the intention that we should wrap up this evening if we are able to do so. But Mr. Speaker, on the occasion to which the member for Miku South referred, I said, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, I was barely expounding on the rubric of the necessity for due diligence. That is all. That is all I was doing, and I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that CIP applicants go through Interpol and multiple due diligence processes. So I guess, Mr. Speaker, Jack Lamb, who has been celebrated at Sandals in the company of the then Prime Minister, would have passed the due diligence process. Mr. Speaker, he was being celebrated by our then Prime Minister, being in partnership with T.O.R. King, who himself is a CIP passport recipient through the CIP program. Mr. Speaker, I meant that he was a CIP passport agent, and so I was willing to amend the word recipient to agent. And Mr. Speaker, my basis for doing so, my bases rather, are twofold. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, T.O.R. King, to whom I referred, was the one who indicated to the government that he will be building the Alpina St. Lucian Hotel and the Alpina Square in Viewfort. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, he applied and received CIP approval as a developer. And I'm reading, Mr. Speaker, I could make it a document of the House, what appears on T.O.R. King's website in relation to that resort in Viewfort. He said, the Alpina St. Lucian Hotel, along with the square, are government-approved real estate projects under the Citizenship by Investment Program of St. Lucia. So that was the basis on which I spoke, that T.O.R. King, his development was an approved development. But I want to say this, Mr. Speaker. I want to say this. When that application was made for approval to be a CIP developer, it was disapproved by both the board and Invest St. Lucia. More than once I'm being corrected. You hearing, Mr. Speaker? But because of the high-handedness of certain persons, approval was granted. The second reason, Mr. Speaker, that I refer to T.O.R. King as a CIP agent is the DSH agreement, which I can make a document of the House, which was hurriedly signed, unfortunately, about 6 weeks after the election by the member for Miku South, now leader of the opposition, and unfortunately, the member for Swazel Saltibus. Mr. Speaker, it was signed on the 29th of July, 2016, and at the back here, I see John Bradley Felix, Minister of Commerce and Investment. I see T.O.R. King, and I see the framework agreement, DSH, and yes, indeed. And Mr. Speaker, in substantiation of my assertion that he was a CIP agent, I will endeavor to read just a few excerpts, as I don't want to bore you with what obviously is a very, very disadvantageous document insofar as the interest of St. Lucia is concerned. Mr. Speaker, let me refer to about 5 or 6 clauses very quickly. Designation and transfers of land, and today they want to talk about expenditure. The government warrants and represents that it is the sole legal owner of the land, and the land is not subject to any encumbrance save the Viewfort landfill, of which due notice has been given to the master developer on the understanding that the government undertakes to decommission and remove the said landfill by a date to be agreed upon between the parties. One of the undertakings was the decommissioning of the landfill in Viewfort. And Mr. Speaker, it has happened. We now foot a monthly bill of about $90,000. Every month we pay $90,000 because the Minister of Finance then, and unfortunately the member for Sozel Saltibus, who hurriedly signed this agreement and placed us in this bind. Mr. Speaker, clause 210 I want to read, which the member, and you know he left because he cannot take the truth. He cannot deal with the truth. And he signed it. Mr. Speaker, it says, hear this well, notwithstanding the provisions of this clause, the leasehold to the land identifying Exhibit 2 as designated for horse racing, and if required by the master developer, part of the eco site to be used for a museum and natural attraction shall be transferred to the developer in accordance with the phasing schedule for a period of 99 years in consideration for $1 per acre. So when he says, Mr. Speaker, that this is not true, this is the agreement signed by the Prime Minister then, agreeing to lease our land to Tioaking at $1 an acre for 99 years. Now, Mr. Speaker, he refers to the land was sold for $60,000. You know, this man is a stranger to the truth, Mr. Speaker. It says here, hear this well, the agreed commercial rates as stated in clauses 2.7 and 2.8 shall only apply if they want to commercialize part of the eco site. So when he says some of the land was sold, Mr. Speaker, that is not true. That is a blatant lie. But Mr. Speaker, you know, hear this. The government, and he spoke about the CIP legislation. Mr. Speaker, when the last administration assumed office, under the law, they were duty bound to come to Parliament for approval of expenditure of CIP funds. They were bound to come to Parliament to get the approval. What did he do, Mr. Speaker? He came in here and he changed the legislation. He changed it. So parliamentary approval was no longer necessary. But not only for that he changed it, Mr. Speaker. He undertook to change it for Tioaking as well. The government undertakes to do the following in relation to the CIP: to amend the regulations to include investment in a mixed-use tourism enterprise for real estate development, recreation, to amend with respect to the removal of any limitation on applications for passports. All Mr. Speaker. But the most vexing one, Mr. Speaker, is the escrow account. The escrow account, Mr. Speaker, and I'm hoping, Mr. Speaker, that those kinds of disadvantages imposed on our people by the gentleman, Mr. Speaker, shall never come to pass, but we don't even know. So when he opens his mouth and he says, Mr. Speaker, that government monies were not spent on horses, let me read clause 7 to you, because up to now we have no accounting in that regard. The master developer shall open a new bank account in his own name. T.O.R. King will open an account in his own name in a banking institution outside of St. Lucia. Are you hearing? Are you all hearing, St. Lucians? When he tells you a certain talk show host turned minister, tell him stay there. Ask him to stay there, because I believe in documents. And Bradley sadly said that, I don't know if he wants me to read the buyback clause to him, but I wouldn't. I'll spare you today. I'll spare you. I've not reached there. You want me to read it? Hold on.
Member for Swazelle?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if, I think I'm standing on a point about it, because I believe there's...
You think?
The member is misleading. And I'll tell you why, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you why. The member is reading from an original document. And there were two subsequent documents after this one, of which I was not a signature.
No.
Of which I was not a signature.
To which you were not a signature?
Of which I was not a signatory.
Okay,
so
no.
That's why I'm saying the original document you're reading from there, I was a signatory, but there were two updated documents which was signed that I was not part of it. So there may be other components. For example, the buyback clause was one of those that was addressed in the updates. But
I've not
Member for Castries Central, are you reading from the document which carries
his
the
signature.
member for Swazelle's signature?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
That's correct. That's what I'm reading from. Escrow account. The master developer shall open a new bank account in his own name outside St. Lucia. The monies received for the investment of CIP participants shall be deposited into that account. It goes on. The master developer shall use the monies to satisfy any project-related fees, costs, and at least he could basically do almost anything with that money, Mr. Speaker. Almost anything. And the government has no access to those monies. Prior to each withdrawal by the master developer from the escrow account, the master developer shall send a written notice to the government and state the amount to be withdrawn, the date to be withdrawn, oh Lord, and why it is to be withdrawn. And the withdrawal shall go if the bank is not in receipt of any valid reason objecting the government to the withdrawal. But, Mr. Speaker, hear this at 7:4. Following the completion, any funds remaining in the escrow account shall belong to the master developer, and the withdrawal process shall no longer apply. You know, this is what this man subjected us to, Mr. Speaker. And today you come in here pontificating as though you are Jesus Christ of finance. You're not. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk briefly on some of the points which in my view made no sense. He spoke in relation to excise taxes. But he lumped everything up, Mr. Speaker, and then he realized that the government had a shortfall of about $40 million on petroleum. He realized that. Now he's saying in total you got more. Why didn't you reduce the price of gas? Although they themselves on the last year collected 45 million. This government collected 25, a shortfall of 40, but he still wants the government to reduce it further. What kind of prudent governance would that be, Mr. Speaker? The other thing is, you may get more revenue on one end, but it does not mean the other sources of funding came to fruition. You have grants. Suppose you did not get the grants budgeted for. So you have $100 million on the grants to balance your budget. It did not come through because you have no control over grant funding and when it is received. But you make 50 million more on fuel and you should reduce the price of fuel, not realizing that grant funding didn't come to pass. So you understand why we're in the mess we are, Mr. Speaker. You understand. The other thing is, he must understand that there may just have been commensurate expenditure with the increased revenue. You know, and the man say he has a mixed degree. Mixed degree. I don't know in what. I don't know in what. Mr. Speaker, when you sit here and you hear a man who was Minister of Finance adding deficits for a 5-year period, it tells you we were in a serious problem. We were in a serious problem. You start off with a deficit and you continue for the rest of the financial year. The man is adding deficits and subtracting deficits. You know, I don't understand where they got him from. Where they got this man from, I don't know. You know, and then talk about they lost a lot of revenue. I'll address that, Mr. Speaker, because in my substantive address I have that. But you know, when you tell me, and that same man speaks about traveling, the audacity of this man. The member for Miku South is on record as having the greatest bill, the most expensive travel bill, both as a minister and a prime minister. I'll repeat that. The most expensive travel bill by any minister in the history of this country is by him when he was Minister of Tourism. And the most expensive bill as a prime minister is by him when he was prime minister. £2,000 a night in England, have a vehicle idling whole day, whole night, telling his drivers that he could walk out at any time and the vehicle must be cold. You didn't realize those had financial consequences. The man was traveling so much, he was following Mia Motley like what a put, no, not a poodle, I don't want to say that here. You know, following Mia Motley all over the place. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Mia Motley delivered the feature address at the 16th, what was it? Something in Sweden, Mr. Speaker. And he was the only prime minister in the audience. He just decided he'd follow Mia. There was a meeting, I still have the clip, where Mia was delivering and he's dropping on her notes and the Belgian pulled the notes. You know, that's a fact. He traveled. Mia Motley was doing a delivery. He deliberately sat himself in a place where he could have taken advantage of seeing her notes. And when one of the attaches saw that, they pulled the notes away from his line of sight. You know, this is what the man does. The man believes he is like those persons who fall in a certain bracket, like the member for Viewfort South. You know, so some of them, Mr. Speaker, I'll deal with the land after. Honestly, Mr. Speaker, I am really, I believe that for every lie, it can be found that a member tells. Once it can be substantiated, he should be suspended for one session. Because I know the member for Miku South would have had so many lives cumulatively that he would not be here for another 5 years. I mean, it's sickening, Mr. Speaker, to sit and listen. The man talk about consultancies, Mr. Speaker. Consultancies. You were given to run this country as Minister of Finance. The very first thing you do is to bring in consultants. You brought in consultants in Ernst & Young to do what civil servants always did, and then tell St. Lucians, without disclosing the right amount, it cost about 1%. We had a transition team to take us from Victoria Hospital to OKEU, headed by Dr. King, humble son of the soil. You discarded them and brought in a team from India as consultants, paying them in excess of $1 million a month. Yes, it was 9-point-something million, so it came to 25 million EC. You know, Mr. Speaker, and the list goes on and on and on. But as I go through my thing, Mr. Speaker, I will deal with some of the assertions that he made. Mr. Speaker, let me, although I mentioned them earlier, I want to thank the civil servants of this country, in particular those who were responsible for crunching those numbers together. I think we deserve to give them a round of applause because they have done a fantastic job. So we have started off with savings, Mr. Speaker. We have started off this with savings. We are paying no consultant. We take the advice of our technocrats who are equipped with the relevant expertise to guide us in the right direction. I want to take this opportunity as well, Mr. Speaker, to give the nod to the estimates which increase the allocation to each and every ministry, taking cognizance of increased demands placed on the backs of every MP. Mr. Speaker, 2022-2023 was a relatively challenging year for almost every ministry. We at Ministry of Housing and Local Government, we had challenges, but we tried. We tried, Mr. Speaker. Because you see, the fact of the matter remains that no district rep, no minister, not even the Minister of Finance, can discharge each and every demand that is made of him. Before I delve into my particular ministry and constituency, Mr. Speaker, I want to give St. Lucians an overall view of the performance of this government thus far, given the scarcity of resources and the very sad financial state in which this great country of ours found itself. Mr. Speaker, saying sad state of affairs is putting it mildly, extremely mildly. But I don't think there is any word within any dictionarial compartment that would aptly describe what this country had been through between 2016 and 2021. This country has been run by a brainless, a clueless, an ill-advised Minister of Finance, and decisions taken on behalf of the people of this country were not in their best interest. Mr. Speaker, had we continued with the trend that we inherited, St. Lucia would have been sold by now to the highest bidder. But the good Lord intervened and rescued this country from the callousness and the squandering of its scarce resources. But the financial and economic environment is now beginning to change, and St. Lucia looks better. You know, when you have the member of Miku South being audacious enough to say that nothing is happening, Mr. Speaker, I wonder what he calls something. I wonder if he's giving Teoaking land at $1 an acre, something he denies at every given opportunity. I wonder if he's giving DSCs to his friends. I wonder if he's acquiring property and then having persons in his immediate circle to handle its development. I remember, Mr. Speaker, blowing the whistle on Wipe. And I thank God I did. Because had Wipe been here, Mr. Speaker, what it would have done was every transaction with government would have gone through them and they would have gotten a percentage of the transaction. But then, Mr. Speaker, I did my investigations and I found brother-in-law and father-in-law and this-in-law and that-in-law involved, and I blew the whistle, Mr. Speaker, and there was immediate resignation of all the persons who were members of WIPI, members of the board of WIPI. So we are doing well, Mr. Speaker. We are on a better trajectory as can be gleaned from the estimates. Mr. Speaker, it was projected that this financial year we would have collected and you see, Mr. Speaker, now hear the hypocrisy. Hear the hypocrisy. He speaks about fuel or excise taxes. Excise taxes increased. Fuel, there was a deficit. But the overall revenue position of the government, what projected and the actual was less. So the government projected to have collected $1.327 billion. We collected 1.303. He will not talk about those figures at all because it will not justify the narrative that he wants to push. Our revenue fell. Our total revenue fell even if aspects of the revenue increased. Is the total revenue, but then again he's pontificating and trying to fool the 43%ers. Let me say that in patois. Laissez Lucien. Les leaders of opposition akadou nous fait pli la hale gas, ek nou te sa baisser gas. Les gouvernements ka met tout l'argent ensemble. Yo ka joindre from various côtés. Adabele yo côté fait plus mais percer les autres, but l'autre côté il fait plus worse passer l'autre là. A total, ça nous te ka expect nous te ka fait, nous pas fait. Mais ça il ka faire, juste pour connaître moun do là, il prend yo 7 bagay seulement. Il prend yo 7 bagay et qui oublier tout le reste. Our revenue fell. That's what? It is the surplus on excise taxes. But Mr. Speaker, the reality is, the fact is, we lost revenue. There was a revenue deficit of $24 million. You know what is not noteworthy, Mr. Speaker, is that the government exceeded. It did not exceed, sorry, but that revenue shortfall was directly contingent to grants. So whilst we make money on excises, on excise taxes, the totality of the revenue, excise taxes is just one component. Another component is grants. And grants fell. It is no fault of ours if a man tells you he'll give you $100 million and you budget for it as per your estimates, then invariably you will see that there was a revenue shortfall. So, Mr. Speaker, another thing I want to see is that a lot of persons believe, depuis autant budget passé, they believe there is a windfall of cash. Mr. Speaker, I always say that at all my presentations, that this is not so. The estimates of expenditure are directly contingent upon the receipt of the various sources of funding earmarked from a given head of revenue. So, Mr. Speaker, you can have estimates, you can say you are building an airport and your revenue source is a grant. If the grant does not come through, you cannot build the airport. And that is the harsh reality. Mr. Speaker, for the financial year 2020 to 2023, we had total expenditure estimated at $1.42 billion. But through proper management, prudential management, there was a budget surplus of $29 million. And it did not happen by accident. It did not happen by accident. When a senior civil servant can openly say in the presence of colleagues that the country is now experiencing better financial management, you know implicitly that is a way of saying that this Minister of Finance, the member for Castries East, is doing a much better job than his predecessor. You see, Mr. Speaker, the civil servants had become accustomed of being given instructions to spend what we did not have, far less what we had. When we inherited the governance of this country, the GDP for 2021-2022 was $4.9 billion. For those who may not know what GDP is, it is the gross domestic product, and it is the value of all goods and services produced in your country for a financial year. Mr. Speaker, this is the culmination of our first financial year, totally driven by us. Previous one, we were partly responsible for the curve that began happening. This financial year, 2022-2023, is our first in full control of what is happening within the corridors of government. Mr. Speaker, what is telling is that last year, our GDP was $4.9 million, and this year, for the year 2022-2023, it was estimated to have been $5.47 billion, but ended up at $5.5 billion. So you understand, Mr. Speaker, why our economy did the best in the OECS, third best in the Caribbean, and the seventh best in the world. And Mr. Speaker, that is against challenging times. Challenging times. Best in the OECS, third best in the Caribbean, and seventh best in the world. You see, Mr. Speaker, on fuel, and I'll say it in part as well, ale gas, gouvernement te a mette ale livli, that ite ka fait $56 million. C'est ça ite ni ale livli. Mais il pas fait c'est l'argent ça là. Il fait about $25 million. Et prix passé 55% nous pas joindre. Yet, Mr. Speaker, opposition vle nous baisser prix gaz toujours. Si c'est nom ça la teni, la terre cyclicien, en chayou, personne pas kamado, côté ha budget, pour faire calter la ça là, ou fait about 45% of South can expect, you still vle baisser prix gaz. Now, Mr. Speaker, I heard the member from Swazel, Saltibus, speak about revenue shortfall. And they keep blaming COVID. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that COVID affected all of us. COVID affected all countries in the global village. But Mr. Speaker, the situation was exacerbated by bad policy decisions. Extremely bad policy decisions. When you tell me, Mr. Speaker, that you are reducing VAT from 15% to 12.5%, causing the government to lose cumulatively about $275 million in 5 years, roughly $55 million a year. What do you think you're doing? What do you think you're doing? And you blame COVID for that? When you tell me you can decommission the rubbish dump in Vieux Fort and then pay $90,000 every month to transport garbage from Vieux Fort to the Deglo dump, you didn't exacerbate the situation. When you tell me, Mr. Speaker, you can spend $112 million on horses, you didn't exacerbate the situation. When you tell me you could give Lockerbie a consultancy of $32 million, you didn't exacerbate the situation. When you tell me a hotel that had registered debt of $135 million, government is not a hotelier, yet you use your powers of compulsory acquisition to acquire it, you didn't exacerbate the situation. Pomandu, $13 million, and all of those things, Mr. Speaker, I have a list here. I have a list. Hotel, £2,000 a night. And you're telling me you want to blame COVID for everything? You know, that cannot be so, Mr. Speaker. You build a bypass road that was totally unnecessary for T.O.R. King. That cost some $15 million. And then blame COVID. In the middle of COVID, Mr. Speaker, when the St. Lucians were out of work, when people needed something to eat, when persons did not know where the next meal is coming from, you are busy signing a consultancy of over $1 million a month, and you're blaming COVID for revenue shortfall. And to do what? To write press releases, among other things. You know, that is the kind of financial mismanagement that this country was forced to go to under the last Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. You know, I mean, those blatantly outrageous financial decisions, Mr. Speaker, would always put us in the red. You know, Pomandu came down here and they just collected several research papers that had been done by different agencies, compile them and give you a bill of $13 million. 13. You know, you won the election. You say you're having, you went to training by Dr. Bat. You know, you are training cabinet members and put them at Cocoa Palm. And you talk about revenue shortfall. Now, Mr. Speaker, he spoke about the Dahemol. And I am tired, I've gone, you know, I have really spoken on the Dahemol, Mr. Speaker. But in a nutshell, I want to see this. In a nutshell. Mr. Speaker, the Dahemol was bought when the member for Castries North was Prime Minister. The Dahemol, the meeting was held at Cocoa Palm, where members of cabinet were treated with free chicken and rum. I can say boldly I did not participate. But the decision was taken to buy them all for $30 million. We were paying interest of $252 million a month. Although the mall stayed idle for in excess of 12 years, for 11 years the total interest payments amounted to some $33 million. So cumulatively, government spent in excess of $63 million on the Dahemol. He turns around, sells it for $13.5 million, and on top of that, agreeing to rent for $1 million a month, Mr. Speaker. And you know, not realizing that he will be putting civil servants through the woes of the northern traffic, which invariably will lead to decreased productivity. You know, I mean, come on, what are you doing, man? And then today, you want to pretend that you know it all, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm tired of saying, listen, the man sold the mall. He sold the entire mall. The deed of sale is here. And the other thing is that the development agreement. You have a development agreement signed with Amazona, but it predates the execution of the deed, which means basically that if you're saying I'm doing a development agreement, you ought to have title to the property. Title came after. And that is how they did their thing, Mr. Speaker. That is how they did it. But today, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased. I am pleased because my Prime Minister was worried. The member for Castries East was worried. Gentlemen, we have commitments to the courts. I am happy the leader of the opposition said it's not signed. But they are putting pressure on the government, saying that they had to order special furniture, special glass, special this, special that, and we should proceed. $1 million a month. In one respect for 16 and a half years, and in the other 15 years. So, Mr. Speaker, and that is the same man. That is the same man having won the elections in 2016. When they asked him about the deal with T.R. King, he said, and I quote him, I've said it several times, he said, the country is broke. The country is broke. You met a broke country, but you're bleeding it like that? Mr. Speaker, during the financial year 2022-2023, under the rationalization program, regularization, 250 lots were earmarked to have been created. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that in regards to the PROUD program, we exceeded the expectations and some 328 lots were created. But I must pause here to say, Mr. Speaker, that for the financial year 2021-2022, not one lot was created for any solution. Not one. So we moved from 0 to 328 at the end of this financial year. So we are heading in the right direction, Mr. Speaker. And as the member for Viewfort South quite rightly said, we have over 1,000 lots currently being surveyed, and when they are ready for sale, one of the things I undertake to do is to contact the relevant district representatives so that they could partner with us to ensure that the people are the ones the people of the areas are the ones who benefit from those lots. Because what you find, Mr. Speaker, Adamun Pakawiti Adakuti, Mile Proud Viniek, because you can buy at Opui, Kiwezonab. And so they converge on the areas ready for sale, much to the disadvantage of persons who are in need. Only about 2 weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, right at the Castries City Council, your humble servant disbursed 17 deeds of sale to various St. Lucians, giving them title to land under this government. 17, Mr. Speaker. And this is how you empower people. I remember one of the ladies who received the deed says, Mr. Frederick, now I can mortgage my land and buy a Rolls Royce. I guess she was expressing how happy she felt at the time. Mr. Speaker, but as the member for Viewfort South quite rightly said, land ownership and title to land is empowerment. It is empowerment. You can use it for personal development, you can use it for the development of your children, and you can use it for the educational needs of your children. And so, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you last week, I saw some bright smiles on those 17 persons whom I had given the deeds, all of it happening under the watch of your humble servant since I assumed office. Mr. Speaker, I am now corrected because I thought it was the first time in history that we had the National Housing Development Program. And it is one, Mr. Speaker, that was introduced to take care of the poor, the vulnerable, and those in the lower income bracket. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the noise that you hear, only $1 million have been expended in that regard. With that amount, Mr. Speaker, over 200 households have benefited from minor to major repairs or to even total construction of houses. 200 island-wide. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to announce that for this financial year 2023-2024, we shall roll out twice that amount in the sum of $5.2 million to assist the poor and vulnerable. We are expecting, Mr. Speaker, to assist a further 1,000 households. We are expecting to assist another 1,000 households. Mr. Speaker, cemeteries in this country is a sore point. And sometimes I don't even want to talk about cemeteries in this country. Just before Christmas, some urgent attention was needed in Vieux-Fort. And I had to call the Minister of Finance amidst the festive season to call whoever the directors are at the Ministry of Finance to ensure that there was some urgent intervention in Vieux-Fort. Mr. Speaker.
Member for Castries, you have 10 minutes left.
No, I need at least another 40 minutes, Mr. Speaker. 32 10. 40.
Member for Mico North.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that standing order for the 210 be invoked and that the member for Fisheries Central be given an extra 45 minutes to complete his contribution.
Honorable members, the question is that standing order 3210 be invoked to allow the member an additional 45 minutes to complete his presentation. And now for the question, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as have a contrary opinion say no. Leave is granted. Please proceed.
Thank you much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. I don't think I will consume the entire 45 minutes, Mr. Speaker. I will try to put myself into a more productive gear insofar as speed is concerned. So, Mr. Speaker, I was saying cemeteries in this country is posing a serious problem. And just before Christmas last year, Vieux-Fort encountered an urgent situation as it appeared people were dying much quicker than tomb availability was. So this year, Mr. Speaker, an allocation of some $2.4 million is budgeted, and I must confess that Mico North calls for urgent assistance. They do, Mr. Speaker. The Mico Cemetery is almost filled to capacity. Monrepo is nearing exhaustion. Deriso is a special problem. And so for that belt, Mr. Speaker, there is need to pay attention to the Monrepo Cemetery. In that regard, the land has already been acquired and we will proceed with due dispatch, lighting rapidity to ensure that we deliver on that cemetery. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the Northern Basin, Castries Constituency Council is currently undergoing a design for an upgraded cemetery to be constructed on lands already acquired in the Bexo Basin for that purpose. An allocation, Mr. Speaker, has been made of about $1.5 million, which will assist us. Mr. Speaker, local government and the constituency councils, we were given a little kakada to assist them to do their projects. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to publicly commend the city police for doing a phenomenal job. And I'm sure the Minister of Tourism would agree to that. The city police are doing a phenomenal job. I want to commend them publicly. Mr. Speaker, we have seen the escalation on the ground of a spate of robberies that occur more particularly within the city circuit, especially on days when cruise ships are in port. And they are the ones that are more visible on the ground. They are the ones who converge on the city, and they are the ones who invariably are the persons of first encounter insofar as apprehension of perpetrators is concerned. They have made a number of arrests, Mr. Speaker, and continue to make those arrests, which serve as a deterrent to those who are criminally minded. They have been furnished with motorcycles, a photo pickup, body cams, and other equipment to ensure that they execute their duties with professionalism. Mr. Speaker, although the City Council saw a relatively challenging financial year, it ensured that all workers, Mr. Speaker, were paid on time. The Castries Constituency Council has also taken medical insurance, medical coverage on all its workers, and I am particularly pleased in relation to those in the sanitation department. They are charged with the responsibility of keeping the city and its environs clean, and they, Mr. Speaker, are exposed to all those diseases that garbage may contain. But with medical insurance, we will ensure that should they unfortunately contract any disease, they will be taken care of. This financial year, in fact, next quarter, Mr. Speaker, Castries Constituency Council will be purchasing a small vacuum truck. We will be buying a vacuum truck, Mr. Speaker, as we know there is a need for it. We will be buying other equipment so that the workers can be better equipped to take care of Castries North, Castries South, Castries East, and of course, the King itself, Central. Mr. Speaker, we will soon be erecting parking meters in the city, and we await DCA approval. As soon as we get it, I could tell you, Mr. Speaker, that it is something that we will be installing pretty soon. Like central government, the Castries Constituency Council honored its triennium obligation to its workers for a salary increase and their back pay. It cost council approximately $2.5 million. Mr. Speaker, most persons don't know that Castries City Council shoulders the responsibility of paying Lucia for the street lighting in the city and its environs. This comes with a very heavy tab of about $2.5 million annually. Mr. Speaker, in that regard, the government remains steadfast and is committed to replacing the island's street lamps with LED lights. During the policy debate, Mr. Speaker, I am sure the Prime Minister will disclose the mess he inherited in that regard, where a man who is not an electrician, who is not known to have anything to do with electrical installation or has experience in that regard, was the point person of a $25 million contract for light installation. His sole qualification, I dare say, Mr. Speaker, was being a UWP hack. He was a hack, and in his lap, landed a $25 million contract. So, Mr. Speaker, before I get to my constituency, I want to speak a little on the National Housing Corporation. Mr. Speaker, the NHC has been in existence for in excess of 50 years, over 50 years, previously known as HUDC. Now, please permit me, Mr. Speaker, to deviate slightly. For in excess of the 50 years, Mr. Speaker, the NHC has never had its own office. Notwithstanding that this organization is involved in the development of land, the sale of developed lots, the construction and sale of houses, it has never had its own headquarters. And you know, Mr. Speaker, it appears that the organization continues to exist, just collecting rental revenue from the CDCs, selling properties, and paying salaries. Mr. Speaker, that is not sustainable, Mr. Speaker. We currently pay pretty close to $9,000 a month. Mr. Speaker, we took the decision to buy a building. But here comes the reason for digressing slightly, as it came with much propaganda that was spewed by the United Workers' Party, perpetuation of blatant untruths, and of course some of them were repeated in this august chamber by no other than the biggest stranger to the truth, the leader of the opposition. Mr. Speaker, I will endeavor to shorten the version of events and to just remain focused on the most salient points. We identified a building to be purchased, and it carried a value of $3.5 million. The entire board, and for those who don't understand what entire means, the whole board visited the building along with senior members of staff. Based on that visit, Mr. Speaker, a visit that did not secure my presence, I was not with them because I did not want them to make any judgment call that was influenced by my presence. Mr. Speaker, each and every board member, each and every staff member agreed that we should buy the building like yesterday. What was even more enticing, Mr. Speaker, is that notwithstanding the $3.5 million valuation, the owners were willing to sell us at an unbelievable $1.8 million. The question is why? Because government under the United Workers' Party had first rented that building from the owners, and government remained in occupation for some 13 years. The owners cumulatively collected about $2.1 million in rent, and therefore they were willing to pass some kind of reprieve to the National Housing Corporation. So, Mr. Speaker, the urge was there, but guess what? The National Housing Corporation had no money. And with the uncertain income stream, its income stream is rental revenue, and collections of difficulty sometimes, we knew that the eligibility would probably be in the balance, and the time-consuming application process may not have been necessarily in our best interest, as the owners wanted urgently to close the deal. Mr. Speaker, we needed to capitalize on that opportunity with due dispatch. And so it was agreed that the National Housing Corporation would sell a property solely for the purpose of acquiring its own headquarters. And here came, Mr. Speaker, the propaganda by the United Workers' Party. And you heard, Mr. Speaker, land at Tapion, land opposite the Wellness Center, the member for Miku South and leader of the opposition, in his attempt at fooling the 43%ers, will say land in Castries is $1,000 a square foot, So he's saying Tapio. In fact, I do have a clip, Mr. Speaker, where he says that the land there is $400 a square foot. I'm not sure how much he said today. But that is the kind of misinformation. Where in Tapio you get land for $400 a square foot? Where in Tapio you get land for $400 a square foot? And it comes, Mr. Speaker, with this fanciful exchange. He believed the men at NIC are idiots. They are not the same ones who were there under the United Workers' Party who lent Cabot our money. They are not the same ones. How on earth would anybody buy land up there for $400 a square foot? Nobody would even buy where people live in Fulasho, which is worth much more in my view. That's prime property. That is prime property. But Mr. Speaker, the land is in Tapio. It is about probably half mile to 3/4 mile from the port. The man says $400 a square foot. You know, Mr. Speaker, those are the kind of difficult situations that sometimes you have to debunk. You have to debunk them, but when they are spewed by someone who has a certain degree of influence, albeit on persons who cannot think for themselves, you have to be worried. You have to be worried. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the place was called La Salopui. La Salopui. You know why they call it La Salopui, Mr. Speaker? Whether through natural currents or human intervention, it has been a repository of a lot of garbage. If you go there now, all you will see at the front of it is rubbish. That is what it is. So much so they call it Le Salopui. The land is bounded to the sea partially by a cliff. It is bounded to the sea partially by a cliff. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes a given purchaser, based on his ability to militate against the natural tendencies of the land, can make of it what it never was. So you have heavy equipment, you can take that and do whatever you want with it. It's quite possible. But to open your mouth and say the land was valued at $400, and Mr. Speaker, on the next occasion, the member from Miku South undertook to make a previous valuation done for that land as a document of the House. If not, he has to withdraw it. So, Mr. Speaker, to cut to the chase, Mr. Speaker, the board decided, look, we need our headquarters. We are taking the decision to sell a piece of land for that purpose. And Mr. Skinny St. Clair, a renowned quantity surveyor, conducted or effected the valuation, Mr. Speaker. And when we received the valuation, which was not influenced by anybody, and I'll tell you why it wasn't, because last party and they could have gotten the land for the same amount. Mr. Speaker, within the script, within the valuation, he recommended that Slasper be offered the property first. I asked him why. He called and he said, even if the property is far and it may take another 100 years for the marina to reach there, you can still offer it to them. What did we do, Mr. Speaker? True to form. That was done, and Slasper was written to and provided with a copy of the valuation. And in the letter, Slasper was told, this is the valuation, but you can make an offer. The truth is, we were not interested in who the purchaser was. We were never interested in who the purchaser was. Our sole interest was generation of the relevant financial resources to equip ourselves with our own National Housing Corporation headquarters. So anybody who had the money could have bought it. Anyone. But you hear all that kind of nonsense. And so, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I beg your pardon. And so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we wrote Slasper We appended a copy of the valuation, and we asked them, we said, this is the valuation. I think it was 3.2 or 3.3, I can't remember now. If you are prepared to have it, make an offer. It took SLASPA, and the member for Castries North knows that. It took SLASPA almost a year. And meanwhile, we are in abeyance, we need an office. It took SLASPA almost a year to even respond. So we did not put the property on the open market. We did what the quantity surveyor asked us to do within the remits of reasonableness. We wanted it confined, if possible, to a governmental agency. And so, Mr. Speaker, SLASPA did not do anything almost a year. And we realized, Mr. Speaker, that look, there is a building we need. A year has elapsed, we are not hearing from SLASPA. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, another potential purchaser approached the board. After 1 year of writing SLASPA and furnishing them with the same valuation that was acted upon in transacting with the subsequent purchaser. Not a different valuation. So, Mr. Speaker, the long and short of it is, just before that deal was sealed, I took it upon my own to call the manager of SLASPA. I asked him whether they were interested, and he told me not at this time. And therefore, the deal was concluded, Mr. Speaker, between that other purchaser and the board. SLASPA, I beg your pardon? Why you didn't buy the Tiwaking one? And so, Mr. Speaker, the deal was done. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? The property was sold. The building was purchased, Mr. Speaker. And mind you, both the one sold and what we purchased were of comparative values. Both of them were valued at 3.5. We gave up one, got the other, and still had $900,000 left to embark upon renovation and refurbishment. If that is not good business sense, if that is not prudent management, I don't know what is. I don't know what is. And I can say, now we have our building, Mr. Speaker. National Housing Corporation, for the last 50 years, did not know what it was to have its own headquarters. It has its own headquarters, and the contractors, 3 or 4 contractors, we are not giving one person, 3 or 4 to do various different things, will converge upon that building, and next 3 to 4 months, I'm hoping to invite the entire Parliament, including the leader of the opposition, to the grand opening of National Housing Corporation headquarters on Chaussee Road. That is what I'm going to do, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think they better make you speaker, if those common errors, I'm sure the lawyers in here will tell you Equities has done that which ought to be done. By me referring to you as Mr. Speaker, it depends that Equity sees you as the speaker, the substantive speaker. Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So this is progress. This is progress. And no matter what the naysayers say, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they will not derail this government. This government is on a progressive trend. This government is about making people better, making the institutions better, and putting the individual citizens of this country first. Not referring to them as non-entities. Non-entities. That one will resonate. It will resonate. The man has run out of adjectives to insult the people of this country when he can boldly say he didn't win the elections because his class didn't support him. His class, and then refer to a St. Lucian citizen as a non-entity. It's an indictment on a man who sat in the prime ministerial chair of this country once. But I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, I will do my utmost to ensure there is no repetition of that grave error, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as far as the housing development is concerned, we will be partnering with a private developer. The private developer has expressed interest. He's ready to go. He has all the relevant financial resources. We will be providing the relevant land in the various areas across the length and breadth of St. Lucia, and we will start some rigorous construction in this financial year. Mr. Speaker, we have to create some significant indentation of our 14,000 or thereabout housing stock shortage. We have to start something with due dispatch. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to my constituency. Mr. Speaker, I conceptualized and built the Serenity Park. It is my brainchild. It got its name through a competition between the primary schools in Castries Central. A committee was formed, Mr. Speaker, to determine who won that competition. And the person who won the competition, Mr. Speaker, was even invited. She named it, it's a child, I think it was from the Avenir School, she named it Serenity Park. We invited her, and that is what you call participation. She gave a brief remark on the opening of Serenity Park. Mr. Speaker, lo and behold, a feat of political victimization, a feat of attempting to throw me into political hibernation. They quickly renamed my park to George Mallet Serenity Park. George Mallet had nothing to do with that park. George Mallet did not even represent Sanssouci when he was representing Central. At the time, Sanssouci was part of Castries Northeast. He had nothing to do with it. But basically, Mr. Speaker, to permanently efface my name from the political landscape of this country, they used their best endeavors to ensure that I was obliterated. But they did not know, they were not mindful that the good Lord knows and sees it all, and there was a date called July 26, 2021, Mr. Speaker. And so I can proudly say that the abandoned Serenity Park is back on track again. And those of you who passed there for Christmas saw the lights, the park, the fountain, and how basically, Mr. Speaker, it has reactivated interest as a place for recreation. But, Mr. Speaker, the name will be changed. I can guarantee you that. We have been awarded some $300,000, I wish it was million. We have been awarded some $300,000, Mr. Speaker, under the tourism project for the construction of an amphitheater and an ice cream parlor and pizzeria inside Serenity Park. Serenity Park will be the place to be, Mr. Speaker, and we are hoping to commence construction on that probably next month. Over to the gardens, Mr. Speaker. Again, whatever you see at the gardens is my brainchild. I built Serenity Park between 2006 and 2011. I built the gardens, the court in the gardens between that same time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is in a mess. It is in a big, big mess, but it will be taken care of, Mr. Speaker. You come down Lower Jeremy Street. I also built the Jeremy Street Plaza. I wasn't working as a minister, Mr. PM at the time. Mr. Speaker, I was on an execution train, and I was putting up structures left, right, and center. I built the Jeremy Street Plaza, Mr. Speaker. It was such a nice facility. I They have now defaced it, Mr. Speaker, because I had regulations in there. The leases, Mr. Speaker, we said what we said was we would not have placed 3 or 4 of the same vending facilities in there. So you would not have 3 bars or 3 SLOs or 3 barber shops. You try to have a combination of services. But Mr. Speaker, as soon as I was exiled from the political arena, the last government made a mess of it. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, you have the Jeremy Street Plaza. You have tenants downstairs, you have tenants upstairs. The last government drew lines downstairs to coincide with the areas of the booths as though they were creating parking lots. They drew lines, so from door to door, if that person shop is there, they drew lines like this. That is what? You know, nonsense. And the facade, you know, and what is worse, Mr. Speaker, they don't even do it. Who do it? Sweet juice. You know the worst thing, Mr. Speaker? The people upstairs started complaining, saying that the rent should be reduced because if the frontage of those vendors downstairs belong to them, as part of the rental, they need space upstairs too. And that is the kind of havoc that is created when you have men in positions and they fail to use their brain. And so, Mr. Speaker, at the Fisheries Constituency Council, plans are already being drawn, they have been drawn. We are hoping, you know, they deface the place with some old, dirty, nasty tents. And that's the reality. Rotten tents, you know. We will be fixing that place, Mr. Speaker, and we will regulate its use because we will not permit anyone to bring any tent on the facade of the Jeremy Street Plaza. I'm giving them notice now. We will make it nice. We will do something almost like what exists in Ancillary because we're using the same architect, but we don't want anyone coming if those wooden benches for persons to come and sleep at nights, defecate and urinate, much to the displeasure of other persons when they come to patronize the areas in that facility. So we are doing that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to publicly place on record as I am in my constituency my appreciation for my attaché Dax novel. Mr. Speaker, we have been having a flooding problem on the chaussee and nobody knew what was causing it. From New Village, there is a river rather, and as long as it rains, albeit for a very short period, it floods and the water goes way down onto Jeremy Street. Mr. Speaker, I never realized that Jeremy Street in itself is a huge drain. Jeremy Street is a huge drain, and so my attaché, he was instructed by persons from Ministry of Infrastructure, they remove this iron cap on the road and he could have walked from by Rekai up to the point where he saw it was clogged. And so, Mr. Speaker, we were able to cut the road on a weekend, remove a lot of debris, mattresses, stoves, washing machines, all sorts of things were down there. And now, Mr. Speaker, the water flows there so smoothly. I'm not saying that Jeremy Street will not flood again, but rest assured, it will not flood as quickly as it used to. And we are tackling a lot of the drains in Fisheries to ensure that this is done. Insofar as cleanliness is concerned, Mr. Speaker, we have built a number of very well appointed garbage bins, Mr. Speaker. We built one at Lastic Hill, we built one at Barnard Hill, one in Mondidor Lower, one in Mondidor Upper, and I could tell you the people are pleased. Any one of you that drive Barnard Hill, you will see when you come down almost by Gomes where persons used to throw garbage almost on the road. There is a very nice enclosure there now, Mr. Speaker, and it not only beautifies the place, but it keeps the place looking tidy because persons are disciplined enough to throw the garbage in the containers that it contains. So, Mr. Speaker, Castries Central is on a good path. I could stay here and articulate for the next 2 hours because I am sure, Mr. Speaker, my record speaks for itself. We have fixed the road in Rose Hill. We have fixed the road in Piaz Gap. And I want to say a special hello to Cecil and Pierre Smith. After I fixed that road, Mr. Speaker, the lady sent me a song, a western, and it goes, "This one gets my vote." And she indicated to me, Mr. Speaker, that it had been in excess of 40 years that no one had seen it fit to at least effect some repairs to that road. As you go up on up by the Marian home, you will see a nice parrot on the facade, on the wall. It was done by your humble servant. I remember getting a call from an ex-principal of St. Mary's College. Well, Doug's got the call. And he said to my attaché, I would have never voted for Sarah because there is a walkway, a footpath, right adjoining the main road, Mr. Speaker. And for years, he was asking that it be repaired. Your humble servant came in and it was done. Mr. Speaker, you go by Compton, where a lot of friends congregate. There was a step over there built in 1970 or thereabout. I have redone it in its entirety with proper railings. Inside of Boapatat, we have done quite a bit, a lot of steps, Mondidor, Black Stars, you name it, Richard Frederick has done it. So, Mr. Speaker, having said all of this, I know we are entering the echelons of knighthood, if I want to call it that. And so I just want to end here by saying, Mr. Speaker, that I support the budget without an iota of doubt. I support it fully. And so I am expecting in the not too distant future that the citizens of this country, especially the lesser mortals, feel the positive impact of this budget on their lives. With this said, Mr. Speaker, I take my leave.
The member for Labrie.
It might not be wise to provoke the member for Labrie. I don't even know yet. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of approving the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 2023-2024. Mr. Speaker, the estimates of revenue and expenditure, commonly known as the budget, is the prequel to the discussion on the appropriation bill, in which the Minister for Finance will be outlining the economic, fiscal, financial, social, and environmental policies to be implemented in the fiscal year 2023-2024. Mr. Speaker, the estimates contain the financial plan and work program of the government, and these would inevitably provide for new policies of the government. Mr. Speaker, the budget is the key instrument that the government utilizes to implement its various policies, programs, and projects that show how the government plans to allocate resources to the various ministries or departments to achieve its priorities for the fiscal year 2023-2024 and beyond. The estimates also show how government intends to finance its programs through the raising of revenues, grants, and loans. Mr. Speaker, it is to be noted that while Parliament is required to approve a budget every fiscal year, many of the programs, policies, and projects will require many years to be fully implemented. Mr. Speaker, while we have separate debates for the estimates of revenue and expenditure and the appropriation bill, the estimates and the appropriation bill are inextricably linked, as the former incorporates the policies debated in appropriation bill. Budgets must therefore be viewed within the context of government's longer-term plan to restructure the economy and place it on a longer-term path for sustainable growth and development to benefit the people of the country in a very tangible way, through higher standards of living, reduce unemployment and poverty, better healthcare and educational opportunities, and improve justice and security. Mr. Speaker, our programs, policies, and priorities have been outlined in our manifesto, which was appropriately titled "Putin, You First," as this reflects the philosophy of our party. Mr. Speaker, I note the detractors, led by those opposite, are attempting to discredit our policies that are anchored in the fundamental philosophy of putting the people first. Mr. Speaker, members who, it must be said, failed miserably in meeting the needs of the people and who were overwhelmingly rejected by the people in the last general election, all of a sudden have solutions to all of the problems of this country. Problems, it must be said, Mr. Speaker, that they either created or exacerbated. Mr. Speaker, our government will not, however, be deterred by those on the opposite side, as we are determined to forge ahead to implement our progressive and innovative programs to meet the needs of the people. Mr. Speaker, in fact, notwithstanding this urgent desire of my government to push ahead, the policies of the former UWP government are, unfortunately, among the major constraints that limit our progress. The first and fundamental limitation, Mr. Speaker, is the economy we inherited, and more specifically, the state of the public finances. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance has said on many occasions that we knew the fiscal situation was bad, but never in our imagination did we expect it to be so bad. Mr. Speaker, the former administration, in the quest to achieve victory in the last general election, went on a rampage of reckless, wasteful, and irresponsible expenditures, burdening the citizens and saddling the next generation of St. Lucians with huge debt, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the last administration essentially mortgaged the future of our country, and our government has to now honor these commitments, which limit the amount of fiscal space we have to pursue our policies. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, that yesterday the member for Choiseul said we are achieving progress because of the progressive policies that they implemented, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, policies that plunged our country into a recession in 2019 prior to COVID. And as a result of the poor health of this economy, we could not have responded effectively with fiscal policy to COVID. Our economy contracted by 24.4%, among the highest in the world, Mr. Speaker. Is that what they call good policies? Mr. Speaker, I recall in the 2021 estimates, the debate on the estimates then, I said that when you look at the fiscal dashboard of the country, it was all red. Engine light was on, every single thing, brake light was on, every single problem. But they continued to drive the cow state as if everything was just fine. And Mr. Speaker, you know, I was not surprised, but really disturbed by the leader of the opposition talking about fuel prices and how this government is not compassionate, that we are not reducing the fuel prices. Mr. Speaker, I have given careful and sensible treatment to this issue before, but I think on this occasion it is proper that I remind this Honorable House that we have already seen oil prices reach a 7-year high since the invasion of Ukraine. Our government was in office and had to manage the record oil prices at the time. I distinctly recall at the time the leader of the opposition leading a strike because of what he said was the case of a missing consumption tax of over $4. And then immediately after winning the election in 2016, saying his job as the Minister for Finance was to sign an SI for the reduction in oil prices, when he indeed signed for an increase in fuel prices. He then further increased excise taxes by an additional $1.50 per gallon. The spike in oil prices had caused inflation to increase across the world and has led to an increase in interest rates. Mr. Speaker, we in St. Lucia have no control over these international economic developments, but I am extremely confident that the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party, led by the member for Fisheries East and our Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, will manage and cushion the impact on the people and the economy of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, I would like to present to honorable members the trend in oil prices over the period 2012 to 2022. The reference for this, Mr. Speaker, is https://www.macrotrends.net/1369/crude oil price history chart. This can be fact-checked and verified, Mr. Speaker. The trend of oil prices using the average closing price is as follows, and is in US dollars. In 2012, it was $94.05. In 2013, it was $97.98. 2014, $93.17. 2015, it went down to 48.66. In 2016, it went down to 43.29. Now, I want this honorable house to note that in 2012, it was 94.05. The Labour Party was in office. In 2014, again, $97.98. 2014, $93.17. And then when we were approaching the election, it went down to 48.66 in 2015 and 43.29 in 2016. This is what our government, while we were in office, had to deal with. 3 successive oil prices rises in excess of US $90 when we were in office, resulting in our government cushioning as much as possible these oil prices increase and setting a target of $2.50 per gallon at the time. In most cases, we were forced to collect less than $2.50 over the period. Now, let us look at the remainder of the period when UWP was in office. In 2017, $50.80. 2018, $65.23. 2019, $56.99. 2020, Mr. Speaker, $39.68. I repeat, $39.68. 2021, $68.17, and 2022, US $96.23. So, Mr. Speaker, what we see is that the SLP reduced the price from $3 per gallon to $2.50 per gallon under the Kenny Anthony administration. And what did the former Prime Minister and Minister for Finance did? While he benefited from low oil prices, he increased the excise tax by $1.50 per gallon to $4 per gallon, which was supposed to have been placed in a lockbox. Mr. Speaker, I believe the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister for Finance has searched high and low and cannot find this lockbox. This exposes the hypocrisy of the former Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, who could not reduce fuel prices when oil prices were at record lows in 2020. Instead, he chose to give cushy contracts to his FFF. Mr. Speaker, no one could have predicted the Russia-Ukraine war. This was a major unanticipated shock that has had severe consequences for the economy. Under such circumstances, Mr. Speaker, policy making must inevitably be dynamic and must be recalibrated to suit the particular circumstances that the country is confronted with. So, Mr. Speaker, when the leader of the opposition comes there masquerading as if he's so concerned about the people of this country, where are the people during COVID that was gasping for air, whilst the World Bank and the IMF and others gave resources for us to intervene in the lives of the people, to give them some income support? That was not done. And I have gone through the estimates, Mr. Speaker, and articulated what the monies were utilized for to continue on the merry way of the FFF empire, Mr. Speaker, whilst people were gasping for air. And all of a sudden, the leader of the opposition comes inside of this house, making people believe that we are insensitive. Mr. Speaker, when we got into office, despite what we found, we reach out to the people of this country and we ease the squeeze. Many social programs were put in place, and in a while I will show how the Minister for Finance changed the trajectory of this country for the better, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, at almost every parliamentary sitting, the Minister for Finance provides us with an update on the extent of the fiscal recklessness of the last administration. We need to constantly remind the people of the wasteful excesses of that last administration so that it remains indelibly ingrained in our memories so that we never repeat the errors of the past. Mr. Speaker, based on what happened over the past 5 years on the UWP, they must never re-emerge from the ashes of time. We all know, and we now know, Mr. Speaker, the monies paid for the vaccines, which to date we have not received. The contractual commitment with Cayman Health, which our government is now required to honor, and for which we had to come to Parliament to seek permission to borrow to meet this commitment. The commitments entered into for design, finance, construct projects of DFCs as they are known. I wish to remind St. Lucians that DFCs are entered into when the contractor pays for financing project and the government repays the contractor like a loan over a specified period of time. The former government entered into many DFCs as they had no money, a famous phrase used by the leader of the opposition when he was Prime Minister, and now our government is now required to meet these hefty commitments. And you tell me your policies are creating, some space in the economy and responsible for growth? Mr. Speaker, it is to be noted that many of these projects were improperly procured, resulting in reckless and wasteful expenditure. The member for Fisheries has given an account of some of these projects and articulated the scandalous manner in which the roadworks were undertaken in the Rodney Bay area to create what the last administration called a four-lane highway. This project was executed in a manner, Mr. Speaker, which not only patently violated all project management principles, but also sadly resulted in significant wasteful expenditure, which most unfortunately the taxpayers has to pay. Orange Grove or the Diamol. We also know of the long-standing commitment the former government made in respect of rental commitments, in respect of millions of dollars for Orange Grove, or what was formerly known as the Diamol. Members need to recall the building was purchased by the former administration and then sold for a fraction of the purchase price, with the most ridiculous condition that government was required to rent significant rental space at a ridiculous cost. We cannot forget St. Jude's, Mr. Speaker, in which the last government ignored their own technical audit and went on a frolic of constructing a new building, which remains substantially incomplete at a cost close to $120 million. And Mr. Speaker, we are all aware of the former government's decision to ignore the PPP government, our government had judiciously pursued with the IFC for the development of HIA and embarked on a totally different course of action, committing our government and the taxpayers by extension to millions of dollars. And the cost overruns on this project has already reached a level which appears to be unprecedented in the history of projects that have been implemented in St. Lucia. So where are the policies that created growth and development in the economy? I will stop here, Mr. Speaker, as there are so many other projects in which resources have been wasted. But I think you get the point, Mr. Speaker, of the limitations that our government had to and is continuing to address as it embarks on a policy of fiscal correction, restructuring of the economy, and ensuring that the government gets value for money in undertaking projects using sound project management principles and technical oversight. The external economic environment also significantly influences the ability of our government to pursue the policies we would like to, Mr. Speaker, given that St. Lucia is a small open economy, highly dependent on tourism and imports of goods and services. In this day and age, Mr. Speaker, information is widely available on what is happening in the world economy, and in particular, the significant negative impact that the war between Russia and Ukraine is having on oil and commodity prices and supply chain bottlenecks in the world. Mr. Speaker, while the world was grappling with the impact of the pandemic and began to recover, the external shock of the Russia-Ukraine war exacerbated the underlying conditions in the world, resulting in higher inflation, higher interest rates, and lower global growth. All of these factors, Mr. Speaker, have had significant contagion impacts on the St. Lucia economy, as we now have to grapple with higher inflation, interest rates, and lower growth among our major trading partners. Notwithstanding these strong headwinds, Mr. Speaker, this Minister of Finance, the Honorable Philip J. Pierre, and the member for Fisheries East has navigated these headwinds expertly, achieving significant economic growth while substantially narrowing the fiscal deficit. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance has indeed delivered a masterclass in economic policy and financial management, as I will show shortly in the review of the budget outturn for fiscal year 2022-2023. Mr. Speaker, before reviewing the budget estimates for fiscal year 2023-2024, it is important for us to account for the performance in fiscal year 2022-2023. In fact, it is a requirement of the Public Finance Management Act. The overall review of the performance of the budget is shown on page Roman numeral 3, the heading of which is captioned Budget Summary. In this table, there are 4 columns, namely Actual 2021-2022, Approved Estimates 2022-2023, Projected Outturn 2022-2023, and Budget Estimates 2023-2024. We should also recall, Mr. Speaker, that the budget for the fiscal year 2022-2023 was the maiden budget delivered by the Minister of Finance and member for Fisheries East. Let me now take you through the fiscal numbers so that you can properly understand the brilliance of the member for Fisheries East in managing this economic malaise he had to deal with in the aftermath of the fiscal mess created by the former administration. Revenue collection. It is well known, Mr. Speaker, that there is a positive correlation between economic activity and revenue collections. That is to say, the higher the level of economic activity, the greater revenue collections. A review of the total recurrent revenue shows that revenue collections for fiscal year 2022-2023 is projected to have increased by a whopping 155.7 million over the actuals for fiscal year 2021-2022. Mr. Speaker, while we await the data from the economic review, this is clearly indicative of the faster pace of economic activity. It is also to be noted that projected revenues were higher than the approved estimates for the fiscal year 2022-2020 by 58.7 million. It is also to be noted that this impressive revenue performance was matched by an equally impressive expenditure, as the Minister for Finance was able to curb the growth in current expenditure while meeting the legacy of commitments from the former government. Mr. Speaker, compared to the actual performance in fiscal year 2021-2022, current expenditure is projected to have grown by 4.4% to 1.24 billion. But notably, the projected outlook for current expenditure was $100 million, or 7.4% below the projected estimates for fiscal year 2022-2023. As a result of these favorable trends in revenue and expenditure, the current surplus of government moved from a deficit of 140.6 million in fiscal year 2021-2022 to a projected deficit of $40.1 million in fiscal year 2022-2023. An improvement in the overall deficit position by $100 million. This doesn't happen by accident, Mr. Speaker. This is not a product of spontaneous combustion. It's not a sudden discovery. Mr. Speaker, yes, you heard right. The current surplus of government moved from a deficit of 140.6 million in fiscal year 2021-2022 to a projected deficit of 40.1 million in fiscal year 2022-2023. An improvement in the overall deficit position, I repeat, by $100 million. Even more importantly, the primary balance, which is the difference between revenue and non-interest expenditure, moved from, and listen to this carefully, Mr. Speaker, from a deficit position of 156.7 million in fiscal year 2021-2022 to a surplus. Yes, a surplus of $29.6 million. We even did considerably better than our own forecast for fiscal year 2022-2023, in which a primary deficit of 220 million was projected. This turnaround in the fiscal fortunes of the country is a reflection of the expert fiscal stewardship of the Minister for Finance. Give Jack his jacket. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, the overall deficit narrowed considerably from 324.4 million in fiscal year 2021-2022 to 150.1 million in fiscal year 2022-2023. As a percentage of GDP, the overall deficit moved from 6.6% in 2021-2022 to 2.7% in 2022-2023. It is to be noted that the prudential benchmark for the overall deficit to GDP is 3%. Having outlined the impressive fiscal performance of the government, Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the estimates for the new financial year 2023-2024. The Minister for Finance has again astutely crafted a budget that provides a platform building on the major achievements in fiscal year 2022-2023 and to meet the priorities of our government and the people of St. Lucia. Recurrent revenue is projected to grow by $204.3 million to $1.4 billion. This forecast, Mr. Speaker, reflects the assumption of continued growth in economic activity that we anticipate in 2023. The budget assumes a nominal growth of GDP of 9.8%, with nominal GDP growing from 5.5 billion to 6.04 billion. These figures are bolstered, Mr. Speaker, by the latest business performance survey from the Chamber of Commerce in July of 2022, which revealed that business confidence was on the rise, with 66% of respondents forecasting increased turnover over the next 12 months. Grants. The government is also projecting grant receipts of $147 million in fiscal year 2023-2024. This is indeed great news, Mr. Speaker, as the increased forecast for revenue collections provides government with the ability to increase expenditure and allocate more resources to priority agencies to deliver more services and goods to the people of this country, while at the same time correcting the fiscal mess that we inherited from the last administration. So let us look at recurrent expenditure. As a result, Mr. Speaker, recurrent expenditure for fiscal year 2023-2024 is budgeted at $1.4 billion, representing an increase of $92.7 million over last year's approved estimates, and more significantly, an increase of $193.1 million over last year's projected expenditure in fiscal year 2022-2023. When we look at the capital expenditure, Mr. Speaker, capital expenditure is budgeted at $302.1 million, reflecting an increase of $87.5 million over last year's projected year-end outlook, but $80.5 million below last year's approved budget. I will read this again, Mr. Speaker. Capital expenditure is budgeted at $302.1 million, reflecting an increase of $87.5 million over last year's projected year-end outlook, but $80.5 million below last year's approved budget. These fiscal numbers, Mr. Speaker, show the astuteness of the Minister for Finance in taking the country out of the fiscal abyss that it was placed in under the former administration. Mr. Speaker, the current account deficit, which was narrowed significantly in the last fiscal year by over $100 million, is forecasted to further narrow to $28.9 million. And let's look at the primary balance whilst we're at it. Mr. Speaker, the primary balance, which recorded a whooping deficit of $156.6 million in fiscal year 2021-2022, and was miraculously turned around to a surplus of $29.6 million in fiscal year 2022-2023, is further forecasted to strengthen to a primary surplus of $42.5 million. Reflecting the increase in capital expenditure, the overall deficit is expected to increase to $176.4 million compared to the projected outlook for 2022-2023, but is still significantly lower than the $324.4 million recorded in fiscal year 2021-2022. As a percentage of GDP, the overall deficit is 2.9% and remains below the prudential standard of 3%. The net financing requirement, which reflects the borrowing that is required for the budget, is 288.6 million, of which, and significantly, 256.6 million is from external borrowing from multilateral sources at concessionary rates, Mr. Speaker. Brilliant. Brilliant. The allocation of resources to agencies in the draft 2023-2024 estimates of revenue and expenditure builds on the foundation of the estimates for 2022-2023, allocating increased resources in areas of high priority to the government and achieving the objectives we have set in the manifesto. In addition to providing increased resources to agencies to allow them to execute the programs, our government is also working towards increasing the productivity and efficiency of expenditure so that greater value added is achieved per unit dollar of expenditure. Brilliant. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, our government is working towards removing waste and inefficiency caused by poor project management practices. But let's look at the sustainability of the budget. Again, let's look at the brilliance of the Minister for Finance. And one of the things you must look at is the sustainability of the budget. Now let's examine that now. One of the tests of a good budget is that it should be sustainable and developed within a robust medium-term fiscal framework, outlining the projected growth in revenues and expenditure through forward estimates for the next 2 years, namely 2024-2025 and 2025-2026. In the estimates, it has some forward estimates for the 2 other years. So let's look at how this one relates to 2024-2025 and 2025-2026. The draft estimates of revenue and expenditure provides forward estimates for recurrent revenue and recurrent expenditure and gives a good indication of the movement in these fiscal variables over the 3-year period. Namely, and we are going to do it for 2023-2024, 2024-2025 and 2025-2026 respectively. So let's look at the current budget year that we're going from 2023 to 2024. For this year's budget, Mr. Speaker, recurrent revenue is estimated at $1.13 billion, while recurrent expenditure is estimated at $1.44 billion. This yields a small recurrent deficit of $29 million. This must be placed within the context of the 2 previous fiscal years, namely 2021-2022, the legacy budget of the former administration, and 2022-2023, the first budget of the Minister for Finance. For fiscal year 2021-2022, actual recurrent revenue totaled $1.053 billion, while actual recurrent expenditure amounted to $1.194 billion, and thus yielding a recurrent deficit of $141 million. The corresponding figures for fiscal year 2022-2023 are projections of $1.209 billion and $1.249 billion for recurrent revenue and expenditure, respectively. This yields a smaller recurrent deficit of $40 million compared to the legacy budget of $141 million. So how can your policies have brought any soulagement to the people of this country? This outcome is even more impressive given that we had to meet the back pay commitments of public servants in the year. The source of these figures, Mr. Speaker, is on page Roman numeral 3 of the draft estimates. So everything I say in this house can be fact-checked. Now let's look at the fiscal year 2024 to to 2025, because we're looking at the forward estimates to try to determine the sustainability of the budget. The forward estimate for recurrent revenue in 2024-2025 is $1.408 billion, and the reference page is Roman numeral 5. While the forward estimates for recurrent expenditure for 2024-2025 is $1.234 billion, reference page Roman numeral 8. This yields an overall recurrent surplus. And I repeat, Mr. Speaker, a recurrent surplus of $174 million. For fiscal year 2025-2026, the forward estimates for recurrent revenue and recurrent expenditure are $1.462 billion and $1.231 billion respectively. As a result, the recurrent surplus, yes, Mr. Speaker, you heard right, the recurrent surplus is $241 million, an even better performance than for fiscal year 2024-2025. It means clearly that the Minister for Finance understands economics and finance and knows full well how to allocate resources and how to ease the squeeze on the people of this country, irrespective of the fact that we have a global political environment which is pregnant with the seeds of our country's continued marginalization. So, Mr. Speaker, the trajectory of performance for the recurrent balance of government is constantly improving, moving from a deficit of $140 million in 2021-2022 to a surplus of $241 million by 2025-2026. This prognosticated remarkable turnaround in performance of $371 million is a reflection of the wizardry of the Minister for Finance in fiscal management. In the latest IMF Article 4 Staff Report, St. Lucia, executive directors called on the authorities, meaning the government, and I quote, to pursue a credible and growth-friendly fiscal consolidation to strengthen fiscal sustainability, create space for social and infrastructure investment, build buffers against natural disasters, and put debt on a downward path. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the fiscal policies of the Minister of Finance is working, and the projected surpluses will provide our government with the necessary fiscal space to increase social and infrastructural investment, which is critical to the continued growth and development of the economy, leading to an overall benefit of the people through increased employment, increased income, and a reduction in poverty. Now that's what you need when you manage the resources of a country. Come in, inherited a fiscal mess. As we were recovering from COVID, in comes the war in Ukraine, driving up inflation, driving up interest rates, and we are able to touch the lives of the ordinary persons in this country as if we're experiencing a boom. And then you all come inside of here, insult the truth of the progress of this government and the Minister for Finance by saying that is not easing the squeeze on the people of this country. Now, you see, Mr. Speaker, I don't mind people come inside of there and debate, but debate properly. Be truthful. You all have nothing to say, just don't say nothing. Just talk about your constituencies. Say where you need roads. Say where you need water. Say where you need this and that under the various heads. Don't come inside of there and try to misrepresent the reality of things here. I want you all to stop that. Honorable Member for Choiseul Saltibas, I will pray for you, my dear brother. I know you for a very long time. You used to come to parties by me on the hill at Martin Luther Street. I mean, we know each other for a long time. Do not allow people to mislead you. Do not become a victim of misleading information. Do not come there and join the fellows. When the fellows do, report sick, my brother. So, having articulated, you know, the brilliant position that the Minister for Finance has taken, and I'll tell you, what is going on there is not one term. You see that kind of one term thing that existed before? The Minister for Finance has programmed the next decade into his planning. So there's no tick thing going on there. It's big things at one. I want to, as I prepare to conclude on some of the estimates before I deal with my constituency and my ministry, indicate, I look at the St. Jude's reconstruction project, which is very important to us. While each member of parliament will provide details, you know, and have already provided the details in their own way, both in this house and when they leave to go to the various town hall meetings, they will be providing details as to what the budget actually means for the people of this country. I wish to note, Mr. Speaker, citizens, particularly those in the south of the island, will be particularly pleased that an allocation of 32.75 million has been made for the St. Jude's Hospital project. Our government is determined to ensure that this project is completed within the shortest possible time frame so that the people and staff of St. Jude's can be housed in a building worthy of being called a hospital and with provisions, facilities and equipment for proper functioning hospital. Mr. Speaker, the launching of the youth economy, one of the flagship programs of our government, has been greeted with much enthusiasm among the youth, and it is expected that this program will provide significant benefits by providing increased opportunities for the youth through the provision of technical and financial support. I am pleased to note that a provision of $4 million has been allocated to the youth economy. I can list the myriad of projects and programs benefiting from the allocations made in this year's draft estimates of revenue and expenditure. But time will not permit me to do so, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the Ministry of External Affairs, for which I have responsibility. And Mr. Speaker, I have a document there with almost 30 pages at highlighting or just adumbrating, just a shadow of the achievements of the ministry. But again, Mr. Speaker, time will not permit me, even though I am a master in compression, to deliver in any significant time. So what I'll do, a lot of argument. What I will do is to give a little trailer, and I'm going to articulate in the policy debate the real vibe. So I'm just going through just the first page. The political and economic division, facilitation and advancement of development cooperation with Mexico, resulting in the implementation of 4 significant projects for the year under review. Facilitation of development cooperation with Japan, resulting in the implementation of 2 significant projects in the areas of fisheries development and infrastructure. Facilitation of development cooperation with the Republic of China, Taiwan, resulting in the implementation of several projects in diverse area development. Bilateral cooperation with Cuba in the fields of education. Bilateral cooperation with Brazil in the field of health, resulting in the donation of 26,000 vaccines, along with other medical supplies to fight various critical diseases that threaten the lives of our people. Bilateral cooperation with Argentina in the areas of health and human resource development, resulting in the donation of vaccines and the sponsorship of language training for government officials of St. Lucia. Bilateral cooperation with Canada in the provision of technical and financial assistance to St. Lucia for institutional capacity building and for enhancing citizen security, public sector productivity and trade. launch of a campaign by St. Lucia for the presidency of the Executive Board of United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, the Protocol and Consular Division, the extension of courtesies and privileges, as well as the protection of immunities granted under the Vienna Convention and international law to visiting resident dignitaries, including ambassadors and heads of state and government. Administration of a differentiated regime of courtesies provided by the laws of St. Lucia to qualifying public and other officials. The upgrading of St. Lucia's diplomatic ties with Alba, Mexico and Venezuela, heightened engagement by the St. Lucia Consulate in Canada with St. Lucia diaspora in Canada, diaspora leaders, and of course, many others across the length and breadth of Canada. Improvements to accountability and service delivery in the issuance of emergency travel documents to members of the St. Lucian diaspora in St. Lucia. Mobilization of assistance from the St. Lucia diaspora in the way of supplies for our hospitals and relief for victims of the trough system which adversely affected the north of St. Lucia recently. For the first time since the pandemic, our people in Canada could have celebrated independence. Logistical and other support provided to St. Lucia students studying in Cuba. Assistance rendered to St. Lucians visiting Cuba for medical and other purposes. A smooth transition by the St. Lucia Consulate serving Martinique and French Antilles to the new electronic passport regime. Initiation of a program of transition to a near paperless operation at the St. Lucia Consulate in Martinique. A deepening of bilateral relations with France and the French Department of Martinique in the crucial areas of health and of citizen security as well as border security. So, Mr. Speaker, I can go to international trade and civil aviation and diaspora affairs. Heightened efforts at ensuring that nationals in the diaspora are better informed on development initiatives as well as opportunities at home and the contribution, advice and participation sought in decision making. So, Mr. Speaker, I could go and list a whole spectrum of interventions. Not to mention, Mr. Speaker, that when you have flights coming into St. Lucia and going to this destination and that destination, the engine room is at the Ministry of External Affairs, International Trade, Civil Aviation and Diaspora Affairs.
Member for Library, you have 10 minutes left.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to invoke Standing Order 4210 in order to allow the member for Library an additional 30 minutes within which to complete his presentation.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 3210 be invoked to allow the member for Library an additional 30 minutes in which to complete his presentation. And now for the question, as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, for allowing me an additional time. And I must say, I will not abuse the patience of this honorable House. I will finish well within the additional 30 minutes that I have requested. But as I was saying, Mr. Speaker, my ministry is the engine room. Normally, we have to engage in a lot of back and forth and sustained dialogue with the airlines to ensure that documentation, etc., are quite in order to grant fifth freedom rights whenever necessary. It's a very complicated process, but we are getting things going. But when I report in the policy estimates, I will speak about the work being done by the chairman of the Air Transport Licensing Board, Mr. Afan Neptune, and the crew. And they have been doing a fantastic job, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, given my promise not to abuse your patience and to finish well within time, I will at this juncture address matters pertaining to my constituency. I shall speak to my constituents, Mr. Speaker, in the Library Auger constituency directly. And I want to begin by thanking them again for making me the instrument of their wishes on the basis of my clear commitment to the public welfare. As a Liberian who's cooked and baked in the Liberian culture, was raised among very powerful role models like Watson Louis, Agatha Jean Penel, the late Hilary Dageville, the late Rudy John, and many others that shaped the young Alva to be their representative today. I will not fall easy prey to provocation. Mr. Speaker, let me state categorically that in line with the new prescripts of the new dispensation, and that is this dispensation by the Philip JP administration, Mr. Speaker, the appropriate policies that have been put in place to dramatically improve the quality of life of St. Lucians will benefit the people of Labri Oje. Mr. Speaker, every provision made in the estimates, whether it's under Hope or under Pope or under whatever heading, it will all benefit the constituencies of this country. And Laborians and the people of Oje shall never be left out. In the past fiscal period, every head impacted the people of my constituency. Mr. Speaker, as I have also stated in previous contributions in this Honorable House, I shall pursue the true and real development of the Labri Oje constituency in collaboration with other actors in the drama of development, especially the Labri Development Foundation. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, if the Labri Development Foundation has to function as the central coordinating mechanism in the Labri constituency, there needs to be close support and collaboration. And my office is always open to providing guidance and resources to the foundation to carry out its work. And we are going to cooperate under our respective mandates without infringing, whether directly or indirectly, on the independence and integrity of this organization. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that for many months after the last general elections, I spent a considerable amount of time touring the Labri Oje constituency with relevant government departments, key among which was the Department of Physical Development, following which elaborate plans were produced and a major community consultation was held, followed by another specific engagement with the Labri Development Foundation. The central focus of that initial consultation was the Labri beachfront and Mont Leblanc development. More specifically, to erect economic infrastructure along the Labri village beachfront to continue to stimulate demand for our brand of tourism. We have our own brand of tourism that we are pursuing quietly, especially the Airbnb product, Mr. Speaker. But we are rising without no fuss and without no fanfare. To develop Majomel as the Upper Labri village to further complement our tourism product, not to mention the further development of the Mont Leblanc lookout point as a significant tourist attraction. And all of this project shall be explored and pursued in consultation and collaboration with the Labri Development Foundation. But there's one specific thing that I want to accentuate in this house, that we want to invest all of those projects in the Labri Development Foundation to reduce the over-dependence on central government, that we can pursue our own development unencumbered by partisan considerations. We are commencing the beachfront development with the construction of the Labri Market and Square, which went through community consultations over 5 years ago under the SLP administration of 2011-2016. In fact, Mr. Speaker, on page 479, head 51, subhead 13, section 11, subsection 206, section of the estimates of revenue of expenditure 2015-2016, out of a project cost of 2.4 million, 1.3 million were allocated to the construction of the Labri market. But You know, sometimes there are administrative delays in getting approvals and getting this. It did not happen. Not because the monies were not committed in the estimates. In crafting the next budget in 2016-2017, an amount of 1.065 million was allocated for the construction of the library market. However, Mr. Speaker, when the former Flambeau administration entered the corridors of power in 2016, it instructed with immediacy that the library market be aborted. However, today, under the leadership of the member for Fisheries East, as Prime Minister of St. Lucia, the library market is back in the estimates to commence construction this year. As a matter of fact, last year, the Minister for Finance committed $1 million under head 47, subhead 001, line 0399 for the construction of the library market. However, due to, again, administrative delays, we did not commence the reconstruction of the library market in the fiscal year 2022-2023. However, we held a public meeting to discuss the square before it's finally implemented. And so, Mr. Speaker, on page 594 of this year's estimates of revenue and expenditure under head 47, $2.5 million have been allocated for the erection of the library market. And Mr. Speaker, I have no lingering doubts that the library market shall commence during fiscal year 2023-2024. And I'll tell you, it's going to be a great celebration when we have the signing ceremony at the library market. You'll be coming to the New Orleans of St. Lucia. You know, I hear people talking about the cultural capital. The library is saying anything. Grosile say that they're the cultural capital. Bellevue say they have Tambour, they're the cultural capital. We have jazz in library, we have our own brand. So we are not competing, we are complementing our colleague. Yes, sir. So, no fuss, no fanfare. But certainly it will be a great day when we arrive at the signing ceremony. During this fiscal year, we will upgrade the Desmond Colimo Park. And this is the ambition, and I follow from the presentation of the Minister for Youth Development and Sports. And I'm very pleased that he has interest in the library constituency. He has been on all my playing fields, and there will be some intervention on the crossover park as well as the Auger playing ground, Mr. Speaker. This project will certainly impact positively in the constituency and will excite young people that for a very long time they have not seen such a development. And part of the upgrade will include lighting of the Auger playing ground. We shall continue working on the designs for the Bans and Laguas multipurpose facilities. We have already begun work on the Majomel waterfall and conceptualization of the Upper Labri village at Majomel. Mr. Speaker, in keeping with continuous engagement with those I represent, we began a new round of community meetings prior to this debate. We held 2 such meetings, one at Majomel and one at Black Bay. After this debate on the estimates, we will continue our engagement. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to a vexing issue for the constituents of the Labri Auger constituent, and that is roads. Roads, Mr. Speaker. Roads, a vexing issue. I can state categorically, without any fear of contradiction, that our roads, there's no other constituency that has experienced such neglect. And Mr. Speaker, the neglect was because of a vindictive and oppressive UWP administration. Successive Flambeau administrations neglected my constituency to the extent that even roads labor actually rehabilitated would fall into disrepair. So the entire road network would be in problem. However, I am pleased to report to this Honorable House that whilst we have not engaged in any massive roadworks in the Labrie constituency, Laborians can now drive on roads that are certainly more motorable. Immediately after the elections, we were able to bring relief on the Majomel Road and the Katen roads. And today, as we speak, because of the intervention of the Minister for Infrastructure, and of course, the man who holds the public purse, the Majomel Road is under construction. And no more will you hear me come in here and talk about even donkeys, right? Donkeys will strike going up to Majomel.
The Katen Road.
The Katen Road, when I was in opposition, I went on the Katen Road and for 4 kilometers of road put base material to bring some relief to the people of Katen. But as you know, it rained heavily last year and has washed away. Now the Prime Minister has said to this Honorable House, and he has said to ministers, don't look for trouble with him about the roads. He has to manage the economy. We have to move into some consolidation. And therefore, I am saying to the people of Labrie, we need to be obedient to those instructions because we have to put the economy back on track to be able to deal with the roads. So, we should not see any massive roadworks. But we just did some potholing on the Derbois Road. We did some potholing on the Wavinpont-Katen Road. And I believe such interventions would hold until we are ready to rebuild the roads. What I would require for OJ in particular is a help throughout this fiscal period to continue building sidewalks. I have built 2 sets of sidewalks in the OJ community because school children and the elderly have nowhere else to walk. They have to walk on the road. So during this fiscal year, we need to build sidewalks in Pom, going down to Black Bay, going up to the Katen area, where those young children have to walk long distances to go to the OJ Combined School, and at Derbois, and along the main road. So we are going to start there. So at least when we commence road rehabilitation, they will have somewhere for them to walk outside of the road. Further, when we finish with St. Jude's, and emergency vehicles would be speeding on the Black Bay Pom OJ Road, I want my people to be safe. And so I ask of you, Minister and Prime Minister, to assist me with that. But there's one road that I want some attention to, and that is the Katen Road. The Katen Road, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Katen Road. Mr. Minister and Mr. Prime Minister, we have to fix up the Katen Road. And then we'll hold tight until the time comes for us to rehabilitate the entire road network. So put all your heavy equipment on the road, go and build St. Jude's. And I said last time that the only way St. Jude's would not be completed well within this term is if the world ends before our term ends. Magadisa Koyol and Long Mamanu. Sel manier. L'hôpital St. Jude's pas qu'à fini. C'est si la fin du monde fait avant. We are going to complete the hospital. And we are going to continue to fight to equip the hospital properly. Because it's not just a building. We have to continue. And through my ministry, we would like to see at least an MRI machine emerging somewhere in this country to stop our people swimming to Martinique for MRI or going to Barbados and Trinidad and other places. You know, and in my last trip, I have spoken to a friendly government to see if we can source an MRI machine and a CT scan, so that at least the people can enjoy better facilities, better diagnostic tools to improve the overall quality of healthcare in this country. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to Head 56, the Constituency Development Project, CDP, which contains an allocation of 21 million. Mr. Speaker, whilst this figure represents 1/10 of what is required for what I would like to undertake in the Labrie-Auger constituency, I am willing to share that amount with my parliamentary colleagues because it is in giving that we receive. Therefore, I am expecting to receive some significant support from this allocation to assist my constituency to catch up with matters of infrastructural development. When the UWP government, which you belong to, the former government, there were many persons who had the contracts to build roads in the constituency, in Auger, in Pom, Upper Auger, Black Bay, at Béwanger, Labrie Village, you know, all parts of the constituency. You had in excess of 20 persons who were affected, and Flabo came in and stopped all the contracts, disregarded them. Now we are back. They would like to proceed with the project. And therefore, I would need special dispensation to engage in this catching up process. So, Mr. Speaker, I am very optimistic that I will get the support and cooperation of the Minister and, of course, the Minister for Finance. I am pleased to say that despite the fact that I did not get any additional support, I have built 2 of those roads that were outstanding under the CDP allocation. Also, Mr. Speaker, our schools, my 4 primary schools in the constituency, with the exception of the Labrie Girls that was built during the former Kenyans and the administration between 2011 and 2016, we rehabilitated the girls' school. But Labrie Boys, Auger Combined, and the Banslaguas Combined School, all in a deplorable condition. To date, I have responded to the request of the principals and have extended significant support, hundreds of thousands of dollars, to help them respond to critical needs, because the school plant is very important for learning. If the environment is not conducive, it will impact learning. In the same way that if people are not healthy, it will impact learning. And a great thinker once said, if you are not well enough to learn, you are not going to learn well enough. And I believe that we need to ensure that we have a clean and wholesome environment for our children to actually learn. Now, I provided the Labrie Boys as well as Auger Combined with some support. But the Banslaguas School, the building which houses the principal, staff, and a couple classrooms, that's a headquarters for termites. When I go to the school, those termites are so troublesome, Mr. Speaker, as if I have to negotiate with them for me to pass, like they are doing border control. So I said I'm going to be back after the estimates and be coming with my friends from this parliament to ensure that we deal with them. So, Mr. Speaker, I think during this fiscal year, despite the fact that we are going to continue to be prudent, to put the economy back on track, and to deal with the external environment, we are going to deliver some significant benefits to the people of the country, including the schools that I have articulated. And I'm sure that the Kate people will see the construction of that road, the Kate road. So, Mr. Speaker, despite the hundreds of thousands of dollars in terms of infrastructure and touching the lives of the people, I want to say that for me, the greatest achievement for the past fiscal year for me was the manner in which I reach out and intervene in the lives of the ordinary people. The voices that we do not hear very often. You know, poor people have a lot of pride, Mr. Speaker. And when they come to you, they expect you to be confidential about their affairs. Hundreds of thousands of dollars have been expended in helping people with health, with education, and other social interventions. And Mr. Speaker, going around, I saw the faces of mothers where their faces were stained with the acidic tears of hurt under the United Workers' Party. For 5 torrid years, they couldn't take care of the kids. Some of the kids couldn't go to school. Some of the houses were in darkness because they couldn't pay this and they couldn't pay, especially in the period immediately after the 2021 elections, immediately after. And they came quietly and I responded to them. And when I see them today, Mr. Speaker, they are doing much better under Labour Party administration. Through the various allocations of this government, as well as my own efforts to mobilize resources to help them, they are doing much better. And this is why the Star of Freedom had to emerge in this country on the 26th of July 2021. And like I said a few moments ago, for the sake of this country, for the sake of the people of St. Lucia, the United Workers' Party with that type of approach must never re-emerge from the ashes of time. They must never re-emerge from the ashes of defeat. We talk about Singapore, Mr. Speaker, making great strides and doing very well, the same size as St. Lucia. And then Singapore is doing so well and St. Lucia is not doing well. If we continue to change government every 5 years and as if it's on-the-job training that going on there, or one term this and one term that, we are not going to achieve policies that will reach maturity and give birth to the type of results in the country. Had the Labour Party remained from 1997 until now, I would not be having any conversation about Carlton Road. I would not be having a conversation about any Marjomel Road. I would not be having a conversation about the schools in my constituency. It is because every time the United Workers' Party gets into office, there is a break in purpose. They disrupt in a very real way the development agenda and they do as they please. And then we have to fight to regain our country. This time with the Minister for Finance, based on his performance, you all have to wait a very, very long time to re-emerge in any significant way as even a strong opposition. I encourage the opposition, Mr. Speaker, to join with the government as we try to deal with the pressing but legitimate needs of the people of this country. Let us not split the development of St. Lucia at its political seam. There is a need to come to Parliament. There is nothing wrong in debating the cost of government, to debate its policies, to debate the budget, to debate when we are amending laws or we want to pass new legislation. There's no problem with that. There is no problem. You'll not be tortured for honest purpose. I have said before and I'll say again, let our deliberations in this House be a survey of contending views and ideas, not the type of propaganda that I'm hearing coming from the other side and trying to inflame the passions of the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, I stand firm with the Minister for Finance. I stand firm with my colleagues as together we chart a real course for this country and take this country to a new level. And because I said that budgets are not just for a 5-year period, but long-term development plans, we would require to plan beyond the next elections so that we can continue to take the people of this country to a new place. the structural changes that would be required shall be done, Mr. Speaker, so that we as a people can move forward together. So I end, Mr. Speaker, by indicating that the central focus of the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance is the stabilization of the macroeconomy under very trying circumstances and putting well-being at the center of public policies and moving towards stronger social protection systems. Because inclusive and sustainable growth requires a stable economic framework and sound management of public finances. Mr. Speaker, given that the budgets must be viewed within the context of government's longer-term plan to restructure the economy and place it on the longer-term path for sustainable growth and development to benefit the people of this country in a very tangible way. So I am confident that there will be practical realization of many projects that will uplift the people of this country. Long live the member for Fisheries East. Long live the Prime Minister of St. Lucia. Long live the Minister of Finance. May God continue to bless his hand as he signs many things for Labrie to get what it rightly deserves. And of course, and what is left, he can share it with my colleagues. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House stands suspended until 10 in the forenoon.
Honourable members, the question is that this House be suspended until 10 o'clock in the forenoon tomorrow. I now put the question: as many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of our contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting suspended.
Well, the sit-in has been suspended until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. That is the debate on the estimates of expenditure of $1,856,719,000. $1,856,719,000. Speaking this afternoon, or today, Thursday, the 30th, were the member for Fisheries North, who started, the Honorable Stephenson King, Senior Minister and Minister for Infrastructure. He was followed by the member for Ancillary Canneries, Mr. Wayne Gerard, the member for Vieux-Fort South, former Prime Minister Kenny D. Anthony, now a backbencher, the leader of the opposition and member for Micoud South, Mr. Alan Chasney, the member for Fisheries Central, the Honorable Richard Frederick, and we closed with the member for Labrie and Foreign Minister, the Honorable Alva Baptiste. Tomorrow we will hear from the member for Fisheries South, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Tourism and Broadcasting, the Honorable Ernest Hilaire, and the Prime Minister will sum up. So it should be a rather short sit-in tomorrow, winding up this debate on the estimates of expenditure. On behalf of the NTN technical crew, led by Mr. Miguel Morissette, I am Winston Springer saying, have a pleasant night's rest and a good day tomorrow. Good night, everyone.